Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Rally is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe in trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got footwork looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
Now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. Who swings back on the shot next. He's on the back. Oh, man. 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into...
What is going on, everyone? Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League in North America. I'm your host, Olivia, joined with Shio and Athena on the desk. And if you're just joining us for Challengers, it is week 5, my dear. We've been here for a hot second. Shio, I almost wore a hat today, too. We could have been
5
winning.
weeks.
I was supposed to do my hair, but then I didn't. And it was like a cone, so I gotta set it down now. It will return soon, but we're chilling for now.
Okay, do you guys like my nails? Is it? Can we give it? Have
Yes.
a nails, please? Okay.
11 out of 10. I like it.
When the broadcast messed
6
up, it's
out
not
of
because of
7.
any other reason, but with me, because I can't type. We're gonna try this together, everyone. Let's have fun today. But this is the second day of the week. Week 5 started actually yesterday, with some amazing games. I'm gonna go to you first, Athena, with those games, starting with NBG versus Division 1. I believe we will be talking about first. I was on a plane. I could not watch this live, but and I'm watching the VOD back and hearing and looking at chat. Seems like everyone had a wonderful time watching this game.
It was really fun to watch. All the rounds felt super close, but it was so fun because of all the frags that were going on, the clutches that were happening. This one right here from Dynamic, he was showing us why that Jet was back in the pool. But it was just really great matches to watch. But of course, Division 1 pulling out that win. And it was kind of a banger game to watch.
It really was. I think the biggest highlight of that one might have not even been the fact that D1 won the entire game. It was Fireball Ops having an insane day. 70 total frags up in the business. This guy was a demon on these passive characters, being more active than I've ever seen in my life. At the same time, not the worst loss for NBG in the world. I feel like there's a big learning moment from this one moving onwards. At D1, though, continuing to look like a different beast inside this mode. Bind continues to be a map for these guys where they just seem like they have more control. Even when they're losing momentum entirely, they can still put up rounds on both defense and especially their attack. Nice thrifty on that pistol to rock things over. After that, we went to AXG versus the Pigeons. Pigeons being one of my favorite teams in the business right now. Athena, what do you think about this matchup in general? This was a close one too.
Dude, you know what I've been loving about Challengers is that all the comps have been so fun to watch. And I think the neon abuse on the judge has been really great too. But this game was just such a shutout. for AXG in this game. It felt like everyone was just on their A game, and Ku couldn't get any of those entries or any of those trap setups that they're trying to do. They're trying to be super aggressive with that Phoenix, with that Neon, keeping it within all 3 maps, but it just wasn't working out for them, especially towards the beginning. But then they freaking came back, and it was like a whole roller coaster of emotions, because it was like watching these guys come up with new strats, come up with a lot of these 6 setups, especially with Cuz and Zamal going in together, aggressive, and being really good duelists. A lot of trading, really good spacing, and it just looked so phenomenal after such a bad first game, it felt like, for them.
I was watching that second map in the car, and my Uber back to my apartment from Newark Liberty International Airport from New Jersey, the greatest country in the world. And he kind of at one point just looked back at me because I was going, yes, oh my God, like saying all these exclamations with my headphones on, because that game, especially the second map split, was getting so intense with that comeback as well, which was so exciting to see. Exactly what we want to see from Pigeons. Again, I say this every time, say with me chat, the best try code in the game. Ooh, that's so good. But here's how our Swiss stage has been settling a little bit. Round 7 matches are not confirmed quite yet, so please wait a little patience. Patience is a virtue. We can see how things are kind of working out today. But today, my dears, I hope you're ready. Everyone hold my hand, come with me on this journey, because today is qualification day. I am excited. I dressed up for this. I dressed up and mean no makeup, same hair, because I probably get Castile in my eye. But I feel like, Athena, we have been waiting so long. It's week 5. We've been waiting so long for this, like eventually coming to this, getting more people qualified in the 4-2 bracket.
Yeah, I mean, these matches are so close. It's 3-2, 4-1 games. 4-2, 3-3. All the games are so close. At this point in the stage, you are winning and losing games back to back unless you're M80 and Fly. And it's really hard because you want to cement your name and make sure that you get into that qualification spot, right? There's only so little time left before you can kind of make these decisive kind of matches come to work. And it's really hard too, because we've seen a lot of these teams beat each other, but also losing to a lot of the same teams, especially with all these meta changes and the new maps coming in. Felt like we've seen a lot of explosiveness, and maybe the creativity just isn't catching up yet.
Maybe just not yet. The biggest thing too is when you're looking at that round 7, where these teams will be going if they don't end up getting that dub. Those are some scary people up in the business. D1, NRG Academy, Nightblood Gaming, you got the Pigeons as well. Every single team that's finding their identity more and more every single match they play, and some of them coming off a loss with learning, and some coming through off of a win with momentum. You have to, if you have a chance to qualify today, or you're up for another grueling round inside Challengers that does not stop testing you.
You guys see the Pigeon strike code really quickly?
Cool.
Thank you. But today's first game will be QoR versus ADG, aka Azure Dragon Gaming. I think these are two, I would feel comfortable, Shio, calling them the heavyweights of challengers. These are folks who can hit. These are folks who are fine taking hits as well, and kind of always come back stronger.
Absolutely. I feel like QoR, I feel like people that have expected to even qualify earlier than this, they're still hanging out inside they're doing a victory lap in high school type peak before they're graduating over to where they should be for the moment. Look at the roster, Notes, Kumi, Derek, Moose, Flya. People are asking for Notes to get pulled up. Derek's just chilling here before he gets signed somewhere as well. Flya's done such a good job at elevating as an IGL up in the business as well. This entire team has just stumbled once or twice against good teams. Past that, they deserve to be in that qualified playoffs bracket, Athena.
Yeah, I think they've really shown that they're so good. They're so solid. They've been so consistent last stage. And now coming into this, there's so many more teams that are able to kind of contest to that. And I think a lot of that is because of a little bit of the meta change, according to QoR. It looks like they have such a big hill against them to climb up. And I feel like for me, looking at these players, they're all so good individually and they're all so good at their roles. But it's just a matter of being able to come up and being able to play to how they can. Their play style is really good. You constantly have Moose on the lurk. You have these really good retakes that are super, super clean. It's just a matter if they can close out a lot of those rounds.
And one of the players that we wanted to focus on today, which I'm glad Shio mentioned right off the bat, is Note himself. Someone who I very quickly has turned into one of my favorite players in Challengers. I'm a controller main, I'm biased, but really just, I think what makes a good controller from a great controller are like very minute, very micro things, Athena, and Note gets that done every single time.
Yeah, he's been genuinely phenomenal at this Omen role. And I think the biggest thing for me is that his aggression has been really, really hard to deal with any of the teams. He's been so good at holding it down, anchoring, just being that wall that a team needs. But I think specifically on this Lotus, what I really liked from QoR and from Note is his ability to be super aggressive, take that A lobby, take that rubble, and even on the chance that the other team is coming to re-clear him, just being able to consistently frag out and deny all of that space.
It's really impressive he can do this with this agent switch and with what you're talking about, Athena, on this Omen, because in the last patch, he had much more tools to be that anchor player on Astra, right? He was doing a much better job on some of these maps that required this agent as well, like Corrode, like Abyss, but with the switch up onto Omen, Brim, it feels like you got to gun out more. It's translating really well onto Note and the rest of the team.
He is someone to watch on the QoR side, but QoR will have their work cut out for them because they are facing another one of my favorite teams in Challengers. It is Azure Dragon Gaming, ADG. Athena, I feel like they exploded into this stage. I don't think a lot of people had them kind of like in their mind in terms of, you know, like top heavyweights like we're talking about. But very quickly, looking at that schedule, went 3-0 right in the beginning, had some tough losses to YFP and Amity, but seriously just kind of burst onto the stage 2 of Challengers.
Yeah, I mean, their losses were to arguably one of the top, two of the top 3 teams in Challengers right now, right? And they came out of nowhere. They came out swinging too. I feel like for them, this meta shift, having a lot of that double duelist, having that Neon, as well as any other duelist to support, to follow up, has been their bread and butter. Hugh and Chaotic, they've been so good together. Their synergy on that double duelist has been phenomenal. And the way that the rest of the team does follow up and has a lot of these strats based on that aggression has been really, really fun to watch for me.
Absolutely. I think for this team, it was very similar to Split 1 overall, where they started off hot. When it came to that actual, you know, the matches that matter, that push your narrative forward, that's where things started to get a bit more inconsistent. I agree with Athena. The duelists are the ones to watch on this team. The biggest thing in the last 2 matches, yes, strong teams, but not the best performances out of those duelist players. And this one, I think it's another chance for them to top those leaderboards, at the same time be the most impactful in their roles. I'm looking forward to ADG. I think I started casting in Challengers, and this was the first team. It's been a while since I've seen them live on gameplay, but I'm excited to see if they can rise to that challenge again, qualify today, because these seem to be their hardest games.
Today we wanted to focus on Recoil of ADG. You know, played the Breach, played the Sova last time we saw them against M80, but look at that fade, right? That initiator agent pool is large and in charge, basically, Athena. But someone who I think, you know, really needs, we are really expecting them to step up to make sure ADG do have that qualification.
Yeah, I think playing that initiator role is so important, right? When you're playing against, with those double duelist meta, because you have to set up your team for success. You have to be following up with that util, and especially your winning conditions on close plants and retakes is your util, other than a little bit of the controller stuff. And so Recoil, he really has to step up with his util. He hasn't been fragging out on the top of the board the whole time, but I promise you, he has been doing such a good job at getting the info, being able to gather a lot of that information, especially while just anchoring on a site by himself, which is actually insane that they leave him alone so often. And on that Sova, on that, like on Breeze, he'll just be able to hold it down.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Recoil's one of the guys who's the most consistent on the server. If the team sinks, he's going to be at the top. If they rise, he'll be helping them get there. He's going to be a really cool component. And I wonder what he plays, because yeah, we mentioned it, Liz said it too. So many agents in his pool. It just depends on that map for the team.
I wish I had an agent pool that deep, but I simply don't. Neither am I that good at the game. I like Recoil. But for our Philips Norelco head-to-head today, 2 players we also want to highlight is Fumi versus Chaotic. Stop laughing, Athena. I don't want you to laugh at my skill. but look at it's our classic Shio duelist matchup. We have the Neon, we have the Waylay, but I think we talked about a lot about the double duelist comp here and bringing forward these duelists to kind of show exactly what they're made of.
The roles for each duelist specifically are so different inside the meta now, and I feel like everybody has been ditching that Waylay, moving more towards solo Neon or Neon Rays up in the meta on some of these maps as well. When you want to tap in double time, I feel like Kumi has this advantage of maybe in practice you're not going to be seeing as much of how he plays. You can see the numbers kind of lean towards the side of Chaotic because Neon can do so much inside this meta. But it's really interesting the 2 different types of game styles we're going to be seeing here, Athena, between both these players coming into this match.
Yeah, you find that the waylay on Kumi has been really good at getting those kind of oppressive kills, but the follow-up just sometimes isn't there. And I feel like for Chaotic, it's kind of the same thing where you're expecting him and his teammate to just be zooming, going and getting a lot of those frags. But the second that they drop, it's like the whole game kind of falters. Without Chaotic being that super aggressive Neon, abusing that judge, if he doesn't have a good game, it feels like the team kind of relies on that. Whereas for Kumi, he can fall back into a little bit more of a supportive role, just being able to get some of those openings and not necessarily being the reason why they're winning games.
Yeah, the spotlight's definitely on both these players, though, because of the nerf that Waylay got in this one. Kumi, it's more relying on his individual value from both his positioning and his rifling, rather than just spamming that utility and keeping up with your other duelists. And then for Chaotic, yes, you have the Neon, but in a lot of the comps that you're playing, sometimes there's an Omen or a Reyna next to you. Nobody can keep up with you as much as if you don't have, his teammate Muddy on the raids. You also have to find a lot of individual impact. And like Athena says, if they end up missing in a round, who will entry for the team? So lots of risk, lots of reward. It'll be very fun to see these similar types but different agents, types of gameplay up ahead each other, head to head.
What if they just like change it for fun? You know what I mean? Like, what if they just go for different duelists because it's qualification day? Really throw everyone off their kilter and make this
All the duelists. What's gonna be?
I'm so glad you asked. It's gonna be Chaotic. I believe in Chaotic changing it up.
Really? Okay.
No reason why.
What do you
Literally
think?
just a vibe.
You think he's gonna switch off the Neon?
Oh, we're going back to the Jet, baby. We're going back to the Jet.
Okay.
Back old school. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Jet, welcome home. We missed you. We love you.
Dude, let's just do 5 duelists.
Let's
just
do
do it.
roulette.
Let's run
actually.
it.
Let's have a little fun today. Let's get a little quirky, not like other girls. But friends, we have our map picks and bans as well. Athena, you better stop laughing because
I'm
we have
sorry,
our map
you're just
picks
so
and
funny.
bans. I know, and also single too. And here we have Fracture, Breeze, and Bind. Starting on the Fracture, Shio, picked by QoR nonetheless.
Yeah, I think this is big from QoR because of that recent loss that ADG had on or against M80. Things didn't look the best for these guys coming into it. I don't think that Sacred got as much value on the team, and I feel like when it comes to QoR's approach, I'll have to triple check on it in general when it comes to Fracture. But these guys seem like a team that can mid-round very well. They've had set strats on other maps like Breeze and Bind beforehand that end up going really well for them too. They've clearly seen a weakness for ADG. Although they're not going to be starting on defense, so they don't get to pick what side gets crunched on. They'll have a lot of agency on that attack coming in on Fracture,
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think there is a little tiny element of surprise too with the fact that QoR we haven't seen at this stage yet from them, specifically in Challengers. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they play it out. But I'm also looking at Breeze because we talked a little bit about recoil and how he likes to anchor sights. I think that's where we're going to see him shine on that Sova, because the last time he played this map, it was really good. But I think for Breeze, for ADG, what worries me a little bit was the Reyna. I was really confused when the Reyna came out. Was not my favorite comp, but it still was like kind of fun to watch. But I really think that if they change their comp and just implement genuinely any other duelist, it would be a little bit better for them.
Absolutely. I feel like sometimes you throw in that curveball because you might not have anything prepped. You might see what a comfort pick is or a surprise kind of counter might be. It could be interesting. For Bind specifically, though, I feel like it's such an interesting decider between these two teams. A different story on it for both of them. I feel like QoR has stuck together as a roster or as an org for a longer time and have a lot more experience playing this map. I think ADG just coming in as a newer team entirely. They've only won on this one entirely inside the stage, but in general don't have like the months of experience, at least on paper, for this team on this map specifically. When it comes to facing a roster like QoR, I don't think they've played against a high profile team as much that's like, qualified so far. They haven't lost this map or won this map against any of those teams yet either. So it should be easy, I think really fun to see if this does make it all the way to Bind, how things go. I feel like for the actual map picks entirely, this does kind of go towards QoR. I feel like they have a pretty good veto here for themselves to lock it in. ADG really need to make sure the pistols end up going their way, getting as much support as possible in every single map.
I feel like we can't overemphasize the importance of a pistol. I feel like every single time I interview a player and I say like, oh, what could have gone differently with the pistols? And I'm like, yeah, True. At no point is that incorrect. But I do think what we saw some of this, like, you know, kind of like what Athena's talking about, you know, the arena that we just saw Azure Dragon Gaming play Fracture against M80, just saw, you know. But it's going to be definitely super exciting. Again, maybe Chaotic brings out a Jet. You never know. Maybe that's the agent change, that the duelist change you're going to see.
You really want Chaotic to switch off. Huh?
Hear me out, guys. But no, I think no matter what, kind of what we're talking about, that util usage, those pistols, little things like that, kind of, I think tightening up is the thing we're dancing around, right? Tightening up those little things that we should be tightening up by the time we get into playoffs. You need them to qualify for playoffs, which is super exciting. But also, I believe we have our predictions next. Ooh. And I think if I took a little extra look at them, like I had one more look than everyone else, look at them beforehand.
Hey.
Ooh.
Athena.
That's me.
That's
Listen,
you.
Guys, listen,
So,
ADG.
Yes.
No. They're so back, guys. They're gonna switch their comp on Breeze. They're not gonna play Reyna. Okay. On Fracture, they've struggled a little bit, but it's fine, because you know the reasons why they struggled is just because they've tended to gamble wrong sometimes on their defensive side to push, to get that aggression. And when it comes to their post plans, when it comes to their retakes, these are all small fixes that I think they can fix. And the thing with QoR is that sometimes they can be a little bit readable. QoR is the kind of team that relies a lot on Moose lurking, on having those traps. And I think that ADG might be able to read that and might just be annoying enough with that double duelist, with the really fast tempo plays that they like, to be able to break through a lot of that. And I think that's where I'm leading. If they play Reyna, I don't know. We got beef. If they keep Reyna and they win, then it's fine. Like, forget what I just said.
Just telling your story straight. So you're gambling on the fact they don't pick Reyna. You're gambling on the fact they don't gamble again on Fracture. So lots of slots going on right now.
Well, you're gonna get us banned.
You're expecting QoR, or you're saying that QoR is readable. They might be readable like a science textbook, man. Their gameplay is just facts. You can't change them. You can't stop them if they're coming through. You know, what's one thing? Condensation, evaporation. They're gonna evaporate ADG. It just is what it is. Like, these guys are gonna get smoked, I feel like, from the side of QoR. Fracture's gonna be a Breeze, and Breeze might be even cleaner after the fact if ADG do and will mess up their comps. But at the end of the day, anything can happen inside Challengers. I implore ADG to step up, and I think, you know, underdogish vibe win this one. Liz, you're on my side, right?
I'm on nobody's side, because I think we need to work out our issues. All right, we also have some tech issues we also need to work out on the side of the player. So we're all just gonna work it out. We're gonna go to therapy. We're gonna talk it out. Athena, we're gonna send to a break. But you guys stay right there. We'll be right back. Athena.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Welcome back, guys. Therapy went great for us, but here we go into Agent Select for the first map of the day, Fracture. A map this core roster, we have not seen this core roster play, Shio, but I mean, I'm not surprised to see Moose on the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw this team take it on, Tibatino was in the business with Nerve and friends way back last January. This time, though, yeah, Moose on Cypher going for that, what's it called? The Destruction Core of Breach Tejo. I like it. Lots of post-plant delay. I think this is one of the maps I think Breach is the best on, and one of the only maps left for Breach inside the pool. I think both these comps just look like standard Fracture gaming.
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard, other than just ADG trying to be keeping to their true selves of the double duelist, the chaotic on the Raze and you on the Neon. I think it still works out really well based on how they're playing it. A lot of these fast tempo plays. And for Core, I think their winning condition is going to be getting into these post plants, especially on their attack side. So much util to delay with that Tejo, with the Brim Molly, the Breach stun. There's just so many things that they can do. So for ADG, they're going to have to play really aggressive, especially on their defense side, to avoid Core getting on site. And I talked a little bit about Core liking their set plays, and I'm a little bit scared for my prediction now, because set plays and post plants with all this util, it's kind of crazy.
Well, you know, there's only one way to find out. Qualification for playoffs is on the line. Who will it be, Azure Dragon Gaming or Core? I'm gonna send over to your casters, some of my favorite people in the world, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Hey, that's us, and we're the favorites.
Yay!
And we have some amazing talent on display. And like Liz said, they're right on the edge of playoffs. And Vance, for a lot of these players, it would be their first time. So this is a big match.
Definitely a big match, and a big test coming in for Core, as they've mentioned on the desk. Core's never picked this map before. ADG have tried this composition, so there's a lot of pros and cons. I want to slightly disagree with the desk saying that this is a little bit standard for ADG, because on that side, you're playing solo initiator with no scans. That means you're going to have to face forward a lot of these fights, count on the boombot, count on aggro cameras potentially, or just get ready for very big set retakes off camera. So understand where Core wants to start, wants to default, and adapt from round to round on that type of attack entry or showing that we're gonna be able to see from Core side, as we're starting the attack side with Core on the south side. A 4-man push on the south side as well for the defense.
With the Bandit, Note's got a lot to say. They're just trying to hold it down and spawn right now. But yeah, a new standard for ADG, where they had initially the solo initiator on the Tejo, and now they've gone towards Recoil's Breach. And you really get to hone in on the double duelist talent that ADG have of both you. And usually, I mean, even Muddy has some duelists in the back pocket, but Chaotic first, who is missing in action. Big advantage now for Core, is now traveling past the smokes, getting fast, getting active, checking both sides, and marching through the door. You have nothing more. Silence permanently. Trade now his presence at the front door. Core making quick work of that. At least the plan did go through, leaving Sacred to have to pick up all the pieces.
And you're seeing it already. You have to be very aggressive for ADG at the start, just like Myrna was mentioning before. Sorry, Thixna was mentioning before at the desk. So they tried to go for the trap play. Now Sacred's alone in a 1 versus 3. Very difficult to do here on the retake.
As soon as you're just going to walk into this crossfire, as soon as you even look at the spike, this guy's going to emerge from the door. So really strong pistol from Core. It's running out of time. And I mean, you had that initial pick too with the Bandit, and there we go. Will be Core with that anti-eco. And I was really surprised they picked this map, because like we're all wondering in the chat, like we haven't seen Core on this map since last stage, and they had a completely different roster. A lot of struggles perhaps on the ADG side, but nothing they haven't learned from.
I think that's the main thing. You're looking at the practice from Coach Cody with Core and realizing, okay, we haven't really had any reps yet on this Fracture map, but we know how ADG plays it. And they've had long runs and long stints against 2 teams, I think YFP and M80 specifically, and they've played a minimum of 20 rounds for both of those matches. And maybe you're understanding the weaknesses as well, and what the win con has to be with this type of composition coming up from ADG, and how you could punish it very quickly. And you're already seeing it. This is a 2nd round in a row. Although in anti-eco, it's very standard for you to really stay towards that spawn, but you've had a lot of stop and goes and re-hitting towards where the Cypher potentially wouldn't be, and they're reading it correctly, because right now for ADG, it's been 4-1s, 4-1s, play that retake. So the game plan's already there, and it maybe seems like it hasn't changed yet from the past days what they've played it for ADG.
QoR have to just be so careful after ADG just tried to jump them and spawn, and nothing like an outlaw to lead the way. QoR just death balling in with their duelist somehow last one behind, and Flya flashes in and note adjust. Good teamwork there on the forefront and trying to keep eyes also into that back hallway so you're not going to just get randomly swung on. And this is why you got to be careful from all angles. Is ADG will put down one. Still a comfortable spot for QoR, and a little bit of a lot on Kumi's play in a 1 versus 2. Flya waits for his moment to shine, and there it is. Clean play from QoR.
Maybe I have short-term memory loss, but it feels kind of weird how we played it for ADG, because I'd like to think they were pushing up towards Dish, right? And crunch toward north side and walk over at that spot. But I guess really what happened here was that you placed this camera on that arcade side for Sacred, and I'm assuming he tried to tap the cam to get information, but his teammates are already there towards arcade. If there was a way that he went and looked at the camera, they could maybe trap for the back, but there's no point in looking at the camera, and he kind of got caught off guard with QoR walking into heaven. So loses his life, they lose the site control. At least they had the numbers there to do a bit of damage, but here comes another aggro attack on that south side for ADG. It stalls them for a bit, but they split up a little bit that conditioning for the defense. They're actually playing a 3-1 on that west side of that map, so that you have Hugh that could solo watch and maybe 1v1 that lurk on that north side.
I like this drone too. QoR is just gonna see, after giving up that space early to get the orb, the orbital strike is gonna be what could be punishing ADG. And it will just get the tail end of Muddy, and not having those smokes pretty important. And also no orbital strike for ADG to maybe give a taste of that own medicine to QoR, who are now going to change up their way of how they're going to navigate to B.
Again, all they could do is just wait and see what happens after. Right now, you're punishing ADG. Remember, they're playing no initiator that could scan, no prowlers for the mid-round too. So maybe they're going to have to start face checking a couple of angles and getting punished for it. But they're staying stoic, and there's a chance here for Hugh to get some picks.
You're watching the corner, all spots the hip from Kumi. There's the double swing, and QoR, I mean, they're so synergized on how they take these angles. So might be a lapse, but they get back on their high horse. No, recoil with a big deny. Now the spike is not going to have as much assistance. Maybe Moose wants to call towards an A rotation. I think Fly is going to get the memo and escape. Should be hearing that stomping, and Sacreds are going to make the call to rotate through mid. Perhaps,
right now, they're just going to stay like, yeah, the camera saw a lot.
Oh,
the camera saw one and forced to rotate, but at least they could play the retake still.
Didn't have time, so straight back to B, and it was all a ruse, and recoil is still good for 3. An absolute unit for the defense, and this swings back the game in ADG's favor.
Tried to do some damage too towards the end to orbit his life or save the outlaw for the next round, or you know, try to do that econ damage for ADG and then still have a good buy with the rest of the team, because that was just a bonus round for QoR as well, who have done some pretty decent damage. But you see what happens here. They tried to go. This is the second time actually that we went for a walk contact and get a missed timing off a flyer flash. But thankfully here they were still had a power numbers, so they traded Hugh quite easily. But outside of that, just very nice anchoring hold by ADG. They played very passive here on the side of the camera. Might want to try to break that or activate Moose a little bit more quickly into this mid round so that you can really force these rotates and keep ADG guessing here for the side of QoR.
Recoil is such a flexible player. I mean, back in the day, being on Sentinels and kind of also playing like that kind of Sentinel role where you just like kill 3 and QoR just don't know what to do against you. And to have that much of an impact as a solo player in these big power positions has been huge for ADG, especially when QoR kind of faked it and came back, maybe realizing they didn't have enough time. But first presence here at A, first in the door, no one's home, but now you got some Cypher trips to try and jump through. Recoil there to greet them once again. There's that scan. Recoil just has to stay hidden. Orbital strike from the deep, or actually from, oh jeez, Recoil. That's how you shut down an offense. Another 3K, are you serious? But Moose, the backstab is creating a lot of issues. Recoil with the ace opportunity from the door. Moose slaps him ahead and just dances through all the chaos, and it's a clutch for QoR.
Of course it has to be Moose in the clutch once again. This guy can always make it happen for QoR. Every single time you think the round is lost and up for grabs for the other team, this guy just activates Super Saiyan 2 or something. I don't know what happens. Eats a Senzu bean, and then the whole team just rejuvenates. But this was a nice little combo. You tried to do a little bit of a taste of your own medicine. Recoil maybe even had a fault line readied up if you needed to play that combo. But he found that timing with the defense, the orbital strike to get all these frags, and somehow dancing through the cages makes the players dance with the stars to the side of ADG, and QoR is able to stop that bleeding, already breaking the econ for the side of ADG, who are looking just for a 5-man push right into the entrance. And again, a perfect read by QoR to play this very silently. To hear the door open and it could start activating now on the north side.
And the death ball here is nice from ADG. If, you know, it's already a Hail Mary when you only have 2 rifles, but if you could steamroll the team and zone them off, maybe you can get those upgraded weapons. But this is already a huge round disadvantage. And I worry for ADG if it's taking back-to-back heroics of 3Ks from Recoil, and he had 3K still could win the round. Just one step ahead of QoR, taking 3 steps back. Got the Rolling Thunder too.
So that's the thing, what we were mentioned before, you could play the camera for the retake. So buying around these weapons, if they could get some picks and Rolling Thunder through this, it's good. But look at Moose underpass with the out.
Yeah, QoR just setting up, and there's that exchange, the smokes from QoR to seal off the site. They're hoping to keep it in their favor at 30 HP, barely holding on his note. Here's the alternate path here from ADG. Gonna hear this all coming. 2 rifles in tow, so this is possible, but not if Derek watches over on the flank. Now Muddy, important 1v1 for him to take, but just no more time and no more chances for ADG. QoR back on top.
Yeah, we just give that round away for ADG towards the end. It almost looked like they were trying to go for some sort of a fast hit after the first contact, but Moose, like I said, not only broke a little bit of that timing for the side of QoR, ADG were forced to try to react with that. So they try to pick up the Outlaw, they rushed themselves at the underpass. And when you do that, Kumi was already posted up here at Generator. So they hear all the rotate across. They just make it easy for the person top of heaven to get the picks, and they catch both Sacred and Muddy off guard as they rotate back towards Arcade. So no big damage. Here comes another attempt to fight back and forth for the tree control, but we're definitely going to be a little bit more turtled up this time around for ADG.
Such a fight-heavy composition from ADG when you run those double duelists, so they're just so eager to start pressuring spawn now, and Hugh's going to go discover who's there. Kind of a lot of lurking here from the side of Moose. If you can get a body too, the neural theft would be massive.
It would be huge, actually. Getting that pick would actually nullify that timing that Hugh just picked up here on the south side.
Ooh, Rolling Thunder from the offense. Flyer just wants to roll over A, and then here's the cutoff from ADG, and also the flank. It's active. Hugh shut down. This gives a path of exit. QoR are escaping with the tail between their legs. They do not want to walk into that ADG trap that they have sensed, and Moose puts the red carpet down. Welcome to B.
Yeah, dude, that was so nice from the side of QoR. That said, though, it was thanks to that trip. Although Recoil's trying to stop that rotate across, has done a little bit of damage.
Every time Recoil just takes a peek, he's always guaranteed a kill. I think this is he's already at double digits. This gives a chance for Chaotic and ADG to scuffle their way in. Molly at the front, but should be able to get around it. Won't be able to take the direct path. ADG, a lot of great ways to get information and trying to have their guns do all the talking. Chaotic forces them out of position, and he has to scatter as well. Wow. Muddy wants to bait and switch, and he finds himself in muddy waters. And Note cleans up the round. 5-1 now for QoR.
And again, heads up play for the side of QoR, and I think it also speaks to the veterancy too, because you have this nice little counter from that Sands to fight back on A main. They were able to stall that perfectly here with the Rolling Thunder, but the thing is that trip got broken from that backside backstab from Chaotic, which then doesn't give you a chance here really to get that real backstab, because they already are aware of you flanking across. So even if you're stunned up by the Rolling Thunder, you saw here, I think it was Kumi that swung out, got the easy pick, and then they rotated back towards that B site for a plant, because Moose already infiltrated in, broke that timing, threw the hat out, and got the actually didn't even need to use the hat. He already cut all their rotate in the first place. And because they had so much util and pushback from ADG at the A side main, they probably knew the rest of the players were already still crunching in through Sands. So all this works out. ADG now with a big timeout, because again, nothing has been really working in terms of ADG getting the first tempo of this offensive side against QoR. And again, this is the nature of what it was going to look like in my eyes as a single initiator with no scans. I think this composition is still going to be very good for the attack side, but for now, you're struggling for sure.
Yeah, and you just need your duelist to frag. And that's the thing. I think there was a big moment for Hugh to be the engine of the comeback of ADG when he came through the attacker's spawn and was trying to do that pincer maneuver off of the counter rolling thunder. But as soon as Hugh fell, that was QoR's way of getting out. And imagine if Hugh could have just gotten more kills in that moment. That would have been ADG's round for sure.
Yeah.
So still waiting for him to blossom.
That's it. Sorry, Hugh was on the backside that broke the trip for sure. That said, that works out. That's the outlaw down if that's what Moose had.
Well, scan out though from the Tejo. It's not going to be easy. Chaotic won't be able to get anything done. And note, well, scrambles over. Big 3K. Kumi follows through, and then you have a death ball. Or you just can't stop this pain train.
At least you see the value here of what this composition has for ADG with how much damage they've done with that push. If they had better weapons, I think that would have been ADG's game for sure, or at least ADG's round. That said, Sacred was able to pick up this outlaw, could maybe do some damage on 2. Maybe make that 3 now. Never mind. Nice little repeat by Derek. He probably felt that Derek was going to run away as he got hit by the 140, but Derek does not give a 2 cents about it. Ooh, I had to filter my words there.
That was funny. Yeah, I mean, ADG, I mean, you got some ults going, so surely this is how you kick things back into gear post timeout. I just feel like it's been hard to really dismantle QoR, and ADG are trying to bring the fight to them, but when you run this double duelist, you better be having a pretty hot day when it comes to the mechanics, or you're kind of missing out on a lot of that info. But wait. There's an Armageddon. Muddy's gonna get run over, tries to find a safe corner. It just barely lives on. And you need him more than ever. As QoR get into position, Flya is already centered in the front lane. ADG just getting scattered and also suppressed. But wait, the op is in the picture, and so is Sacred. And it paints QoR on the walls, and they'll have to go a different direction.
The stack of util was so good too to really push the defense from Muddy outside of that lane, but thankfully the rest of ADG was there. Now that hat's gonna give good information, the finishes towards this A site, and now you have a little bit of ADG being prepped up on how they can flank around, but this trip and camera is gonna see a lot.
All right, Kumi's pissed, so is Hugh. Oh. Well, he's just dead after that. Just when you think a Neon's about to ramp up, it's just so sad when they fall over. But you got the neural theft here from Moose. Just needing a lot more confidence, some control of the chaos this deep into a round. A very split approach from Flya and Moose, trying to maybe cut things off or maybe create a fake.
They both have to play hero plays this time around. So you're going to force this rotate. Moose is going to rotate back towards spawn. He was hoping for players to rotate across the B site. So now that the read is unfortunately wrong for the side of Moose, it's going to make it even more difficult for Flya inside this A site solo.
Says to play safe, not make too much noise, and maybe not get spotted. Okay, getting spotted. That's tough, but thankfully Moose is right around the corner. As you get speedy, Muddy gets active. It's just Moose against the world, and ADG have broken the loss streak, because that was 4 in a row for QoR. This was getting way out of hand.
Yeah, the fight on Arcade was huge, though. As we talked about, the layering was really good for QoR to retake control of the top of that Heaven side. What was good was a counter util from ADG to stall that push from the bottom of Arcade, not allowing QoR to take that space. So as they're all cornered to that spot, you saw the op come out here from Chaotic. The first time they pull it out, and they get value out of it too. So now a different layer that QoR and Flya has to keep in mind now and how they want to approach these. Because now the push that we're going to have is probably going to be 3 players instead of 4 this time around on defense. So you can funnel players into the op. And they're doing it perfectly so far here for ADG, because at least they're trying to isolate this time around Moose.
Oh, do not want to play chicken against an op. No thanks. Going the other way. ADG is just trying to match them on rotations. It really just has been a giant game of cat and mouse. ADG sometimes can scratch the surface of that armor, but exposing mistakes are QoR! What a pick from Chaotic, but you're about to get blown up from an orbital strike. Good stuff from Note. QoR trying to establish themselves. Sacred has to hold back the flood. He's good for 1 and nothing else. Camera's still in place, but unfortunately, Sacred's not around anymore. So ADG are going in blind. You at least have the orbital strike to suppress Core from planting for a second. And Moose gets ahead of it. He's always the one exploring and going off on his own. He could pull off the heroics and find a good angle, but he gets sought out. And ADG work their angles and their magic. They get back-to-back for ADG.
Wow, what a nice retake, actually, in a 2 versus 3. Because the protocol was actually quite nice for Core. They went for the high-low swing outside of the one-way from the left side of the staircase to the bottom of the A site. Yet, somehow, just weren't able to go for that trade into the player towards spawn. Because again, that's 2 separate 2 versus 1 that they had at that spot. And look at this ult from Sacred. By the way, mind you, despite them losing that round, the combination from Core, this is twice in a row that it went for drone, stun off the drone, and then orbital strike off it. I just like that a little bit from how Core's combining this a little bit for their side of the double initiator with the orbital strike. So it's kind of cool to see. It's opening up some rounds at least for their side, but unfortunately, you can close it there in round number 9.
I want Kumi to be careful. I feel like there's a couple times his hip or his elbow is just sticking out from a corner and he gets picked. But ADG, they don't want to waste any time. But the Teo salvos and the drone force them out, and Core emerges from the smoke. And it's the op that keeps Core humble and in their plays. Chaotic is just playing duck hunt. The only thing that could save Core is if Kumi gets in the way. No, getting a little too greedy for these kills. Chaotic gets stopped. Now you know there's someone around the corner. ADG just playing the distance game, and Kumi sneaks up on them. ADG just had to hold the line.
I'm not even going to analyze that round. I'm so pissed off. Back to you.
All right. We'll get some therapy together, but it's Sacred versus Moose and Kumi, but no plan. This is a big moment for Sacred. They're stacked up, ready to go. Here's the plan. You just have to take down 1v1, and Sacred pulls it off. The patience, the clutch for ADG.
And that did not need to happen for the side of ADG, but I guess the end of the day, silver lining is that you're seeing that they're playing with a lot of confidence for ADG, and they don't mind if a couple of players are making some mistakes here and there. But this is that big thing. Look how Chaotic does not care about the util that comes forward. This is the second time that he also disrespects the crap and swings out for an op kill and even reaches out for more, which is perfect because you're not playing an op that allows for you to escape freely because you're playing a raise. So just try to take your 1 and 2. The support cast behind you is going to be able to trade that out. So that was very, very nicely done by a Chaotic. Keep an eye out here as it continues on with this operator and also as a showstopper to work in this round 11. And they've also closed this gap. We got a 4-6 score line, and ADG is doing a very good job here to push these lines away from Core.
They're not push Chaotic over the edge. It's been really clean with the picks. Someone's elbow is about to get it. Oh, it's Derek's this time. And Chaotic able to satchel out. It's kind of like a budget chamber, if I'm real. Just get a pick and use some kind of mobility to get out, and pour lost in the sauce on, okay, let's maybe not push the side of the map with the op.
And they understand that as well, though, on how they're peaking for Core. It's the only unfortunate thing is that they're on an eco here with a mixed buy. We'll talk about it in a bit, though, because we do have another walk contact attempt up towards this B site where Chaotic once again rotates at the right spot.
I like that smoke, though. That'll force a reposition, and Core need to get ahead of this. Oh, Chaotic. Yeah, doesn't care about your smokes. Not nervous at all. Just don't know what's on the other side of it. Big surprise. Core just cannot establish themselves. Now, this is the hue we wanted to see. A 3K for the Neon, and ADG just one step closer to tying it up.
I almost feel like now you're able to. I think they were attempting it before here for Core with Kumi on the op before, but Kumi's now going to the rifle. But what I'm trying to underline is you see these tight angles that a raise op has to take versus, for example, a chamber or a jet or a waylay, for example. You could be a little bit more out in the open, play off angles on picks. Now this time around, if you kind of have an idea of where Chaotic could be posted up, it allows for you to have like some more easier jiggles, pre-fire shots, push him off that line instead of really trying to go for the drone to push him away, or try to mix that up a little bit to not give a chance here for Chaotic to get a good position here with this op.
And you can all fight Core and Spawn. They're just using Derek salvos every time. And how about that? Shaking things out the rolling thunder. The showstopper to end it all. The last round of the half, and Core barely have left Spawn. And now they don't have the spike. That's pretty important in a game of Valorant. And Derek, I mean, he did his job. Step number 1, salvo the hallway. I don't think step number 2 was his whole team dying. And now Hugh, he's just kind of baiting for his team. Here's the firing squad.
Oh.
That'll just end the half now 6-6. What a turnaround for ADG.
Yeah, they wanted to give Chaotic the ace because why the hell not? This guy's been on fire for the last couple of rounds. You're talking about Recoil. When they were struggling in our first few rounds, he was the one who was able to keep things alive. But look at that. The pathing at the underpass with the amount of times here that for the side of ADG, they played 4-1 splits, leaving Moose solo on aggressive lurks. Then he finds his timing once again and then gets the pick off with the showstopper. Huge round by Chaotic with the pathing and what he's able to find with his zone timings on that defense. And we talked about how this composition should be better for them on the attack side because you don't have to scan for too much and it can be fairly explosive around this double duelist with the breach support. This might bode dangerous now for QoR on their defensive side.
Finally, ADG got the fights they wanted running this double duelist. Now you put them on attack. Woo, everybody better get out of the way, but through the north side this time. Send Sacred off on their own, the opposite side of the world. Smoke's getting established here for Note. Just 2 on this site. Hey, ADG not liking what they're hearing, and they're deciding to pull towards Sacred, who hasn't seen or heard. There's no utility at A. It seems safe, but ADG don't even seem sure. 3-2 split right now. It all depends on what this first pick. Fly at the corner. Beautiful connection on the headshot. And couldn't finish off his food. It's a 1-to-1. But Sacred at 26 HP is hearing all this stomping from QoR rotating in. ADG want to get planted quick. And Hugh, at least he gets ahead. The frontline presence is there. Salvo's caught. Nice. And Derek repositions to avoid getting shot at. Now Hugh, right at the front door, bodyguard, and the swing, beautifully timed, synchronized by QoR, annihilates ADG, leaves them with nothing for the post plant. Maybe the plant is the only thing you will get. Wait a minute, Sacred is a laser, and he could save this. He went 1 for 1, 26 HP, and you just haven't put much more of a dent than that. A 4K to save ADG.
Both our ciphers are owning right now. Moose with a couple of clutches in the past, or 1 big clutch in the first half, but this time Sacred with a big 4K. I was actually surprised. The double drop when he used the camera and saw 2 players on the south side. That was a perfect moment for them to sell a fake back towards A so you could plant towards B. Yet they tried to fight towards main, force the issue, lose all the fights, but Sacred comes up big for that round and puts ADG in the lead for this first map, where I don't think it was going to be that case, seeing how QoR was so dominant in the first quarter of this game.
Being down 1-6 and being in the lead is insane. ADG, momentum, the heroics from the recoil 3 or 4Ks to now Sacred coming in big. As Marshall, they cut off, spot the barrels, but it didn't see that one coming. Through all the obstacles too. Note floored. Moose having to take a safer approach so you can at least stack up with your team, but Flya just thought he was safe being so far away from the action, and no one is safe if ADG are feeling this confident. As Moose does some resistance, but now you're just cornered like a dog and cannot be biting back. Sacred, he's running, and you can't hide from that either. No one can kill Sacred. This is main character energy right now, and Kumi is just gonna hide out and go down with the ship.
They should let Recoil chase this time around too, because Sacred was running around like basically a stake gun in Painkiller, using the Marshall as a no scope. Let me just get a stake to your chest. But Recoil is actually 2 away here from his Rolling Thunder, but instead they're just going to let the last player just lose the spike, because this is still a pretty good bonus round that they're going to carry over into the next, not having to expend any of the armor or most of their armor and rifles into the next round. So all they need is utility. But what a big round by Sacred coming in once again. The space that he gains out of this one too. Now he's able to have the neural theft for the next. Look at this. Marshall no scope, stake gun, Painkiller.
Yeah. At least you know what weapons ADG are gonna have. Maybe this changes your approach when it's a Marshall walking you down, which you would think you would have something else to say, but Sacred has this 1 shot, 1 opportunity, and he takes it. QoR have some armor against that at least. And Moose is going to give a better heads up, but through the backside, Moose is now going to have to respect that distance. ADG also have to jump through some hoops in the name of Cypher trips, and Kumi goes through spawn. Sacred dances around his own cage, hoping to cage the duelist, and that's huge for Sacred. He's 1-1, can't get the upgrade, but will call out the flank coming through spawn.
I love the attempt. You cage it out, you bait out the player. If you were able to survive a bit, you throw that hat for the full information. Even if he loses his life, he heard the flash at the beginning. There was a fault line that was used, and then Derek pushed over on that side. So they know that they stacked 3 players from core on that A site first. It's weak towards B, so they could go for this 4 versus 1/2 on this B take.
Right, Chaotic leads the way. Be able to call out the positions of these last 2 players from core, who won't be able to do much than hear the plant go by. Swing here from Hugh to Rolling Thunder just to keep core in their seats. Cypher trip goes off, but core could not retaliate unless Derek comes out from an angle. ADG is just trying to shut it down with the neon wall, but once that goes down, so do the rest of ADG. Oh my god, core finally having some signs of life after I thought this was a one-sided game at the beginning.
Yeah, huge applaud too from Moose, being able to push down again, finding his timings on that south side, covers up the tree, and then plays behind his trip. So as they rush up the Rolling Thunder, they thought that they had 2 players dead to rights at the bottom side of B. One of them gets hit by the trip, the second player couldn't break it, so they lose all that timing. And as they're so focused to try to take down and break trips, the lurk comes in from Canteen off that rotate, and you stop here. ADG's good setup on the post plant that should have been theirs when they have such a huge ult that they could turn around in their favor for that victory of a round. But core keeps it close. Although, I'll bet bonus round for ADG, they could still have a very good rifle round this time around here too with full shields. We have a judge in play though this time around from Moose, who's going to just lock up the B side heaven.
Looks like ADG just trying to steamroll into A, and there's some really good suppression from Flya in tandem with Derek having to time these salvos well. And ADG, they don't stick around. They play so fast, they play so aggressive and in your face. And core, you need to layer up to stop the beasts of ADG. They are having some presence on the site. Sacred will lead that charge with the information from the neural theft. He knows what to watch, when to attack. Speaking of that, Gumi and the judge. There's 2 judges too, and surprise, man, that usually guarantees a kill. At least you can trade if you're core. By the skin of their teeth, they're still alive in this round. 1 versus 3. At least Moose has a rifle, and might be nice to just keep this for the next. Not looking winnable.
Yeah, but very nice. Dude, these ciphers are really good. I'm gonna keep the compliments up here for these 2 guys, because the shot that Sacred got to get the hat info, but look at the space that he gains after. He throws that trip towards spawn, he goes on a jump up, so that means he locks down the rotate from north side and from spawn. You're forcing to rotate towards the rafters of Sands. That gets the 2 players ready from the pinch, the bait and switch from the door of Sands on the top of the rafters. There's just no way for core to lock themselves back into the A site and attempt to go for the defuse. It's just a little things, but little micro things that allows for you to get such a comfortable position in these post plant scenarios here for ADG, thanks to Sacred's play right over here. So look at this. It's a nice little bait and switch. They also made some noise for core, which I didn't like when they were walking up to re-clear that spot. And yeah, you're starting to see here the first timeout being called by core, because again, it's starting to fall away and slip away from their grasp, especially now that they have to deal with so much aggression from Chaotic, Q, and Recoil.
And you have what, money for 1 rifle, if that, and Moose dropped his in the last round, so you just are working with sticks and stones on the core side. But ADG, I mean, what a wake-up call it was to have that timeout. There was just quite a speech, and whatever that is, that saved ADG, because they're 3-1 in this half, so this is a good time for core, especially with the ults they have coming up.
And when you think about it too, the first half you had Recoil, I think, at 10-4, and everybody else had like 4 kills, 3 kills. I think Chaotic was like 0-4. And then suddenly op kills, and then Sacred clutches, and then everybody's really owning so far. And if anything, Q is just doing an excellent job just adding that support for Chaotic. We've seen a lot of these happen as well recently in the VCLs, where the neon is not necessarily the same type of neon as we see in the VCTs, where you're going to abuse a judge and try to cut corners. he's still rifling, still trying to create space for the team as well for the rest of ADG to move in. So it works out in that type of play style, which is why here in a lead still by 2.
Moose may have been hurt. I don't know, but he's going to try and play a deadly game of hide and go seek. ADG being as quiet as a mouse as well. Camera from Moose. Should be able to see this. At least you have a 2-3 approach from ADG. See how much they want to commit utility-wise when people are going to be relatively unaffected by it. Big question is, if Moose gets a pick, does that inspire QoR to use ults?
Ooh, got the timing off the cam too. They could walk forward and probably pick him off now.
Oh, Sacred. Yes, the outlaw, the 2 shots, the 2 kills. And that feels like that seals the deal for the round, getting to double digits. Now you're just really ruining QoR. This is what, the second round that Sacred's got a 4K. It is against pistols, so I don't know how hype I want to be about that. But just going forward, like you said, the Sentinels are doing a fantastic job.
Dude, this was the opportune moment for Hugh to get some free kills. In an anti-eco, 2 players are fault line, yet Sacred still comes out and steals these skills away from him. Although I say this candidly, but as a joke, I think it's still very good that Sacred picks up these frags. I would even think that Hugh let him pick it up because he's also, once again, 1 away from getting a neural theft, which would be a huge moment to get, especially on the info you're trying to get after a pick here, if you can. Because especially now that Kumi has the operator for this round, you're seeing that QoR is a little bit more turtled up too. So if you're able to get that hat out, get an identification. Oh, here's a trap play. They're dead.
They couldn't figure out which. Do you run? Do we go forward? Do we escape? Like, so caught. A massive Armageddon from Derek. It's always been such a smart initiator, and finding the gap. Sacred at least the 1 shot, but Derek with the cherry on top. What a round for QoR, all thanks to Derek.
Yes, right. I didn't even think about what they could do here for QoR when we saw what they had available in terms of ults, and I'm going to keep holding that thought because this time you have Rolling Thunder, you're 1 away from an orb as well. This could be something that they might want to try to take over here for QoR at the beginning of these rounds, where you have an orbital strike available if you pick up an orb, and then you can have another one of those combos of Flya, Derek, and Note to just take a free one at the beginning of these rounds. But this was kind of sick what we just saw here on that previous round. There was no way to scale away or forward from that Armageddon on the top dish.
Chaotic. I mean, if there's a fight in these tight hallways, that showstopper really do some damage. So Rolling Thunder, you really want to pull the trigger when they're committed in that hallway, trying to get eyes. Ooh, the satcheling through the Rolling Thunder to try and halt ADG. And everyone's on board for ADG, but they leave the hallway as QoR continue to invest, and Recoil and friends head the other way.
Dude, that was so hilarious. The Rolling Thunder saved him from the showstopper. At least he got traded out. But yes, you have to pivot back towards this B site though, and its moves have been amazing so far.
Sacred. Oh, the barrel spotted, and that means the neural theft. This really sets ADG back. QoR in the shadow. You have the information, but do you have the shot? Recoil with no cover at all. Flya reads him. And ADG just have Muddy left. Big cut off, and better reaction at the end there from Moose. QoR, keep it within 1.
They tried to stall as much as they could there after getting that plant. The molly prevents the value of Moose with the neural theft. You saw the aftershock. I thought even we're going to try to Rolling Thunder, but it was a 2 versus 4. It's nicer for ADG to save this ult going to the next round. Look at this. It launches Derek up. He's got 10 HP after. Yes, he still gets traded out, but it allows for Flya on the top of Raptors just to drop 2 kills himself and get these and get the hold off Sands. So that was still pretty good in the end, where it should have been fairly oppressive, especially when Kumi missed his op shot at the beginning of the A main. That could have been bad news here for the rest of QoR, should ADG were able to open up here more cleanly towards the Sand side. But unlucky on the combination. And actually it seems like it was a defensive, Rolling Thunder, because Regal still has his in this round right now. So that said, potato, it's still a 1 round differential between these 2 teams, where, as I was just trying to mention before, saving this Rolling Thunder for this round for ADG could be kind of huge, and not try to waste it on a 2 versus 4, because the ult cycles that you have now for QoR has dwindled down, where they only have 1 in their favor for Note. So you have a chance here to swing it back into your favor.
And depending on where this fight takes place, this orbital strike could get a ton of value here from Note. Be high value ult for a map like this with how enclosed some of the fights can be. Was it the first op from QoR, at least the first one I've noticed, and you just saw how crazy chaotic was on the defense. How important that B hallway is.
Yeah, and sorry, it looks like we might try to drone here towards that tree. You still have the cross cut with the fault line from Sands, and then your orbital strike, and then have the neon run down. Everything is like going into perfection in terms of what they're trying to plan to do here. But looks like they were able to avoid that crab, which is really good here for ADG.
Up the huge road, a Sacred just yeets a cage, finds himself in a corner, and Money tries to trade, but there's just more manpower from the core side. And the late orbital strike from Note does not do too much. ADG are at least on B, but with no one to protect the recoil, man. QoR have a game plan, and they adjust, and post timeout, we find ourselves in a tie game.
And the idea was still there. You still use the orbital strike for that south side, and you still tried to crunch forward. Although there was nobody there after. Everybody came from arcade right after, but Note was already playing from generator. No smokes to cover his tracks. It was easy for him to get this pick and even the punish onto Hugh. I mean, look at this. The stall came up from one side. You had the fault line. You had even the relay bolt with the orbital strike. That's so oppressive to play against here if you're starting on the south side, and thankfully they didn't at the start here for ADG, but we still have that 10-10 scoreline. We still have a lot of ults available, though, for ADG. They could still maintain the lead here in this game.
QoR have 3-round win streak, though. The wind is in their sails, and Moose puts up some suppression. He gets pushed off the angle. ADG off of Hugh's speed. He's at 21 HP, though. It's somehow Chaotic is the one who eats that shot, and Hugh's going to have to dip. You don't have enough in the tank to fight against the op right now. So maybe it's the fight against time. There's all types of noise from Kumi, and tries to just peek with the op slowly. He's got friends, and was it the trip got him? No trades. It's all chaos. You have the orbital strike too from Muddy. Now it's just left on this crossfire from Recoil and Muddy, but they're split off because of the cage. Muddy doesn't need anybody else. The cape on his back. Recoil there too. ADG with the lead.
That was very nice for ADG towards the end, because when they were trying to set up, I was like, oh crap, they're actually not in a good position here to play the pulse plan. You would assume you play a Molly lineup, an orbital strike, a rolling thunder to just play the clock, and that's your win con. But they stayed on site. They tried to trap back around the trip that was set by Sacred once again on the top of rafters this time around. And they're able to get superb trades and then keep those players surprised, anchored up on a crossfire inside the A site instead of playing towards main. And it felt like QoR was not ready for that in the pulse plant scenario. So a lot of rounds were expended, a lot of ults were expended. We're back with Kumi with the opener.
Kumi, does he escape? Oh, he's going back in.
No
whoa,
way.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's calm down.
Nice
Let's calm
shot.
down. All of ADG are there, but Chaotic, stoic as ever. ADG have to cross through the smoke, and they want to be ready to do so together, but no throws a molly and a wrench into the gears as ADG keep the machine turning. Also, with the spikes, what's going to be planted? The salvos from Derek made things difficult. That was a leg up for QoR. Start poking and prodding through the smoke. Faker tries to get an angle up, and the double push from the defense. Needed nobody would be the king of the hill. And Derek throws him just as fast, 1v1. See if ADG get to match point. Will QoR tie it up? Derek, tap on the spike, swigs out. It's wide. It's Sacred. It's just better match point for ADG.
Sacred once again from that spot from Sands. Not a 4K this time around, but got his value with the neural theft, and then isolated the 1v1 on the top of the scoreboard now at 24 and 13. Man, this side of ADG are looking really good so far from top to bottom with these hero plays. It was a nice attempt, though. I love the shot from Chaotic, fully stunned onto the overdrive that Kumu was able to try to retake on that A main, and that really opened up that round for ADG to get into the site. A nice attempt, but they're now at map point, and the money is not good for QoR.
And this is an ADG who are 0-2 on this map, looking for their first win after dropping to YFP and M80. QoR, they picked this map, and they really pick wrong. They've adapted well off the timeouts. Now it's the time to show up or show yourselves out. Moose, barely dodging. Oh, the boom body felt like his hand was forced. And how about this? Popping everyone up with the Rolling Thunder as Flya looks to change his mind and change his weapon, and Muddy trades just as good. It's Flya's 7 HP.
Oh no.
To save QoR, his last breath dissipates, and ADG take Fracture for their first time, 13-10.
And what a victory coming in from ADG, and what a way to gain confidence moving into the next map here for Azure Dragon Gaming. When you're trailing behind 1-6, able to tie things up on a 6-6 scoreline and somehow close this first map in your favor. I'm not gonna lie, I think at the end of the day, despite the composition from both teams, this was still a very good match of Valorant. I don't think I saw too many big shenanigans. It was a lot of big outplays and hero plays that was needed from a lot of these players, from timings off aggressive pushes, from clutches on 1v1s, and from just, again, hero plays from some of these players as well that we've seen inside the server that allowed for us to have such a banger of a first map. Again, this is a match where the winner of this goes into the playoffs. The loser, sorry, still has another fighting chance, but you still want to try to qualify ASAP.
You do not want to go to that last round because that's when pressure and nerves get to you. But a 1-6 deficit, I don't think ADG got the nerves to tie it up 6-6 in the half and go all the way. That is insane. They take their first win on Fracture on QoR's map pick. And up next, we have Breeze. And I know the desk had a lot to say about these comps, so we'll go visit them. We'll see you after.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got Wade looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all in
know, there are some things in life that you can just always count on, right? You know, you always can count on the sun coming out the next morning. You can always count on, you know, water boiling, the, you know, clutch box moments. But also what I think you can count on the most is ADG never being out of it and always staying in it, stealing a map pick away from QoR. Welcome or welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Shayo and Athena on the desk. And if you're just joining us, go back a little bit. You don't have to be live with us right now. You can join us a little bit later. You need to go watch this VOD. Go back, because I think if you are core gaming, Shayo, you're a little flabbergasted by this, because you were 6-1 up on your map pick of Fracture, a map that we have not seen. There is literally no tape of you, and then all of a sudden you lose this map handedly, pretty much to ADG.
Absolute control, I think, is what they had. We were watching it from the desk perspective, completely writing off the game, especially even after the pistol. I know we love to overreact and meme, but things looked so nice for the side of QoR on their wave in the very beginning. But after that, like you mentioned, Liz, ADG kind of buckled down. QoR making some silly mistakes on their attack side, sometimes pushing through angles and smokes that they just shouldn't have whatsoever. And the ultimate usage was just a bit better on the side of ADG, Athena. They really just brought it back.
Yeah, it feels like after that timeout, winning those 7 rounds in a row, they really figured something out. And for me, it was like what you said, Shayo, a lot of their ults, they snowballed a lot of that. They used their util to get a lot of that aggression. At first, I was worried for them. I was thinking they're playing a little bit too passive, ADG, but they full sent it. They started just playing on sites, even if they weren't super aggressive. And we saw a lot of that operator picks online, loads of clutches, and this really was a really good start for ADG. Coming back into it, even though they were a little bit cold, we love to see that.
I also want to mention that that comeback immediately started after that miraculous timeout they took after round 7. Because I don't know what was in that timeout, but boys, write that down. Because that was
Coach Kimmy, what did you say? Can you let me know?
Word for word, Shayo, am I right?
Actually, but on top of that too, when it just comes to the head-to-head as well, I feel like if you look at the stats, look at some of the highlights we were throwing up too, QoR was even in control when they were losing the game. I think it just came down to individual player performance at the very end. There were rounds where people were getting 3Ks, 2Ks. There was a flipped Thrifty as well from the side, I think, of Sacred with the Sheriff that just kind of brought that game back to life once more. Everything when it came to the side of QoR was working, but the ADG bandwagon, although the wheels might have been falling off, was just pushing faster than the QoR vehicle there. Honestly, it's a very surprising win for me. I'm liking the fact that I think this team just might be a bit more experienced, again, individually in certain moments. There were things, though, on both sides, I feel like, Athena, that still need work on this map in the future for these teams.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, ADG starting off stronger, making sure they're a little bit more aggressive in order to get that op online a lot faster would do wonders for them. And I think for QoR too, I mean, they had a really solid game plan. You could tell they wanted to get into those post-plant positions. You could tell that Moose was getting a lot of those entries too on the other side of the map. A lot of really good lurk timings, but it was just the fact that they couldn't close out and trade a lot of the time. So definitely working on their spacing is a big thing, and also working on their peaks, making sure they're going together, because ADG, like you said, Shayo, they abused getting a lot of those multi-frags. They abused a lot of that spacing issue, and they just managed to win it out. I think for QoR, they really need to work a little bit too on their ult usage, because sometimes it was just fired a tiny bit too early, not ready for the rest of the team to come in. But again, this is the first time that we've seen QoR play Fracture in a very, very long time. So I think it was a really solid start for them. And I think this is a really good foundation for them going forward on this map too.
I do want to highlight Note. We highlighted Note and Note popped off. We were right about that.
Oh, yeah.
move forward. Also, you knew it was getting serious when I put my hair up and Shayo took his hat off. That's when you knew that we were like really in the game.
You took your hat off?
I took my hat off. We gotta lock in.
We gotta lock in. Look at this game. You know what I mean?
Cam, set it up. Let me
QoR, beautiful. Oh my God, conductor, stunning. But I mean, QoR, this is QoR losing their map pick, right? And so it is a super, not scary, but it is a bit frightening to see. But we do have a Philips Norelco head-to-head ready for you guys to show you exactly how this match kind of evened out with how we saw things go down. And it is Sacred versus Chaotic. We highlighted Chaotic, and then Sacred, Athena, just said, hold my drink, like hold my coffee. I'll show you how it's done, and just had some incredible clutch moments.
Literally, these two are, I want to say, arguably one of the main reasons why ADG won this map. Shayo talked about how they were winning in a lot of the multi-frags, and these two were those main culprits. Chaotic, he had such a slow start, but once he got that operator online, he was the reason for so many of those rounds, getting those opening picks, or at least trading the opening picks and making sure that they get a lot of that information on that defensive side. And then you follow up with the mid round, lots of scrappy fights going on both sides for both these teams. And then Sacred just comes in and drops 3 kills. I think it was back-to-back, round 12 and 13. He was just going off. Oh no, sorry. 12 was the chaotic arcade alt round, but he had 2 rounds where he's just back-to-back dropping 3Ks, dropping 4Ks, and it did not matter. He was like the cleanup crew in this situation, Shayo.
Yeah, chaotic from the side of that. Just talk about that ult round too. Never seen it from bottom arcade. Like, that's actually so creative from the team. But in general, the stuff these guys fought through as well, like Sacred, yes, had god timings, tripped up on a few of them. Some of the scaling through like arcade, pushing your own cage, you know, not turning the gun a little bit and then getting punished for that. On top of that, chaotic, I've never seen a Raze get scanned more by a Tejo drone, yet still be able to frag out. I think there was one showstopper stopped as well in that moment. Might have been another at some point too, almost just ruining the entry in. But the actual weight on the shoulders of chaotic to make that space, you know, how he wasn't having the best game overall on Neon, he did so much. And then for Sacred to be able to control a lot of the game as well, especially on that defensive side, is huge for ADG's comeback. I'm liking that there's like a front door and a back door to the team right now that is absolutely locked and closed. It feels like QoR cannot get through how they were in the very first portion of this game. We also mentioned on the map veto that this was a very important, or I guess a very easy map for QoR to end up winning out. Now they're in the pressure seat. Now they're getting kind of cooked because these 2 players really pop this map open and have this Breeze looking even more like a vacation for the team, Athena.
Oh yeah, if they keep this up, like that op getting online on Breeze is going to be really scary. But I think also the way that ADG just played in general, pushing a lot into spawn, denying a lot of that space too, that was Sacred. You don't expect your Cypher to be the person taking space in a post plant into the middle of their spawn. Like, there's so many of these small little plays, these micro plays that are just making the rounds look so much easier for ADG, and it's so much harder for QoR to get back into it.
Yeah, when you mentioned that as well, I'm remembering some of the gaps that QoR had in their gameplay as well, where you saw like how you walking up like right beside Moose, I think it was, who was going like downstairs into that little arcade tunnel. If that's happening on Fracture a lot, if we're leaving gaps there, Breeze, I feel like, I know it doesn't have 4 lanes, but it's a bit of a bigger map overall, right? Like, you can leave gaps on this one too for lurkers to get active. QoR, starting on defense, really have to make sure to lock things down, Liz.
Yeah, I think when you kind of look at the maps that we have here, especially just kind of like, let's go back, let's like zoom out a little bit, right? QoR loses their secret map pick, essentially, of Fracture. That's not great. You also lost it pretty handily after they made an adjustment, Athena. And then you go to Breeze, where, you know, this is, I think a lot of things can happen on Breeze where things change, especially with certain comms that we've seen, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. That you, if I'm QoR, I'm a little scared right now.
I mean, listen, Shayo, Liz, you guys gambled that QoR was going to win, right? With that Fracture. And I gambled that ADG was going to change their comp on Breeze. And they did. Chaotic on the Jet, Hugh on the Neon.
That's literally what I said. That's literally what I said.
It is. That's literally what you said.
Yeah,
you did actually call it. And now I'm feeling so much more impressed with my own prediction. Me and Vansily, we're just knowers. We are knowers. We know ball, because this is a comp that's going to prey on the fact that they had a lot of that momentum now going into this. They're going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more confident. They're not going to overextend, because they showed us in that previous map that they are more likely to play passive, even though they have that double duelist comp. That being said, Moose on the Vice is really scary, Shayo.
Yeah, Vice has been like I think we've just had an insight on from a lot of teams from this past week inside Americas on the tier 1 level. A character that's been in the business to stop Neon, to stop some of the dive that's been coming in. A very meta agent that hasn't been infecting too much of the challenger scene. And right now, if Moose is on it, the way that this guy anchors and slow plays the map, it's going to be a bit scary. Flya as well on the Harbor. This is a complete switch up, I believe, from QoR on this Breeze map. I think they're tapping a bit more into the G2 vibes of things. I don't see a Viper as he don't smoke harbor. I'm thinking that's the way that you approach this map if you want to scrap up a little bit. We were also, it's so much stuff that's been happening on the desk we've been talking about, but Astra back for note as well. One of the best anchor players having this agent. I feel like QoR get to play their superpowers. Azure Dragon Gaming get to fly high now with their double duelist lids. It's all going to be strength versus strength in this Breeze matchup.
I am so excited for Breeze. Guys, remember, this is ADG's pick. If they win, they have qualified for playoffs. So they are one map away. QoR have to take it to a map 3, and I can't wait anymore. So Lemon, Kiwi, and Vincili, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Liz. ADG rise from the ashes to take map number 1, their first win there, and to, well, surprise us all. I mean, the predictions were pretty back and forth, and you got the double duelist on attack. It's a good day to be an ADG fan, Vincili.
Yeah, definitely a good day, but on the side of QoR, this is another big test, right? They've tested their limits going into the Fracture where they never played it before. This time, exactly what Shiro's mentioned before, bringing a G2 composition to this, who actually in the VCTs most recently got a 13-6 victory over Leviathan. And how good this composition is just how good it is for flood retakes at the same time. Think about how Moose is going to stall a lot of these rushes if he's setting up here towards the A site, but it's just the high tide retakes is something that's very, very impressive to deal against for any attackers in these close fight scenarios. So keep an eye. Maybe you're going to see a lot more of QoR retake style, kind of like what GP was doing in the past, or we'll see if they're going to try to play things differently from this composition as well. That said, to start, ADG's on the attack, and this is where QoR has a chance to shine. Smoke towards the bottom to look to fight at that spot.
Oh, just, man, squabbling up already. ADG put down 2, and Note anchors as best as he can to trade. And it's just a death match in the middle of the map. We're talking about all these agents, all the util, but it's the shots that are louder. And Kumi manages to evade. Any kind of clap back from ADG. No recon, no eyes. You don't know how close Kumi could be at the angle. Drops the spike. Wait, Kumi could pull it off. And Sacred is stable as ever to give ADG the pistol.
It was close. Once again, came one of those where Sacred had to win another 1v1 to give a chance for ADG to win that round. It almost felt to kick things off, though, the smoke down towards bottom middle. I don't necessarily think that it's missed, but because there's an opening for you to swing 2 guys through a smoke and also through the revolving or through the door hatch, it makes it difficult for the defense to really add that real pressure down towards that line. So it started off with some great trades on the side of ADG. Kumi did whatever they could do here towards the A side hold. But again, it came down to that 1v1. A great start once again for ADG as they're continuing on from, the heavy victory that they got on that previous map, the huge comeback they had to take control of the lead, and then also closing out that first map. Now, QoR are looking to just suppress here. Look at their position on the top side of B. They're trying to play the contact off the neon, flash, and then go for a relay bolt, and then punish potentially this lurk from Sacred on this left side.
Sacred, you've seen what he could do with the Marshall, and catching the elbow of Kumi punishes once again, and there's a layered defense flash out. And, ooh, I thought Sacred was going to clip his wings, but Moose removes the lurk, and ADG committed as ever.
Oh, no
and
way.
Flya stops you, trips up over his laces. And Derek now has to play behind cover, but ADG are crossing the line, and Derek draws the line back down in the sand. And ADG, this was an anti-eco. QoR have stolen it all away with a thrifty.
Dude, all with classics. And this is the second time, unfortunately, from the first round to the second, where I've noticed really in a POV that Hughes slides, gets first contact, and just gets denied. But this time, Hughes slides and gets denied, but this time it's from a classic from Flya. We get a double classic kill from Derek, who switches away, by the way, from the Jet duelist opening that he started his debut on the VCL on this map. But 2 beautiful kills with the classic in the middle of the pyramids. It just didn't allow here for ADG to really set up here towards this A site, because they lost a Vandal on top of that when you got that kill from that side of Flya.
Okay, no Sacred, no fun, and no Viper wall to play with for ADG, so nothing to cover your tracks except now the defense holding their half of the site, and that danger that lurks. ADG have to take this fight head on, and now the mid cut from QoR, and just slicing and dicing through the sheriffs of ADG to bring QoR a flawless round.
And look how annoying that is. The high tide comes up. It takes a long time before it comes down. I forgot the timing on that one too, but it's at least like 10 to 14 seconds or something like that So as you're walking across, you're getting slowed down. It's easy for Flyer to get the picks. If you decide to cancel and go through the middle pyramids, then you also already have the backup from back of orange, double doors. Very hard for you to get through on the eco to get the plant down here for ADG. Well, I don't think that's going to be the name of the game here for QoR of how they want to anchor up here towards this A site every single round. But look at the amount of utility is there to stall towards this B site, and that's where ADG is starting with their rifle round.
A lot of hoops to jump through with the buys, and you just try to jump through and over your problems. ADG having to step through some thorns. This can't be comfortable. QoR coming through the mid side off the recon, and man, Chaotic is a laser, as precise as ever. He gets two, and the plant in favor of ADG. Nothing for QoR much to do. They had almost a nice surprise timing, crossing through the smoke, and now Chaotic ends it for good. 3K and the op still kept.
Yeah, that's crazy that they're able to even get an off out on this round too. When you looked at what just happened a couple of rounds ago, when you had the eco come across from QoR, and then you know the anti-eco was really good, but they still had enough money to go for an operator on the attack side. That said, the stall was there for the defense for QoR, but they were both playing towards that half wall, and there was really no way to oppress the players that are being stalled and stuck by the razor vines at the entrance of that B site. Even the smokes from Muddy were kind of late to block that cross. There was an opportunity for QoR to get a couple of picks through, but the razor vine disappears. You have a 5-man stack now towards that B site. Nothing you can do here. So now QoR is back into an op versus op as Kumi pulls it out and is holding for a deep blind in the bottom of middle. Actually,
ooh, drone from QoR though. This could be an opportunity to cut off ADG before they advance, and it's already pretty limited when you lose your primary duelist on the front lines, and your other one is kind of sitting back with an op. QoR have divided now the map and feel good in this round.
And you got such good stalls too. Now you got the smoke for 20 seconds in front of that A main, so that's gonna block the vision for ADG. They have to refocus for the re-hit towards this B site. Kumi still stays with the op in the back of B. They really have their lanes covered.
Gonna have to go for a lurking play, contact, and now vision fades to black if you're Sacred. It's usually good for those 1v1s, but you're going into the unknown, and Kumi knows something is wrong, and ADG are divided by the Vise util. Easy for Chaotic to kind of slow it down. A lot of nooks and crannies on this B site. Still try and explore. Here at the very back is Kumi with the op. Just the one shot that they need to get QoR a leg back into this site. And Recoil, who barely kneecapping that duelist. Muddy. I like this aggression forward now with this teammate, but face back into the smoke, and QoR emerge, and that's the right time to strike and gives QoR the lead.
That was such a nice try and unfortunate timing too, as you're trying to reposition yourself, and then they're both trying to last minute pivot to say, no, let's actually double swing back into this wall and fight towards that spot, because you had a nice timing originally from the person moving up. You saw that cove pop up once again, and unfortunately you couldn't really see anything in the end, and that was Muddy finding this first timing. But look at his back pedals. That cove comes in towards that front side, protects his teammate, and his teammate can come out for the trade. So unfortunate there, but this is an early timeout for ADG as they're trying to figure out how they could play here against this Arbor comp from QoR.
Yeah, anything from ADG having to realize the Vise setup, maybe what's the trends there, to what do we do if we do get cut off? And I assume that's an easy adaptation. Can you have Sacred live on deeper into the round so you can play more of the map off of this Viper? Well, I think that would be the advantage of having a Viper versus the Harbor. Being able to fake around and not having Sacred that long means you're kind of going in without much protection into the A site. And the B has been very ironclad thanks to the Sentinel play for Moose, which, I mean, ADG are not going to have for their defense as much. But there's also some ults to consider, and a lot of them, actually.
Yeah. We'll have a chance to talk about the composition as well for QoR on the attack side. But for me personally, the theory around that of the Viper in a composition for the attack, they always throw that default wall that slices up the A side. You could still do that with Fly as a Harbor. You could still do that with Kumi, with the fast lane where you're trying to execute too, and on top of that still add Astra smokes for the executes. What this allows for you to do now is have extra utility, at least for the retake, for the flood retakes at the same time as well, and protect yourself on the defense. Look at this. You can't cross the middle right now to help for instant trades after Derek gets that pick.
You can't even trade because of the high tide kind of cutting things
exactly
off.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, QoR. Maybe didn't expect Sacred to be getting past this point. I like kind of these lurking plays from ADG. Just send someone like Sacred for those heroics. Listening in too. Maybe not going to take too much of a risk. Seems like ADG are heading his direction after really wishing you'd have Chaotic to jump into B with, especially when there's usually a lot of eyes util there.
Yeah. What I'm liking from ADG since it's timeout, though, is to make sure that step one, bait that wall on the B side. That allows now finally for you to maybe hopefully work that map a little bit better on your side for these late hits back towards B. If, for example, you get canceled out on this A side hit, you could still finish B and not get stalled by a wall. So I like that at least to start.
Ooh, Kumi. As resilient as ever. The opposite thread getting around it. Sacred floor. Good teamwork from Flya. And the adjustments when ADG pressure is there. And now that pressure is all gone. Nothing they could really do. Flawless too for QoR when there were things like a Hunter's Fury. There's overdrive. There's things for ADG to play with. But when you're a man down, it's not easy, especially when it's chaotic.
Yeah, and you also didn't even need to use your ults here for the side of Flya with the Reckoning to retake the side either. So this is very good in terms of QoR coming out with a strong defensive start. Now it's a lot of different things they have to worry about here too. Because of the comp that they're currently running or the way that they're executing on their default for ADG, they're not smoking top mid either. So they're kind of playing contact on elbow. It gets punished every single time here. So now they're just going to try to go for a 5-man hit on an eco round.
Yeah, I'd be worried because this is where you last saw the op from Kumi, but we have the X-ray. They don't. ADG testing the waters. Gonna have Q just play speed. That's the only thing they have to work with. They're even gonna throw the overdrive into the mix, so you just can't get any sight lines. There's so many smokes because of this damn harbor. And that's how you deal with one thing. Just spray and pray blindly now to the back line. Mid Hunter's Fury. Q with the Hail Mary and the prayers were answered. 3 versus 1. Thrift the opportunity for ADG and Muddy ends it. ADG pull it off.
Don't tell me this is how ADG is going to turn it around, because that timeout was not to drop that play. That was insane what Hugh just did. So he gets a lucky kill through what? 4 smokes on the back of right over here. There's like an Omen smoke. There's a High Tide. There's a Viper wall, and he still gets one, and then finds the perfect timing to catch 3 players on the exit on a retake for QoR. And on a Thrifty, eliminating 2 of the big ults for the retake too from Flyer and Derek is huge. But they still have to deal this time with the Cosmic Divide, with the Steel Garden from the side of Moose as well. But that was a great way for them to get that a little bit of confidence back here on what has to be a true test for them, because you're going to have to think on the fly. I'm pretty sure you don't scrim against it so far in VCL.
How can you scrim against what you can't see? QoR, though, they're so good at the chaos this time. If there isn't a Neon speeding into their backline, maybe QoR can keep under control, and you had to repurchase the up, and man, it's got value, especially in the hands of Kumi. ADG may have gotten a plant down, but once these walls all come down, who will be exposed? It's only 2 members of ADG against the army of QoR who begin their perimeter push, and Kumi catches recoil, taking a peek, not really playing for time, not playing for their lives either, playing for the surprise. And it's QoR that just get rid of you. And that means they're back on top and deny any kind of momentum from ADG on this point.
Yeah, it was a good snake bite at least thrown here on the post plan, but you're trying to win a 1 versus 5 in the end here for Sacred. I mean, he's been very good in the clutches throughout this series so far, but that was a little bit asking for too much on how good QoR started off their defense on that line. And the pathing was a little bit different for ADG this time around too. They realize now that every time they're trying to hit towards this A site, that High Tide is so tough to deal against, even a Cove or any Nebulas that they're trying to fight against on that A side, just on the right side bubble of that pyramid. It becomes so difficult for you to swing outside from behind there, because you know you have to clear so many angles from behind that smoke. So they path towards mid instead, between the pyramids, and you still have, again, as I mentioned before, 3 players holding from yellow towards the back of the mid double doors. It doesn't really allow for you to pull through with that. So now the timeouts, I'm wondering if they want to readjust potentially the Viper wall so that you could actually make it a little bit more opened up towards that orange, so that if you want to path between the 2 pyramids, you're not limited by your own Viper wall in front of your face. You still have some room to fight with at that spot. So I feel like if you want to try to do that type of readjustment to fight against here and press Flya on this defensive hold as this harbor, that could be a decent game plan to kick things off. But we'll just have to see here once we get back from this timeout.
And in 4 rounds, ADG have used 2 timeouts. So you're not going to have anything for the second half. And you want to get as many rounds as you can with the double duelist comp. Because with a big map like Breeze, I mean, ADG are just going to have to fight like hell, like they did on Fracture all the time on their defense, which is going to be a different approach there. But they really need to retaliate. And ADG, I mean, they made that comeback happen off of timeouts. So ADG building back up the confidence, skipping away, hopscotching through the site. Ping though, ADG. They got to cross the line together. And QoR, a good stop. And look, they give them so much space. They're going to drone back using Derek. You have the Steel Guard, and you have Cosmic Divide. With Kumi holding the up. Surely things go well for QoR. It's ADG just gonna play for the spike. They're not gonna push past that back half this time, at least not immediately, not until QoR get impatient and their hand is forced. But it's ADG with all 3 still in tow, and Recoil with a double shotgun kill. That's insane. 1v1 though. Was Recoil or a the sneak up from Moose, the 4K. How does QoR get away with that? With the time and then the
yeah, he'll eat it. He should be fine. He should be fine.
I got so scared.
He should be fine. Oh my god!
You
It's
jinxed it! You jinxed it! 0.01! It's this guy's fault.
It's me, Caster Curse. That shouldn't have happened. I felt like Moose definitely did hit that time, especially after just booking it with a knife out and just eating and tanking the molly. I was like, that split second. Also had that timing on Sacred. Saw the backstab. Saw him coming in around the corner on that right side of the pyramid. That was a free kill. But dude, you saw a little bit of that change of the wall. It isn't that much of a change, but you see that big difference that it makes. Look at how it's placed right now on that A site. They just angled it a little bit more deeper behind the double boxes right now, which allows the jet to scale behind that pyramid, and it can really pincer behind that A site pyramid. So keep an eye on that as we move in. Yeah.
Flyer just gets ran down. ADG decide not to flood through main and come in from all sides. Kumi on an island. Now no op, no raft, no fun. Moose, though, will at least cut off ADG's extension so that they can't flank around, wrap behind QoR. And it's not a great round, especially lose control of spawn. Derek gets it back just as quick, and Moose is nowhere to be found. So this would be, well, QoR not playing for the vibes and not playing for the win, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you already have a checkmate with Recoil having the Hunter's Fury set up towards his A main. So that doesn't really allow for you to go for these hero plays unless you're able to punish one of the players over peaking on that side. But Moose definitely saw it at the very beginning as they were finally able to react on the first taunt that they had on middle. It was too late for Moose to really move forward and rotate across to help out the team. So it really had to be on those players anchoring up on the A site to try to stay alive. Kumi tried to do as best as he could. I mean, they threw up the neon wall, tried to stay alive towards that spot. There's just too many players right now for ADG who are showing a lot of different variances around that again change of the Viper wall that's behind the double doors. This time they've done enough conditioning on the hit towards this A side that they went for the mid to A split, which works out in wonders here against QoR's setup. And now they can keep conditioning that. They realize right now that the Stars, Razor Vines, and the wall, it's always towards this B side, so let's just keep going where it ain't broken. And now you finally see the baby base set up. This wall should be set up here to cross towards bricks in the entrance, and you're going to try to slow things down a little bit better here. Actually, it's shown right into the A main.
ADG are fast equals good. I mean, that's what happened last time. And the trap has been sprung. You just staying as safe as ever.
Oh my god.
Hugh still just taps away at close. So now Flya has to secure the premises. He's basically solo. He's going to step past the Viper wall and be in this enclosed space. And even with 2 diving at him, Flya is still good for 1. Good paranoia too. I know, ADG. They have to push to the edge, and Recoil gives them the advantage. Huge play, and post timeout, ADG just continue to find success. They have the keys to victory as soon as they can sit down and talk about it. Note doesn't have anyone to talk to right now. He's in a 1 versus 4, and best chance is if he can take care of Recoil, force out ults, and QoR snuffs out 1. And that means ADG will have a lead with the last round in the half.
Now you even add an insert of Sacred on the lurk to get that backstab from the top middle. So there's, again, a lot of variances coming out here from this attack side. he even started from elbow to get all of this timing. But that said, a huge pick onto Moose to kick things off. It almost felt like they were trying to bait the wall. They missed, but it still works wonders because you were able to hide behind bricks, catch to rotate off guard with a knife out. And now they have no choice here for QoR. They're like, okay, well, all of our setups for stalling is not working out. Let's just fight into A main, and hopefully we get something out of this.
Get out of my way.
Here. Made ADG mad. Oh, look at this cascade down from QoR. Finally, they're the ones who take initiative, but the recon pings both. And now everyone's flying from ADG. And Derek gets two, but Hugh annihilates the walking bulldozer with the ace opportunity. Moose on his way. Hey guys, what happened? Any pizza left? ADG. I mean, they're planting and they're about to close the half 7-5.
Pizza's here, but it's getting cold. 3 guys opening up that side. The counter flash out from Muddy was huge. And again, another one of those maps where, I mean, it still won a pistol by ADG, but QoR looked like they had a good stronghold of the defensive half. Until now, ADG, the hit day is working out. Although, Moose, can't forget him in the clutch.
He's a veteran. He knows how to play this, but against time, I mean, you've cursed him before on time. 0.01. I remember the last time I saw that. And now you have to go and dig out ADG from this spot, and you just don't have time regardless. Sacred, just the nail in the coffin in that half. 7-5 for ADG. And so close to smelling playoffs.
Dude, do I remember Sacred throwing out a pit this half? I don't even think so. I think he held on to that the whole time because it never really needed to. Again, 8-8 hits where they always have power of numbers towards these pulse plant scenarios if QoR is not able to hold this back. But now we'll have to see the strength here of this composition on the attack side. This is what I mentioned before. It's like the Viper wall that doesn't exist on the attack side is not a big deal because you could do so much still with QoR's utility and QoR's composition here on the attack. And they're going to try to go fairly aggro at the beginning of this round here. You have this star towards door, a star towards the top. They could do a lot of replays out of this. It could be a recall and a stun into doors, or you just smoke it up and fight on the top and middle. Depends what you want to do here.
Shares from ADG, I mean, they've been so explosive on pistols, mainly Sacred. As the bubble comes down, you're looking to burst it metaphorically as the blind, but the jump scare from ADG. Hugh is alive and well, blossoming when ADG needed him to the most. Derek is taking care of business. Wait, clock in, clock out, but 10 HP. I mean, your shift is almost over, Derek. So Sacred, your shift is, you're fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired. You're all fired. What is going on? Derek 4K? What?
Mr. 4K, instead of a jet, does it on a Silva this time around too, and with the classic. How did he do that? How did he do that? There's no way he should have lost that. The confidence had to come through for ADG. They all said, "There's got 10 HP, guys. Just clean him up." And somehow he whiffs all the shots. They whiff all the shots against him, and he wins it. But this, even if the paranoia didn't get too much value here for the side of ADG, it did disrupt a lot for the side of QoR to really get some value on their mid take by fighting inside and out of the cove. But man, Derek just kept that game alive here for QoR. There's a chance.
Yeah. So you cursed ADG. I just cursed ADG. You know, I don't know why we're here. But
yeah.
QoR gonna slow
We're just
things
reacting
down.
to the action, man. We're just here for the moment. Yeah.
We're just here for the vibes. And ADG, or sorry, QoR, now with an Outlaw, Guardian, a lot of firepower in mid. And you know ADG are an aggressive team who like to fight at all times. And especially when they have these lower buys. Now you got the drones scoping out B.
And only Hugh made noise here, so QoR is still afraid that there's potentially a stack on this A side, so you played safe. I'm down for this. You have an Outlaw to work with. Just peek, go for the info.
Quick dip out there from Hugh. As Harbor allows QoR to walk up as Hugh's waiting for just a swing out, and then there's both sides that you have to watch on the cross. And QoR just stick to their guns, stick to their half of the high tide. ADG, oh, geez, on the other side of hell, and No picks up his second kill at a distance and roaring away. QoR can also cut through mid. He got moves to just kind of end this a bit quicker. Nope, never mind. Well, why do I speak? Chaotic, just quick as lightning. Recoil and Chaotic working together, but at this point, I think the ship has sailed. We're about to go down with it. Flya quicker than Chaotic. Recoil with these taps, man. Kind of crazy. But that's where the journey ends. That means QoR will tie it up 7-7.
Not sure what weapon Derek lost in that moment, but I think it's still fine for him to chase that kill and lose it. He's getting close to his Hunter's Fury 2 after a 4th game in the first round. That was kind of huge. Evan QoR getting a lot of kills through smokes as well. You just saw it on the replay. But outside of that, back to a rifle round for ADG. Not enough to go for an operator. No outlaws as well. So this still bodes well for QoR in their bonus. They have Guardians, 3 Guardians. So this is the nature of this map as well. So you're looking to battle here. But the wall's watching that flank, so it feels like this is going to be a B2B for the side of QoR. And starting off with some elbow control.
Ooh, Kumi gets caught off guard. Hugh with the timing. What happened, Kumi? You were at the tip of the spear and you've been blunted. And ADG, get to sit back, kick back, and go on vacation. Does QoR have to pick up the mantle now? At least you traded with Hugh, so it's not over for QoR. But that's got to be a punch in the gut. They still want to redirect towards B, and as long as Recoil watches mid, you'll see it all coming. QoR and ADG are also working towards spawn, so QoR are kind of waiting for these smokes to expire and not feeling very inspired themselves.
Yeah. All that Recoil has to do right now is to stay alive on top of middle, and after getting that pick, that's huge. But everybody's kind of cornered here, and especially getting that kill on Moose, it allows now for the backstab to get activated from Chaotic. They're finding a good timing here. It's for QoR now that has to start moving a little bit more quickly.
Or maybe just going to try and jump into some of these stars to plant, and all Sacred has to do is live.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and that's how spawn gets work there from Chaotic. ADG back in the lead. But, I mean, this could easily be traded back and forth. We're playing the long game here.
100%. And I don't think QoR, well, definitely, they did not expect the second player to flank behind. But to get 2 players caught up like this, how fast he moved up towards the elbow and then just turned into the box instead of maybe keeping gun out or maybe sacrificing your life because you are the neon to try to create space so that your teammates can trade with you. So with Kumi dying, and I think that was Fly with the spike secondly, that cancels out the whole setup that you're trying to do here on QoR for that split into the B site. So that changes now. Rifle round still available for QoR because it was a bonus round previously, and they'll try it again. It didn't work the last time. Let's make sure that we keep our guns out this time around too, and they finally take this mid control.
This exchange between Kumi and Hugh decides a lot whether you can wrap into B and what kind of pressure you can put into Nest. Still waiting for that Hunter's Fury 2 from Derek. Really not a site you can just blindly free fire at ADG. Not without some kind of intel. Now we get to see Kumi test out. No, ADG are not going to bite down and reveal their positions quite yet. Hugh versus Derek, man. Hugh is heating up and now spots the rest of QoR. Just going to signal to ADG to dial things back, regroup, play their numbers. And QoR, I mean, the jig is up. The window of opportunity is there. Now it's time to frag, and Kumi answers the call. It's immediately on the plant. Now the clock will also be on QoR's side. 3 versus 3. ADG now can take their time droning in to get Chaotic in the best position possible. Muddy gives them a fighting chance too with a paranoia. We need to find the right lane to press it in, and Node presses his barrel against Recoil forehead, and ADG at the corner gets stopped, and we have ourselves a tie game.
Wow, and as they repeat the round for QoR, this time it was ADG that was a little bit off in terms of playing off each other here. I love the opening for Hugh in the first place. He gets the first kill to stun and even falls back to allow themselves to play numbers. But as that forces the hand of QoR to execute towards the B site, everybody was a little bit caught off guard on how they wanted to retake and what angles they were watching. And what actually all 5 players really one by one got caught off guard. Even Recoil walking inside of that smoke, trying to throw his crosshair into the smoke, but already showed half of his body inside there. And there was no double swing towards the back of that site to try to fight back into the lane of that B site. So everything was a little bit off kilter for ADG for that retake, despite a great opening by Hugh in the first place. And now QoR breaks the econ for the side of ADG. So ADG is trying to go for the crunch into the mid and fight in that area. But if not, it's fight with what you have with the Sheriff, the hero rifle from Sacred, and maybe you could turn that around here. And maybe Hugh gets another 4K with an overdrive.
Of course, they'll have to force map 3 if they want to go to playoffs. Oh, the recon right on the side immediately destroyed. You don't know the numbers, but you're going to try and trip them up. Some shock bolts on the other side. The paranoia right through the planner does not deter him as Chaotic tries to get an angle above the box. And now that the wall comes down, he has to adjust. Or just watch from main and has a scuffle with shotguns. Draw the smokes and Moose just lines up the pins. Goes for the ultimate strike. And QoR off the 4K from their Sentinel will get back in the driver's seat.
And you saw how big that is too by adding another slicer when you have the ult on your side for Flya. So he throws out the Reckoning, right clicks the wall, and it forces players to get paranoid, even slowed down trying to walk through the wall, and creates a Congo line for Moose to just mow down 3 players behind that wall. So all of that worked out. They stopped the bleeding too from the overdrive of Q. And that was pretty much well done on the hold for QoR. Nothing more to add on to that one. It was very clean in the end and the anti-eco. Now they take the lead in the second map, and they're still trying to push this to bind if they can. But this aggro position already with the Blade Storm for Chaotic, just watching from that elbow side, doesn't allow for them to really take that spot.
Hunter's Fury to pressure now the left, the middle, the right through the heart of Sacred. ADG could have tried to delay, but the spike and the walls are up. And ADG have everything from recoil. Looks for a recon first, drone out, no information for ADG as they step a foot into the playground and the arena of QoR, and Chaotic caught with butter knives. At least you can trade. What else, ADG? You got up your sleeve, even through the paranoia. Moose waits for his moment. Muddy still shines. Now more than ever in a 1 versus 2, but too much on his plate. Just gonna smoke to maybe get a tap spike, but there's so much on the post plant for QoR, including what Note has left in store for you. Now a quick spray down, Muddy halfway, QoR, okay, have to just do it themselves up close and personal, which means Derek drops the gun, but it's all good. Now a bit of more of a lead. This is now 3 rounds in a row for QoR.
And there's so much utility for QoR when they're executing towards that side. The Razor Vine doesn't allow for you to get through. The High Tide doesn't give Chaotic any value to updraft on top of the half wall because the High Tide got a buff and it's super tall. So yeah, that's a very nice hit towards the end for QoR. And that was just a simple rush to B side with all of our util. And there wasn't enough stall here for the side of ADG. And I think it's for QoR to realize that as well. When you're trying to hit towards this B side, there's nothing really slowing you down except for a snake bite and an orb, right? So B hit seems to be, I mean, both sides are kind of easy right now for QoR to take.
Muddy with the Sheriff, okay, go off King. QoR, a little nervous where that Omen ended up. Same protocol, sealing half the site, plant, profit, and there's no timeouts for ADG, so there is no fixing what is broken in this half. ADG have only won 1 round on their defense. It's just hard to stop this fortress from QoR. Now with the split approach, Steel Garden from Moose, just maybe get away the hero rifle from Chaotic, you with the Guardian, but ADG, watch. They set up the perimeter. Now it's time to fight. Do or die here. QoR, they're just playing time. They're playing their corners. And they're playing their cards perfectly. ADG can try to scratch the surf bits, and it's just Muddy with the Sheriff. No upgrades and no time. And QoR, so close to that finish line to force map 3.
Yeah, a little bit of a small overcook when they were trying to play that retake for ADG. So yeah, even if you had Muddy TP back towards the spawn, Chaotic double flanks with him. They try to updraft over the wall. I think they've even procced the wall, and Muddy TPs over the wall, and then they're both like, yep, we can't do anything like that. Let's just give up that spot. So they wasted time, they wasted util, and they couldn't really help out the rest of the players on site. And as you mentioned before, I questioned the on the Steel Guardian here for Moose, but yes, you still had a Guardian and a Vandal available for ADG, and they've been quite good in terms of these scrambles for the side of ADG with pistols. So why the hell not guarantee these rounds? Try to get yourself as close and fast as possible to this 3rd map if you can here for QoR, as they need only 2 more.
I see a Viper spit covering B,
took a while.
You can see Kumi just running it down. Oh, there's some hoops to jump through. The drone takes a peek at the left side. QoR just running down, and what was that from Kumi? Sacred should have been dead to right. Now ADG have been able to put up some resistance. More than that, it feels like ADG have a hero on the site. you proved to be a huge problem. And recoil on this flank, who tried to be a problem himself. Moose is always a solution. 2 versus 2 on the site. And it's left Chaotic versus Flya. At least isolated for now until Moose feels like he wants to get involved. You hear this flying about of Chaotic. And the weight is on his shoulders to also defuse. So QoR know how to slow it down. Tap spike, Flya, lower HP, could be the one to fight through it. Chaotic is not getting what he wanted. He heard that scuffle from the back window, so he doesn't have the right crosshairs. So he decided to keep the gun at 100 credits. Good call.
Yeah, especially with Moose repositioning to just watch the elbow too. Very smart. They're even trying to punish him, and they do so. Moose with the fight through that cosmic divide was actually quite fire. That was so cool to see him dance back and forth between the wall and still win it against the flanker that came through. Yeah, a big match point coming up. I love the stall in the beginning from Secret. He did whatever he could. He got his one, right? And then we got a perfect stall from Hugh with the relay bolt. He gets a second kill. I think even a third kill before he falls. But the rest of the team that were trying to go back on the rotate was a little bit too hard to deal with when Flya and Noted smoke utility was just too much to allow ADG to get some nice clean shots and clean fights against QoR in the post-back retake. So yeah, now a Hunter's Fury, no trap plays, no aggro plays coming out from ADG. They're going to rely on their double duelists again, walking down towards the elbow, the other one walking out towards mid, and already getting picked off.
Nice shot from Note. Hunter's Fury from Recoil. Just to try and have any kind of defense for A and QoR. When they encounter you, they kill you. And there's nothing ADG. They're just stuck in mid and having to retake through. Don't have mobility here for Chaotic. Recoil just has shock bolts. You have no info, and QoR could bring the dance to you. Watch out for what Note decides to do here. Okay, the Reckoning. All the kills go in favor of QoR. At least you got the buddy system from Chaotic and Sacred, and we'll see if that friendship lasts. This is for QoR, forcing the map 3, wrapping around. Someone's tapping the spike. It gets ADG's, it gets QoR's attention, and Note the ultimate anchor as the desk highlighted. 13-8 for QoR. We will be seeing map 3 on Bind.
Looks really good here for QoR on the attack side after all, and they just needed to muster up and gather these rounds as much as they could on the defense, and they've done enough. A nice attempt, though, for ADG. I think what really threw them off here, the rails for that second half, is losing that pistol, I think on that 4 versus 1 or something like that against Derek. Not only does that build the confidence for QoR, it allows for them to close out the second half and the map quite convincingly, and now carrying over that momentum to the third map of Bind.
Yeah, trading map picks, and I think it hurt ADG a lot to use all their timeouts in the first half and only having round one on their second half with no time to digest, to adapt, to overcome like ADG are usually so good at. But I think QoR were able to reestablish dominance. But map 3 is what decides who will be going to playoffs. And I'm sure the desk are going to have quite some reactions to what we just witnessed here on Breeze. So we'll see you after.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my God! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. Got away looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, y'all can't see it, but a map so intense, my cat has joined me on my lap. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Shio and Athena on the desk and Tamsin in my lap. And if you're just joining us, I said never count out ADG after the first map. I was like, never count out ADG. And you know what I'm not going to do either? Let my cat knock over my Red Bull, but also never count out QoR, Athena, because what a comeback from them.
Yeah, that was insane. It was like watching these really quick adaptions, finally seeing them warmed up. I think on this Breeze map, they're feeling a lot better than that Fracture. It felt like they had a really good understanding of how they wanted to play. The biggest thing for me too is that their spacing was definitely fixed. Their trades were definitely there. On executes, it looked a lot more clean than it did on that Fracture. And they were not as scared to take a lot of these 1v1s, Shio.
Yeah, I feel like ADG really were jumping in with some fast executes and moments where both duelists were scaling at the same time, but we called out Note being more comfortable on an anchor position with an anchor agent. We called out Moose being in the business with that Vise. Definitely helped out singling out those situations. Kumi with that op as well. I feel like every single duelist has this tool in the backpack now, and I feel like we're always asking for it to come out earlier. That being said, it was a hard fought battle. ADG did have that lead at the very start of it, and it was because of amazing plays by their duelist players as well, Athena.
Yeah, I think I really enjoyed the comps too by QoR and ADG. For ADG, like you said, they're duelists, zooming, getting a lot of aggro plays, even on that defensive side, just taking a lot of that elbow control. But for me, QoR's comp just looked so much better. This is different than the last comp that they played, but that Harbor was putting in the work, and I really enjoyed the Vice. I felt like QoR, they just had a solid understanding of how they wanted to play, and I think this comp really also plays really well and complements that playstyle. Moose was constantly lurking, getting a lot of those picks, but the rest of the team, they were so solid in playing those post plants with the Astra Star and getting off the site with a lot of that Harbor eco.
Yeah, I'm gonna spoil stuff for a little bit. We might be talking about more of these individual players later, but individuality was absolutely highlighted on this Breeze, man. We just saw that Derek pistol clutch go crazy. Yu was having a blast in this map as well, kind of invisible in the last one. And I think the lack of recoil as well made a big difference, because the last time these guys were playing Breeze, I feel like he was the one who was in the business really carrying the team forward. This time a bit less silent overall. Now we're looking at QoR kind of moving over to that bind. In this match though, I think with the comeback coming through as well, an attack side that looks so strong, the set play that I think, Athena, you called out at the very beginning of, you know, just looking at these two teams, the set play was very prevalent for QoR this time, and it's going to be even more important once we look forward to the next match.
I think also something I wanted to point out is look at that first half. That was a much different first half than we had from our last map, right? It was kind of this like pendulum swinging side to side, you know, what goes one way goes the other. That was a much more even first half. And then you just have this Derek pistol that changes everything, and just QoR just truly running away with it. It feels like no one can win their map picking challengers, but honestly, variety is the spice of life. I love to see it, and I wanted to say it every single time you talked about him. The Moose was indeed loose, because on top of the leaderboard, 23 and 11. Athena, stop laughing at me. Athena, talk.
Whoa, it's me. I'm talking. And Hugh, I really wanted to shout out Hugh just before we jump into a little bit more about Moose, because he was doing a phenomenal Muse. You like that? He was doing a phenomenal job actually at getting a lot of those openings. We saw on that scoreboard just earlier that ADG had more openings. They had 11 first kills versus 10 for QoR, and majority of those are on that neon for Hugh. But talking about Moose, this guy, I talked about his lurks. He was so good. It felt like in every single post plant, he was there, and he was consistently catching a player off guard from ADG. Whoever was trying to flank, he was just being annoying. But more importantly, on that first half, man, his anchoring was solid. It was so good. He was able to get multi-kills. He was denying the site. He was fighting past a lot of this util and just being a nuisance in general.
I think it was so gun heavy as well. A lot of the time, VIDES is always about, you know, delaying the site a little bit or having trap plays with the thorns on the business, but it was none of that even that was the highlight. It was more so Moose working around the site, working around some of those harbor smokes and walls, and really not getting faltered by a double duelist comp that should be giving him a really rough time.
I mean, we wanted to show you guys round 16 specifically of this map. But there were a lot of rounds we could have shown, Athena, to be fair. Like, I think round 16, I'm just going to let you take it because I feel this perfectly encompasses this game.
Yeah, we've talked about Hugh pushing and being aggressive. I think this was kind of the round where QoR realized that's exactly what they're doing and we need to adapt. So ADG, they're actually up in rounds here, but Hugh walks down, gets this pick onto Derek. It's just being really annoying, overextends a little bit, but falls all the way back. And QoR's answer, which was the answer for the rest of the series as well, is to speed up into an execute because they're really good at these trades. They caught Sacred off guard after he got that first pick on Flya. Kumi getting the plant down, and it was just after this a really good post punch. You could see that No actually got in this little ratty spot. We talked about his Astra. We talked about him just being annoying as a lurk and an anchor. And this was one of the main kills that they needed because he got that space in the post plant to just delay for so long. And then, of course, Moose at the end closing it down. It was just such a well-played round. And you can see that after this is when the tides also shifted. I know Derek's pistol was the main reason, but so was this. They started executing, hitting that B site, and just when they wanted to switch it up, they just full hit A, and it worked out really well for them.
Like the individual that shifts the energy towards the macro that we saw shift with the team, which is exactly what we want to see from QoR. For those of us who predated them on the desk, me and Shayo expected to see from them from the very beginning. But ADG, not out because we are going to map 3, everyone. As a reminder, this is not an elimination game. This is a qualification game. So technically, if you lose their map, you are on elimination, Shayo, but both QoR and ADG are currently 1 map away from qualifying for playoffs.
I don't know how much the ADG mental can take losing a qualification spot over and over again. It feels like they're in kickoff, falling down that, you know, the very end of the bracket, not being able to win that best of 5 to make it all the way through. They've already lost twice. Need to lock it in here. For me, it's like if you're bench pressing and one of your arms is weaker than the other, the bar will always fall. One of the arms last time was Chaotic up in the business, but Hugh was the one that wasn't strong enough. And now Hugh is really pushing forward, but Chaotic needs a rest in that last map. I feel like in this next game, every single arm available on ADG, all 5 arms, they're a 5-armed individual, need to lift and push forward and really put in the work on Vine.
Yeah, they're just, they have so many arms. They had to make a whole new deck for them because they need 5 arms of Exodia.
Oh my God.
But I think that ADG, man, we've seen Chaotic on this Waylay before. This might be kind of the chance that he gets to show that he can be really in synergy with Hugh, being at the same kind of tempo and aggression that they like to do. For me, what I want to see from ADG this time, in Bind specifically on that attack side, is a little bit of a faster pace. I want to see them executing. I want to see them pushing and being aggressive in their post plans, denying any chance of that retake, as well as shutting down Moose on that deadlock, making sure that there's no retake ability at all. I am a little bit worried because that last round, we did see them start to pull it back a little bit, be a little bit more passive. But if it's anything like their Fracture game, they should be able to play a little bit more aggro.
Absolutely. On the other side of things too, for QoR, you look at Moose Lock up in the business. We already saw Derejo earlier today. Kumi with the op on Rays will be really fun to watch. And Note, I mean, we saw just a highlight reel of QoR early on. Every single time there is one, Note has a 3 or a 4K somewhere on Brimstone. We talked about how he's been getting more active on these controllers that need gunfire, not just post plants or anchoring in the business. Flya's fade as well on this map is just so good at controlling space and getting information. It's going to be a very tough comp to crack on defense when it comes to QoR. And if you let them touch your site on attack even once, nets, salvos, nades on the post plan will be very hard to deal with. I think this is like a sword versus a super shield here from the side of a Sword Dragon Gaming versus QoR. It'll be fun to see what kind of cracks down or what pierces through either way. It's really fun.
Well, there's really no other way to put it. We were rated by our friends over at the DAC League in Europe. And I see Cody Valorant saying, if we're going to 5 times overtime, I might die of a heart attack low key. Well, high key, we got to start the game, Cody. So I hope you're ready because I'm sending over to Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Liz, and welcome in, everybody. You're tuning in for map 3 between QoR and ADG, and the winner of this goes to playoffs. And you missed a doozy of a series, too. 13-10 on Fracture, ADG kicking off there, and then Breeze went QoR's way 13-8. So kind of an interesting comp, Silly, because Deadlock in my Valorant game, I'm surprised. I don't remember the last time I saw her.
Yeah, I think in the VCTs, maybe last week too, Brock tried to utilize Deadlock on Split. Didn't really work out in the favor of NRG, but overall, for this matchup in itself for QoR, it's exactly what Shai was mentioning at the desk. The combination, you could have probably infinite possibilities of how you could combo plant denials, from pain shells to salvos to nets, and even to Caesar's orbital strike. And we've already seen what QoR was able to do in these high util moments on Fracture before, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this again. This same type of cooking alchemy. TP outside here from your Wele and then try to go for a second waves. You're gonna try to waste this utility from the get-go, but so far wasting no util. ADG's already in the back of the A site and dropping the first kill on Note.
And Chaotic doesn't waste no time either. He's going to heaven, but Flya sends him there first. He said, do I want that smoke or not? Am I ready to push some buttons here? I'm gonna press some bullets into someone's head, but now Moose emerges and keeps the backline secure here for QoR. ADG just tried to throw something at the back wall and come out with nothing. QoR just getting wins across the board. And ADG, all they really got was a plan, it felt like. Did scratch a bit of QoR's surface, and they stick together as a core to get the defuse and the pistol win.
Special deliver with salvos. You see the combo of not only a special delivery, but your Amazon delivering pain shells on top of that in front of the U-Haul. No way for you to really come back into front of that site and retake me here on the pulse pen for ADG. So again, another one of these matchups, another one of these maps. I feel bad for the IGL for the side of ADG, because those gears are grinding every single one of these rounds, just trying to figure out how to play against new comps from QoR every single one of these maps. That said, though, it was still a plant that we came in for ADG. There's not enough money to go, or there is still money if they want to go for a stinger buy, but instead they want to opt for a little bit of bandit pistols to take orb control here over on this A side.
Go, go, go. Yeah, that'll reveal ADG. And QoR, you see all eyes turn towards Showers. So all eyes are on you on how he's going to break this up with walls, or how you can leverage recoil, or just
that was funny. I like that pun. All eyes are on Hugh.
It took me a second. You know,
Fade
sometimes
eye,
words just come out.
Q player. Yeah. Works out well. That's why you're a player
like
play.
it. Well, good analysis. Because
Stall.
now
Yep. Back to you.
I mean, there's time. There's time.
Okay, let's go here. They're walking B. Back to you.
Oh, fantastic word. Well, they have to get through smoke. It doesn't seem to be slowing them down. Magic on the deadlock on B. And as I get a glimpse at the feed, ADG are dead. So back to you, Vance.
All right, well, let me summarize that. Lots of util to stall towards that front side. I think I saw grab nets as salvos too. So again, if you're not on the attack side playing the super shield that Shai was mentioned before, trying to break that first wave of util on the side of or on a defense, it is going to be an impenetrable fortress to try to get through. Dude, Shio, your tiredness is now laying on to me. I can't even find my own words. So yeah, very hard to really get into sites as a TLDR if I can't find my metaphors in the Shio style. So they really have to be proactive right now onto ADG, because the more right now that QoR on Moose is holding onto that wall, he's able to throw it at different times around the map. It really breaks your own timing as well as you're trying to default across the map as well. And really what they're trying to sell in the first place for QoR is an eye from Flya to get the early info of where the start could be for ADG. Then they could realize how to throw the deadlock util to really funnel into these trap plays.
Back in a flash. I like this fight back from ADG. You keep seeing this eye get thrown from QoR, so try to match band for band, and at least you get an orb out of it. That's profitable. Chaotic. Through fracs, gets out of there, and oh, it's ADG have to face this push up here from QoR. Stack, it crouches, it kneels, and ADG can make them suffer for it. As Flya, I mean, got to win as 1v1 because Recoil's busy dogging, but he's the top dog that's left, and ADG will get a site open because of that. Derek will try to delay with the salvos, but he has to buy time for Moose to get back in. And just with a Sheriff, you're just hoping to get the one tap to end it all. Salvos couldn't prevent the plant. Doesn't force a reposition too much. Derek could just be an absolute nuisance and bait all the attention towards him so that Moose could do something if he can get close enough, and that's an opening. Precious seconds though left, as now ADG have to really dial things back and survive at this point. Oh, off the flash, nice play. ADG now seal the deal, and Derek will just go down. Shit, no, he's gonna walk into the crossfire and test it. And ADG get their first round of the game.
Just a very good utilization though of utility from both of these teams on both QoR and ADG, but that 2v2 towards the end to stop that bleeding, because they did put some heavy econ damage on the side of QoR on this defensive round. Look at how much value they're getting on Fly with the Spectre. It's going to be a very expensive buy for ADG going to the next round. It really came down to the wire too for this last one. So the buy that you currently have for ADG, an Outlaw could be kind of decent. You have two of them at half shields that could do a lot of damage, but instead it's full half shield rifles for a lot of the players onto QoR, and they're still looking to fight back into showers.
Jeez. Q, fast, but net. QoR went fishing, and I don't know if that's the catch they wanted. At least they got the spike down. Seeker's out for recoil. Kind of helps guide them back into showers. Now you got the dog following through, so you're going to pick up the spike and see what you can get done with the limited numbers you have. Annihilation. Oh, the spike carrier. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Chaotic, where's the spike? Chaotic's like, where's the spike, guys? Hey, guys, we got to go plant. Hey, guys, where are your eyes? It's all good, though. 1 versus 2 for Chaotic, grabbing the orb in front of the defenders. High-low. And QoR end the round. That was quite silly.
You know what? I'm very happy that QoR decided to open the door just high-low into that angle, because I didn't want to wait 1 minute of them watching the spike in there while the other ones just grabbing orbs across the map. Turns out to be pretty good on how they stopped that with a nice little crunch on top of that from QoR. And that's the other thing that's very hard to deal with. You could actually have this deadlock playing from the B side, throw grabbing it towards the entrance too. So there's just so many good possibilities and crunch plays that you have right now with QoR's setup that, again, ADG, with these strong openers that they're trying to do towards showers, they're starting to realize as well as like, oh crap, we're dealing with a lot of stuff around here. So the first line of attack is really to stop this util from Moose, and they're finally starting towards this B side to hopefully bait out a wall.
ADG have really struggled to have a stable footing on any of these sites, whether it's showers, and now they have to go through all the deadlock utils. Sonic sensors may have concussed at least the Neon. Recoil tries to assist, and the QoR cutoffs. The wall is built brick by brick. Muddy will advance with the Bandit, and already a big disadvantage for ADG going into this. Muddy gets an upgrade, and now he's getting haunted by a Prowler, and he still comes out on top. He's not going to be on top of the tin anymore, and wait! Pressure makes diamonds. Muddy is shining, and he clutches with a 4K. Are you serious?
With the last bullet in the Phantom as well. And this was, what, an eco round that we had for ADG? I saw pistols at the beginning of the round. But Muddy, he's the player so far in the last 2 victories that they've had on Bind that was on the top of the scoreboard. There's something about Brimstones on this map. Pain is another one that I'm thinking of from another team too. But this was a great stall from the very beginning. They even walled up the spike with Moose's wall, yet Muddy's on the site just winning every single one of these fights. At the end of the day, it's just bad timing and bad swings from QoR to not work together to fight against Muddy, and you give them that opportunity and he's gonna take it. Now ADG are back in a driver's seat for this round. Look at the econ for QoR. They had such a dominating entry of rounds with the util that they have on these stalls, and just losing that single round right there against ADG gives ADG a chance to come back here on the attack side.
QoR is so close to so many ults. Wouldn't be a bad round, just go orb hunting. But ADG, send the dog out. Keep QoR humble and in their place. Almost caught with a net out. Big risk from Moose with the nade, or with the salvos, I should say. Trades out a kill. Pretty big to shake up ADG's structure here. Make them hesitate. You also have a lurk from Muddy, so you don't have the craziest stack going for ADG. 3 versus 2, they're going to get out of dodge, and this is going to get Kumi to backtrack towards the site. And now he's flashed, and he's in a bad position out front, and the headshot is good, but not enough. The orbital strike right through the shower! No! Scrambles all the plans of ADG, and it's Muddy. Oh my God. A thrifty from QoR. What is this game?
What did I tell you about combination utility? On the thrifty this time around, Kumi gets a dink off the first contact, but he's got to play selflessly, right? He gets the dink, he dies, but at the same time, it gives a chance for Flya to throw the C's into the showers, and the orbital strike from Note gets value. Not only for one, but all 3 of them stuck right at bench to the entrance of the showers, and that is one way to play the game of Valorant here. You would think right now, going into the big stage 2 of 2026, that it's all about the neon with the judge, and that it's not about the abilities, but that is all abilities so far for QoR in the defense. And starting things off with droning into the B side, they know this hit's coming towards A. The stall is coming through. There's that judge Bucky. Ooh, okay. Double Bucky.
Bait and switch. Bait and switch with a waylay neon situation, and ADG, you can't underestimate them with these lower buys. And this is as even as it gets. Chaotic, okay. The flank, it was there. Now you got Derek panicking, turning around. He's got to regroup with Flya. ADG will be joining Chaotic's side here in a second. Kind of out in the open, though. Oh, he's got the Viper wall up, but can't cover with his hands down. No gun, no answer to Flya. ADG is the re-clear without him. At least you have a flash from recoil, but there's prowlers, there's salvos. ADG are entering an obstacle course, and no man's land, and the salvos are clipping ADG, but recoil gets a kill and gets away with crime. I can't believe it. Oh wait, Boost. He could be the one to report said crime. Recoil on his last legs. As the orb comes up. Sacred, floored by the Moose.
Never pulled the orb down too to try to give himself a chance. Walks through his own smoke, and then Moose just stayed stoic in his spot the whole time. So for him to find that gap of where he could have the most value right now towards that B side on that 1 versus 2, it's quite nice. But it did some good damage here once again on a thrifty. We're almost went from thrifty to thrifty to thrifty pretty much at this point. But finally, QoR, they have a good seize right now of their defense once again. Economy's got to be kind of right, but you still have a good lean on the defensive side in terms of ult utility that's in their favor. And think again of all these combinations. Now, with this double lurk that you have, or this double push that you have on that side, you're going to find info with this crab and Showstopper to try to take down Secret. It's a trade.
Revenge is sweet. ADG through showers. Now they can use their util deep, the flashes and everything. An orbital strike to boot. Muddy will flush out U-Haul. Here's the Nightfall response from QoR. It'll tag everyone from ADG, and Note is on the hunt. And dances against cover. Caught off guard. Annihilation. Time to go fishing. Will be claiming 1. And guess what? It's the spike carrier. Oh no, he's freed. This is big. Recoil is another chance at life. And if you can fight, you can win. Recoil versus Moose for the round win. Will QoR go all the way? Make it 3 in a row as Moose continues to put the nail in the coffin.
Another, again, a round by Moose that comes up huge. Great stall too with the Annihilation. Nice little 1v1. Great isolation of fights as well. But it almost comes down to one of those moments where you're just going to fight and hoping that the trades come into your favor pretty much for ADG, because the slow tempo is getting stalled out by QoR pretty much. You're trying to break that line of util that allows here QoR to get most of their rounds. Almost made it happen. But right now, no pun intended. Actually, pun intended. You know, with 2 players right now for ADG, when it's going to be very aggressive on that side, it is going to get chaotic. It is going to get muddy. But unfortunately here, it's still QoR that's able to hold things once again from Moose. That's just topping up the charts with how he's currently playing on this deadlock. And unless I say, like, the value that he has is actually quite good. The stall that he has from walls, and while it's not being broken, he knows right now that he's got the stronghold on the B site, and that most of the hit is coming towards A. If they're trying to move in into the site, he still has stalls, and he still has the net that he could even help out on that B site stall. And then when he's playing the retake, I mean, who better than Moose to do it right now for this side of QoR? So I think they're giving him a lot of that responsibility on this map to just solo anchor or slightly hold this B site when they droned quite early from Derek on that B side. I think right now from ADG, especially now that they have a chance to breathe through this technical pause. You got to test out this B side a little bit better, I think, at this point. If you're avoiding that crab from Derek at the beginning of the round and then starting to scale up and break these walls, then start playing inserts as well from the Viper lurks on this A side from Sacred, I think that might give Sacred more value to be able to isolate some fight and for ADG to work around the map a little bit more.
The majority of these core wins are not off of diffuses and retakes. It's just stopping ADG from ever entering. And I don't blame ADG for not wanting to go to B when Moose is 12-3 and he had that really nice net salvo play with Derek. And it's kind of sketchy to go down such a small hallway with salvos and your only fight back is flashes and dogs. And the timings can be hit or miss with recoil. And Hookah is very back and forth between ADG, and just jumping out of there into all the midst of the smokes and the chaos is very fight or flight for ADG.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to do anything they can. To be fair, I know the score looks bad, but it feels like the last couple of rounds have been decided on 1v1s and 2v2s. So it's like
Agreed.
ADG are just so close.
Agreed, because even if you look at the money currently from Core, despite them winning 6-2, you already have Kumi at 0 credits left. You have Flya at 600 credits left. They're not necessarily going to break the bank yet if they lose this round to ADG, but this is still one of those rounds where ADG is able to maybe score out of Thrifty, and then you're breaking the econ once again of Core 2 rounds later. They're able to keep things quite close for their side for ADG. I think if they're able to add more plants onto their side too on their attack sides, then maybe they might continue to have some good fighting chances against Core for the rest of this half. That said, though, it's back from the tech pause. Thank you for your patience. It's a pop into Hookah.
Well, you're not going to have to wait any longer. ADG actually are going to have to wait because there's a deadlock barrier and a net. But hey, forcing that out means you can go again, but now Core have a heads up. And someone has emerged through the teleporter. ADG have to watch their backs. They did smoke it off, but this only delays Note and puts him in a bad spot of what moment does he come out? Because that door, she loud when she opens. But wait, we got through the barrier, so Core could surprise through Hookah. ADG are still lurking around. Here's the team swing, and it's a bloodbath where the recoil, nothing left to trade with, and a spike out in the open. Core gonna keep watch, little jump out, recoil, 6 feet underground, and Core 7-2.
And I love that Core continues so many different types of tempos. So from aggro trap plays, from being reactive, from spike denials, you're really keeping ADG guessing. As they even open up quite early into Hookah, you saw what the stall was already there. If Derek is going to be able to, because the start, if you look at it from Core, there's always Moose, there's always Derek. Derek is going to drone, Moose is going to try to hold. If they already see and hear an opening from ADG very aggressively towards Hookah or towards Long B, what do? You could just stall with salvos and then have to rotate, start moving forward. It's very one-dimensional so far from ADG on their attack side, and they're not playing enough inserts in my eyes.
Only one timeout from ADG left, and they only have 2 rounds under the belt. This is where you want your double duelist to really shine, and Derek, ooh, almost punished. As Sacred has been a lot quieter here. He's really trying to enable the team, and ADG need to enable a win, and the C's may have just caught ADG, split them from their neon, and Muddy does not care. Just comes through the short side, picks up 2 while Core was shutting down the shower side. Derek just has to go for a big play, step past the smoke perhaps. He's got a little bit of help from Moose, but 2 against the world. We're finally humbled, it seems. As Moose 1v3, if anyone could do it, it's him, but time is against him, and so is Muddy. As clean as ever is the controller for ADG.
Yeah, great map out from ADG to finally stall and take some control here of this A site. That ult that you have coming out from Chaotic, the convergence pass goes towards that front of the site and even smoked by the left and the right side of Triple. So most and all of their focus is to just clear out towards the back of Towels, the front of Triple, the right side of Bench, and they're able to isolate all those fights. Very well done. And after you get those picks, then people could just reposition themselves in different parts of that map in the post plant on that A site. So it works out. It took a big ult to do it, but thankfully they still have 2 other big ults to work with. A little bit of a change of setups though. Look at on this side, we have the sonic sensor to slow things down on the A side to help out the A side hit. And yep, another one cooked.
Oh my God, No gets so much value off these orbital strikes. It wasn't the 3K. Just kills too. Duelist and Initiator. ADG, it's going to be so interesting to see the post-plant stats because I could count on one hand how many plants they've gotten, but ADG won't go down without a fight, like you said. But now this barrier is what's stopping you, and it's going to reveal your plans as soon as you try to take it down, unless you want to wait for it to expire.
Yeah, you're probably going to wait because you're waiting for your teammates to come across with you as well, so... the plant, and then also keep the orbital strike on the pulse plant, and they just did that to just clear out space and take the trades.
Welcome to my
Big orbital strike, annihilation. Oh,
it's
spike carrier. Muddy, can he be freed in time? Kumi watches it all happen, and QoR get a big claim. A sacred amidst the Viper's pit, and just can't do it all. Not when QoR were ready for you. Last round of the half coming out, and QoR, I would say they're in a pretty serious lead now.
Dude, that's at least 2 annihilations that we saw. I don't know how many moves had overall, maybe 3. I don't know, but he's put so much value into these. And it worked out for ADG. They had the right read after getting the trade-off towards that A site. First off, I got to talk about the sonic sensor. Stunning 2 players, and the orbital strike gets value on, once again, Hugh trying to take control here inside U-Haul. But after that, the annihilation pulls the spike carrier away from the pit. You can't really help out for Sacred at that point. These 2 guys really couldn't play the game so far between Hugh and Sacred in this half. Just unfortunate, but that's because Moose has been on fire on this agent on Bind.
Just these 2 duelists from ADG just haven't been able to take space easily, not without a huge cost. Now you're hoping the speed can do all the talking, and Hugh silences, but the firing squad is there from QoR, doubling up in U-Haul, and ADG don't have ults to flush them out this time. Trying to get a flash before QoR could prevent it. Salvo's here too late from Derek. One away from the Armageddon if that were to even come out this round. And Muddy claims another, wrapping around, pressuring the back of the site. QoR Moose has to watch U-Haul here. They don't know what's in there. They don't know what's ahead of them. And they need to deal with that if they're going to want to retake and defuse the spike. And no to just well. Just the one tap on Chaotic. Moose drops the spike and throws some hands. And Muddy still lurks. And he keeps the round alive. It's a 1 versus 1. 1 HP for Moose. He's just out of time and out of chances. An 8-4 half here for QoR.
And finally give a chance for Sacred to play the game, because every single one of these times where ADG are trying to force their way into a site, it's always a 4-1 setup. So Sacred's kind of just left on an island. But this time around, being able to play a 1v1, he's going to win it despite Moose only having 1 HP. But to be honest, 4 rounds is actually not so bad for ADG to kick things off, despite it looking very one-sided for QoR in terms of how well they played their defense. But the thing is, on the side of QoR and their attack, as much as we talk about their util really being really good for stalls and combinations, it's also very good to flush out cockroaches inside the site anchors. So I'm liking, at least for ADG in this round of the pistol, you're not playing in spots inside the site. They're looking to fight right into Sands, and that might punish Moose here.
ADG need a big turnaround here, and hopefully the confidence has not dwindled. QoR, though, they're firing on all cylinders, but the team effort from ADG suffocates QoR on the approach. The other 3 looking to get their revenge, but going through Hookah here could be real scary. Recoil's got backup, he's got a flash, and you got the relay bolt, and it goes right through QoR with love. Derek's not loving this situation, though. The spike out of sight, out of mind, 1v3, and just dancing around to force the repositions. At least he's got a whole toolkit. Everything but the kitchen sink to throw at ADG. Now, do you keep committing towards his site? You have time to go elsewhere, but not really much else to do. So that means the pistol goes to ADG for a possible comeback.
Again, works out well. The contact, the selfless play from Chaotic, they kind of just baited him out of that one. He was hoping to get his 1, and then you have the double swing, but it still works out. The slide down from Hugh being selfless on the play, and they come out on top of it. All that was really fine for ADG. QoR was not ready for that type of play. And now they can't even get a plant, so that doesn't allow for them to go for such a strong buy. They're still going to try to have the similar opening, though. They have this spike being given to Derek, and they're going for the 3-2 split into Hookah one more time. Flash will get value, though. on defense.
Chaotic. Ooh, a lot of targets, and he insta-refract. Big first blood. Oh, he's out there for 4. Derek, plot armor, how much does that hold on to? 47 HP, and I mean, Chaotic is still committed. Recoil will hold the front lines, and okay, kind of messy, but it works out for ADG. Now, the last time I said Derek would die, he certainly did not in a situation like this, but 1v3, there are injuries on the ADG side. At least Derek has the spike, but he's playing mind games with where he's going here.
All around the world too, but you're trying to play mind games and going back to a B side against the Hue rotate as a Neon. So very hard for you to take the best option and best scenario right now, which actually turns out into his favor a bit. Look at the position you currently have from all 3 players of ADG. They're just trying to lock down all the lanes, but it also gives a chance here for Derek to move up and just walk contact with the Marshall. We saw the value that, who was it? Sacred got out of that on Fracture on the first map, just glass cannoning the Marshall and getting close range battles that would actually one-shot recoil here. But he might still have a chance to even get orb. Doesn't really care about his positioning too. We can get closer to the ult.
Oh, Derek's going for the win. He's not playing the long game. Or trying to answer back in the biggest of ways. Derek just out in the open. No one out here with 10 seconds left. This is so cooked to play it into, and there it is. ADG have the perfect spots to hide and immediately clap back. So back-to-back rounds for ADG, but still very, very close.
Of all places to plant too, just plants out in the open where he's exposed from everything, but it's okay. Good damage being done by Chaotic in the anti-eco here. 3 players still staying alive here for ADG. Now for this rifle round though, you'll see this time for ADG stacking still a lot of players towards this A side. But look at the pressure up towards Showers to maybe fight against any type of pressure on that side where there's only Derek. And flash for info. So you're actually putting your Chaotic down on that line, and then it allows for you to get ready here for the B site as the Showers position doesn't see anything.
And the early util at B, just to get an easy, clear win at B long. As close as you can to prowler through. Kind of looking for any opportunity to be gifted to you if you're core, and no targets. I mean, ADG are so good at really not playing contact. Just, well, now they are. Getting a little impatient. Dog is out. Kumi versus Hugh yet again. Different agents. So Kumi just bails out of that instantly. On his own, though.
Still pretty good, though, because now you're opening door and boombotting, and you're kind of forcing a rotate. You're still guessing right now for ADG. They don't have true info of where core is currently being set up at. Remember, they had some sort of opening towards short. Now they're trying to re-hit towards this B site. Although ADG finally does not bite, they still have 3 players holding strong on B.
Hurt the judge, though. At least that'll give core a heads up. But does that really change their fate? Sacred's still good to trade for 1. That opens up all the lanes for core, and they just run down ADG, who try to have some kind of resistance. But he's getting past the molly there, and no was already on top of it. Core have their bases covered, and it'll take them a lot of time, but not how long, it's how you finish. And now ADG just have Chaotic in a 1v4. This is how core don't let ADG run away with the second half.
I think right now I don't even think you want to tap onto the spike, because if you could find an opening and save the weapon, I think it's the best scenario you could have here for ADG. Save this hero rifle into the next round, or if he saves it, the rest of his team could buy around him. But unfortunately, he walks right into the stack at long B, and he's going to have the lowest buy with the rest of his team. Again, I wish that he had actually kept that weapon going into this round here. That said, what you saw on that previous, on this round right over here in the replay, is the amount of util that was still available for core on that site hit. They seasoned it, they mollied towards that side. So as slow as you're playing for core, and ADG kind of just kept guessing, and you're still giving him that space. And also, as I mentioned before, turning up in the obvious positions on anchoring on sites, you're getting so much util being thrown at you that you can't play defense.
Oh, a big fight for ADG. You just slipping and sliding away, and wasn't enough of a follow from ADG. Didn't want to cross the road without looking both ways. QoR, they're on the chase. ADG tried to control the narrative, take the initiative, but then you have Kumi flying at you with a shotgun. It's quite a kick in the teeth to ADG. And to have all these weapons into the next round, Sacred, really ideal to do any kind of damage. But at the credits that they have, I also agree with saving the gun.
Yeah, at 0, that's the hero rifle for the next round. And again, it's just unfortunate how it's currently being played. If you're going to look at the stats later on at the end of the series, you're like, oh my God, Sacred played a horrible game. No, that's not the case. They're just playing a lot of plays on this 4-1 setup. You need the Viper to stay alive as well, so that if they're able to actually win a couple of these fights, he could still wall up and stall on one side. He could wall up for the retakes. Him staying alive is super important for ADG on the defensive, because that is what denies information right now on the setup in terms of comp for Azure Dragon Gaming. But now he can't really play with his team, can't really find picks. At least he'll keep a weapon for the next round.
At what point does ADG use their second final timeout? I don't even know if Core's ever used a timeout. I'm looking through. Maybe one timeout on Fracture, I think, is all we saw from Core. Like, they have a game plan and they know how to adjust on the fly. Won't be now for ADG, I think. So Core feels like they've definitely got a commanding grasp of the situation on their attack. And it's been punishing ADG, trying to bring so much aggression on their defense. And that's something to know in this series. How much Core really realize these trends. Now ADG not as aggressive, just holding the corners. They have sheriffs. This is all they really can do, is maybe accept what is about to happen. The dodge on the orbital strike. Core now have to go after all the way to the back lines. And Flya just leads the way. And the plant is just as swift and Sacred. Very deja vu situation from the last round.
Yeah, and a little bit of a change of like a 2024 Turtle Troop setup here with the deadlock wall towards that back of the site. But you combine now C's, Orbital Strike, and Tejo, while Tejo missiles in the back of the site. Where the hell can you go? There's just no way for you to play back lines, man. I sound like a broken record, but you're seeing how they're getting so punished by these obvious spots that they play. You can't play that against that util from Core so far. And they went for a gamble. You saw Hugh went for a rifle with no shields, so that him and Sacred could originally try to find line of sights, maybe fights towards that Long B and Hookah. But those guys with pistols, when they're playing on crossfire setups, that's getting flushed out by all of that util.
Oh,
he can't save his weapon. That hurts.
That sucks for ADG. Core almost doubling the score now, and they're on a 3-round win streak with ults to boot, Nightfall and Armageddon, and all these spots that ADG like to sit out. Now that final timeout comes out for ADG, and they have an op in the picture too from Chaotic, and never got to really build up their economy towards something like that. And they were fantastic on, was it Fracture at the beginning? Like Chaotic was lighting things up for ADG, but this is a very different map, and there's a lot more smokes and things to hinder this op.
Yeah, I'm liking this for sure. The op coming back from Chaotic is one thing that's huge. It was probably the turning point for ADG on that first map of Fracture when Chaotic started bringing that op out on defense. And what better chance to do it now on the defensive line with Chaotic with this op? The thing is, right now you're still playing against, this time, double initiator from Core and not single initiator from the Breach solo on that first map. Now you have Derek and Flya that can start scanning and maybe identify where the op could be, or if they identify an op in the first place. So I wouldn't be surprised now if Core wants to play a little bit more of a slow tempo, because it allows for you to set up these big ults for Derek and Flya to really take over a site.
And if Recoil could win maybe setting up a fight here at B to get that orb for Recoil, a Seekers for retake would be huge. I mean, you need everything in your arsenal for ADG. No more mistakes, and how about that? Then the spike down immediately. Everyone coming in through the gates, and Kumi just purchased at the right time. Through the smoke. A 1-for-1, but the spike is still in the grasp of ADG. The Viper wall still up from Sacred. As soon as this comes down, there could be a gnarly surprise on the other side. And Flya at 10 HP still gets away with a kill. And Core, it's bloodshed to get this back. And it's a spike recovered. against the op from Chaotic, and you're not expecting it up like that. And a refract now, Moose has to re-clear through all of that, and that's not an easy task. At least the smokes still up temporarily. Chaotic thinks with that time gone, he may have repositioned through short. No, now Spike, oh, the smoke's about to expire, and Chaotic was in a more safer position than out up front, and the conversion path, the disrespect on the Moose, it doesn't connect. Wait, Moose steadies. Oh, Chaotic is better, and ADG will pick up a round, and that's only their third one of the half, but a massive play from Chaotic with just an op.
My God, did we have a chess match though between those two guys? From an ult that was basically your queen throwing towards showers, and then he gets stalled by a pawn, which is literally just a sonic sensor in the first place. And then you saw both of the bubbles, one being the saturate, the other one with the grav net. But thankfully, the last line of defense being Chaotic is able to drop the second kill with the operator. I almost felt like at that point on how ADG was playing a defense, they've already lost good line of sights around the showers line. Man, let's just pick up the spike and play your numbers, bait that out. But instead, they showed themselves.
Hey, as soon as the eye came out, Chaotic refracts and is now netted, and at least he's got a friend. Through thick and thin, him and Sacred will stay up. Poor, I mean, imagine if they had an orbital strike. They have Kumi with a showstopper, but he's not been the raised to just jump in and satchel. Now you got Seekers from Recoil just to take note of the situation.
That's huge though. Derek, it was at the 4 line and he immediately gets rid of all 3 cabbages. So ADG has 0 information of where QoR is leaning towards the second wave, the re-hit in the mid round. You talked about those ults. They still have good ults available to repunish the hit towards his B site.
There's the showstopper, the nightfall. Everything rains down on ADG's parade, but it's not the decisive fight win that QoR were expecting and hoping for. As the Armageddon repositions, the defense finds themselves behind on the game. Chaotic is ahead of it though, and oh, with the op, he's been floored. Needed better teamwork there. The trade's not good, but 2 versus 1. QoR approaching the match point, and Derek with the last laugh.
Dude, that was sick from both Derek and Note.
Match point.
Especially Note inside Hookah too. Trading off with his teammate on low HP, a 1v1 versus Recoil. The opening was beautiful, at least for ADG to convert that round, because Chaotic just ran forward with the shorty while he's being hit by a nightfall and a showstopper chasing him down. He cancels that from Kumi, but unfortunately, they just couldn't hold the line to trade with Chaotic. Look at this opener, beautiful. Then he gets an op kill right here, but where's the rest of the team trying to follow? You see the slide coming out here from Hugh, but it gets instantly denied by Note, who's topping the charts at 25, 13, and 10. It's been kind of like a silent killer because we've been talking about Moose this whole game, but man, is he putting his value there in that previous round. Map and serious point for QoR. One more to move the playoffs.
Oh my God, 10 HP. But Recoil, he's got band-aids. First aid out, and QoR just waiting out some of these salvos from Derek, just in case anything else from ADG. They had more shenanigans around these corners. QoR just making sure they dot the I's, cross the T's. They had the better weapons, but you know ADG are desperate. 12-7, match point, series point, playoffs on the line. QoR, cross the smoke, cross the road, and Muddy just couldn't molly right through the entrance. He just has to bail himself out, and Hugh just gets told to kneel. To Note, the ultimate anchor from the Astra to the Brim to the plant to end it all. But the Boombot doesn't really note that Muddy is there, but the orbital strike right on top of Muddy. But he's right on the edge of it. Sacred with the Bucky. Pressuring showers could be an issue. Kumi just has to keep the distance, and Note sticks to his guns. Sacred, the lone wolf with no bark left and no time, with so much post-plant through the fire and the flames. Sacred just has to wave goodbye. 13-7. QoR silence the haters, and they approach playoffs.
I don't look good after all with my prediction on Azure Dragon Gaming, but QoR definitely looking good in this series overall. With what could have been a 2-0 in the first place, they didn't let the comeback from their opponents on that first map, losing their map pick, just falter to them. They're able to fight back here on Breeze with a beautiful little combination from a G2, and also such a strong third map here on Bind. They're looking quite good now. As the desk mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, it was a core team that was like, oh my God, how come this team hasn't even qualified yet with how good they started off the season, with how good they look with Derek joining the roster, replacing Smoke, but also the question marks came through of like, oh, well, if they lose Smoke, they can't really play double duelist anymore. And how would that pan out? But they made this double initiator work out quite well for them in the last map there on Bind, and also the double controller play from the Harbor and the Astra looked very good here on Breeze, and Core is looking prime now for a nice playoffs.
Yeah, note my MVP of that. It means so much value off the orbital strikes to everything. Core looking fantastic for playoffs. And imagine when they start picking maps that they've actually played. Like the map pool is going to go crazy in playoffs, and they'll have time to study that. While ADG, don't worry, it's not the end of them, but they go to the final round to see if they can even make playoffs. But we will be talking to Core for a post-match interview. And up next, we have EG versus SRB, I believe. But we're going to talk to the desk first, so don't go anywhere.
Trip. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my God! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joey trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got for Pain looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek, bullet hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, folks, we hope you're ready after that countdown, because we are now celebrating Core's Shio celebrating.
Yeah, so I put these on when I watch QoR play because Note's future is so bright, man. After that performance, holy moly. Like the things this guy's doing with the util, with the frags, you gotta have your glasses on. You gotta have your glasses on.
I'm gonna put actually 2 specs on because it was just so bright. I need that help. Because what a brilliant performance from QoR. We'll show you some map highlights right now, but seriously, coming from them, I think, we saw this back and forth between the first 2 maps. That was, it was closer, them stealing each other's map pick, and we get to bind, right? And we just don't know how this is gonna go. We don't know how this is gonna shape out to be. And QoR just saying, let us, Athena, let us show you how it's done.
Yeah, I mean, they really proved so much with this map because for me, obviously, I'm one of the people other than Vans who picked ADG because I just wasn't convinced with QoR, but this really convinced me. Felt like they had a little bit of a slower start where we expected QoR to just come out swinging, be already qualified for playoffs, 4-1, one of those top teams, but instead they've struggled a little bit, but this matchup has proven otherwise. I think this bind game really showed how solid of a grasp they have on their playbook, on their play style. Everything sort of made sense. Moose on the deadlock, just anchoring, and them being able to get a lot of information and make the really good rotates and the reads off of that. I think for me, the biggest thing that stood out for me from QoR was their ult usage as well. It's been phenomenal, using so much util to delay for so long for those rotates, as well as just using the ults to get a lot of those picks. It was really well played by them.
Yeah, Athena, when I say bind, what is the first word that comes to mind?
Hookah.
Okay, you forgot about, just like ADG, the teleporters. Teleporters were insane, and the usage of them from QoR was so much fun to watch. You got the net coming in from one of the sides, all the way from the B side, nade coming in from long as well. Honestly, I think the usage of TPs and trap plays from QoR was amazing. I'll even call back to you, Athena, all the way at the start of this, before any of these maps went down. You were talking about QoR set plays. You mentioned how you liked their ultimate usage in this one. I think they were set up so well every single round with ults or without ults to have combos, the seized orbital strikes sometimes, the wall stopping things on one portion of the map, pressuring more nades on the other as well. They would easily find out where the op is to and go the other way or delay and hit it after the fact. I feel like QoR were just playing bind the way it's supposed to be played in every single avenue. ADG, we needed that 5-armed human being to push forward. Unfortunately, the weights, even if they were pushing, the weights from the side of QoR were too much to handle.
Yeah, I think we can even see here 5 out of 6 post plants, 1 for QoR. It was almost impossible for ADG to retake, and it was just such a close game in terms of those first kills, but it didn't matter because I definitely have been proven wrong. I think those trap plays were really phenomenal, and I completely agree with the showers being forgotten because it felt like there was no pressure on both sides of the map from ADG, and QoR literally just ran away with it. But at the same time, they also shut it down. So I think they just had a really solid understanding of that and were really, really good job. But Muddy and Note being the 2 top fraggers on these teams, that they're both playing Brimstone. And I think that's insane. Liz just fades out while screaming.
Brimfather's on screen. That's how it goes. I'm not going to say the other word for it. But they were really locked in. And don't be too down on your Pred either, because I think we did see the life from ADG in this series. Like Muddy in this one specifically. Overall, I think both the duelists, one on, one off for most of the maps, but Chaotic was also making the proper space in this match too. You can't really put much against ADG though, right? Because the way that Moose was using this util to stop every single push from coming in, genuinely insane. You still had Derek hitting some of the best shots possible in the moments that he was into. And then, yeah, Note took over the entire map. What can you do when QoR spend like this?
I don't know why y'all are surprised. He plays Astra, and Astra mains are always just like the coolest people ever. And me as an Astra main,
wow,
would know
thank
this.
you.
You play Astra? Sorry, that sounded sorry.
Like an offense.
Liz just exposed that she's never watched a single one of my games, and that's okay.
I just have a bad memory, and you know what, Athena? You would understand that if you knew me better. How about that? Anyways, moving on to the interview. Thank goodness Derek just hopped in the call, because if I can't be here anymore, we have a Phillips Morelco Game Face interview, and it is with none other than Mr. Valorant himself, Derek. And I heard him laughing because, please get me out of here. Thank you. Hey!
Hey, Liz.
Nice title.
Nice title.
I mean, I love how that only makes sense to me and you and no one else, and I love that. You just like said that in front of thousands of people. But I mean, first off, congratulations on qualifying for playoffs, and just let's talk about the manner in which y'all did it, because you know you get to your map pick of Fracture. We haven't seen your Fracture, so we on the desk were like not confused. We were just like, okay, this is a lot of unknowns. What was your game plan going into Fracture, and what did ADG do, or what did you guys not do that helped ADG take that first map?
Yeah, I mean, we started off Fracture pretty hot, like 6-1, I think.
Yes.
And honestly, it just came down to like a bunch of micro stuff. Like, I think Sacred clutched like 3 or 4 rounds, and our spacing was just like awful. And a lot of these like weird 4VXs or 3VXs or whatever. But I tweeted already, like our Fracture, we should have told these guys. Our Fracture was like really bad.
But then, yeah, you have this wonderful map 2 on Breeze, right? You know, we see the comps change. You see just kind of, again, some couple unknowns here, right? We didn't know how it was going to go. And it just, while the first half was, I think, a little bit more competitive than the first half of Fracture, it just became clinical from you guys. And you get to map 3, and it is even more clinical from you both. Is there a certain philosophy you have with either of those maps that you guys follow, or is it just kind of, hey, we have our plan, like our game plan, like our micro, our macro, and that's just what we do?
I think our game plan is generally the same on kind of all maps. It's just like a Breeze was a little bit more of a change because we saw the double duelist. That was a little bit of a band-aid for us.
Yeah.
And I think as long as we got a few rounds on defense, our attack on like all the maps are just pretty solid. As long as, like I said, our micro stuff is in check, I think we're very unstoppable in a lot of these maps.
I mean, QoR has looked so good for so long. I said in the beginning of the show, the pre-show, that you definitely have a heavyweight kind of mentality, right? You can take a lot of hits, but you also can give back a lot of these heavy punches. What do you think of, I know you said your philosophy on a lot of maps is pretty much the same. What do you think is a core identity? Wow, good one, Liz. But like, what do you think makes QoR core?
What makes QoR? I think it's let Note go kill, let Moose go lurk, let Fly drop Note guns every round, and me and Matthew, or me and Kumi are just there for the ride.
Okay, you're just there, but then you get a 4K on 10 HP on Breeze. Like, let's be like so for real, Derek, and remember who the heck you are, right?
Yeah,
you're so beloved.
Yeah,
because you're the beyond, like, yes, but you're so beloved and known in the scene for a reason, because you have been so good for so long, right? And I think, you know, whatever team you fill and what team you find yourself in, you just bring the Derek presence that you know and love with your experience in tier 1 and tier 2, and just kind of the literally years of experience that you have. I'm curious to know like what you've learned from your time on QoR, because like you've learned so much over so many years, but what has QoR taught you specifically?
I think it's really teach me like how to take a step back and just making sure that no matter what round we're in, like in the stressful situations, I got to be like the veteran presence and just say, guys, chill out, back up, like keep my boys on the leash and like close out the rounds that we need to. I didn't do a good job of it on Fracture, I'm not gonna lie, but the next 2 maps, me and Fly, and I mean honestly, Boost too, we were all doing a good job of it.
I mean, it's genuinely such a pleasure to watch you guys play because of just kind of the synergy that we see you've made it to playoffs. We have, moving forward, we're finding a lot of our teams. We're gonna have one more team qualify after we finish this interview. What is your kind of read on all the other playoff teams that you will be facing?
Honestly, the only team I really want to play again is Shopify, because I felt like we were not ourselves when we played them. And everyone else is just like kind of in the way for me.
It's kind of like just like more routine. You have to pass them to make it. All right. Well, friend, I'm going to go let you celebrate a wonderful playoff qualification. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice title, as always.
Nice title.
That is a very inside joke for me and Derek that we've had for literally years. And I'm so happy that I was able to share that interview with him and share that little moment with us. But friends, we're going to take a little bit of a break, but stay right there because the next game is Shopify Rebellion Black versus Evil Jesus Academy.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Oh my god, I'm losing it. That's so funny.
Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. And it is our last game of the day. Buckle up because this one's gonna be so good. It's gonna be EG versus SRB, two mainstay orgs we have, not just in Valorant, but in esports in general. They have the resources, they have the power, they have the story. And here we are fighting for qualification, Athena. I am so excited.
Yeah, I think this one is going to be a battle of minds and a battle of playbooks because both these teams, they've been around for quite a while, both having veteran players on their roster, and they're both able to have such in-depth playbooks that I'm looking to see some of that coming out today, especially, like you said, because that playoffs qualification is on the line. They want to guarantee that going forward. And who better than EG and SRB?
Literally, who better? Like, it's such a great way to kind of like end our like have our qualification continue through these orgs, especially because EG, to focus on them first, have come into the scene. I wasn't expecting EG to come into the challenger scene like this. They come into the challenger scene. They have an academy team, and the roster that they have, especially this first stage 2, the roster that will be playing today, is full of so much like historic players, so much like, and just also just the kind of the ingenuity from all the players that you have on the EG roster, which we'll show on screen soon, is so exciting to see, especially with the recent additions that they've had, moves, B-Dog was, but I feel like if you ask Silly about B-Dog, he will talk your ear off because he has watched him for years and knows just how good he is, and also taking maps and close games off of some really heavyweight teams, Shia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we just saw like in the very early portion of the show, D1 and how dominant they are. We just watched the way ADG even play, and they might have lost them in the very beginning, but there's a lot of teams here towards the top that these guys have a very good chance at beating consistently. That being said, to go up into qualification will be a very big thing for them when it comes to playoffs, and this is kind of their final test, taking down some big dogs already. This time it's up against a team that they've fought a bit overall, or have looked forward to fighting in the past, that plays, I think, slightly like them as well. And I think over here, Athena, is going to be a fun matchup for AG Academy.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really, really fun. I think the veterans on this roster, they don't even have to be called veterans. They're just so experienced, even if they're still youngins. You know what I mean? We have YFP, we have SRB, we have SAD players, we have players who've played on M80, we have players who've been on Winthrop too. Like, all these players have been playing for quite a while, and they know exactly how they want to play and what their play style is. And I think against a team like SRB, that's where you can finally kind of show a lot of what you've been working on. Because when you're playing against teams that are just pugging out like ADG, like we just saw, where they have those double duelists, you can lose a little sense of your playbook, of your strats. But I think when you're playing against a team like SRB, where both these teams are so calculated in a lot of what they do, their play styles, in their mid-rounding, I think it's going to be really exciting. And we're going to see a lot of IGL games going on, a lot of little mind games.
And the mind games aren't coming from the IGL. We're not from the IGL pancakes who we're going to highlight, but we're going to highlight Jakey instead. And this is someone like I was talking about, right? The historic kind of aspect of it, has the experience, has the ingenuity as well. And it's so exciting to see him, Athena, on Evil Genius Academy, just kind of doing like very classically Jakey things.
Oh, yeah, he's been so good at fragging out. I think the story of today so far has been controllers that are just gun out and shooting back. And I think Jakey's one of those players for sure. I think when EG plays maps like Lotus, they really depend on him to play super forward, be a little bit aggressive and oppressive with that Omen, being able to shut down any of those reclears, as well as just being able to exist and coexist with the team, able to get onto sites and play those post plans really well. He's been doing super well in a lot of these retakes as well. His util's been phenomenal. His smokes has been great. His aggression has been perfect for the way that EG Academy like to play. And I just think overall, Jake, he's looking really well-rounded going into it.
Absolutely. I feel like one of the tags you could add to Jake in the very beginning of this split was patience in the way he plays these controllers. I think coming into this last win against Energy Academy, you can see the proactivity, though. A different type of word that starts with P for him. Because on the Lotus, as you're mentioning as well, he was not scared to TP forward, get into positions to help his team. He was out fragging the rest of them as well. He was almost kind of the duelist player, and Omen can kind of turn into that on maps like Lotus that everyone else was kind of activating off of, like you're mentioning, Liz. He needs to be the one fragging, the rest of the team can follow.
And that is me so exciting to see from Evil Geniuses Academy, coached by Faded. And then Faded and the rest of the team will have their work cut out for them, because who else would be the storyline but Shopify Rebellion Black, coached by none other than Effie's. I mean, looking at this this timeline of like rounds in the Swiss stage, you can see every single they've had their work cut out for them, Shio.
Yeah.
But I think I would like paint this team as someone who would always learn from the loss and become even scarier.
Yeah, it's a team that definitely has a really good like VOD review dungeon mentality once a loss does come through, and that is a little bit of a different storyline from the things that we just saw from EGA. They're coming off a win from a very strong team. These guys just played FlyQuest, which that team can make an entire match look so differently from moment to moment. They get to go back to honest Valorant, ethical Valorant, I think, against EGA, and I think that's where SRB also triumphed the most as well, where they kind of have the organization of a round, or what they want to do, really just mapped out by the entire team. You have people like Smoke that can handle some of the crazy stuff that happens in the round, but Xander, Nature, Satellite, these guys are up in the business, and they're really good at understanding the right set play, understanding the right moments to get active. It was a close, I think, showing against Fly as well. Right before this went down, it could have easily gone to a map 3, but coming in today, fresh minds against a team that might be a bit more predictable in what they want to do, or at least give them a chance to play on their own terms. I'm looking forward to seeing how SRB run this one.
Yeah, I really like that outlook, because when you're looking at the schedule of the teams that they've played, the two teams that they've lost against, ADG and FlyQuest, are arguably more of a puggy style, more of that double duelist aggression, ready to kind of push forward and just be really annoying, putting a wrench into whatever plans that you have going ahead. But when you're looking at teams like Core and Amani and Rose, these players have already defeated the teams that are looking so good when it comes to protocols, when it comes to set strats. And so it's really interesting to see. And I think this roster, like you mentioned, Shio, is really well-rounded, lots of fraggers, lots of confidence, but as well as a lot of patience going into this next game.
And I'm glad you said it, talked about those set protocols and kind of those movements, because Xander, who we're going to highlight, is absolutely key in that, with how he has played for literally years, with the experience he has had. I feel like that's the name of the game with this match. Experience. Xander has that in spades, Athena.
Yeah, I think when I'm looking at a player like Xander, I'm really looking at how his movement is on this controller, even, because his positioning has been so good. He's consistently putting himself in the best positions to not only get frags, but to also be able to clutch for his team. And I think for me, one of the things that really shine for me when he plays Astra, which actually this clip right here is perfect timing for that, is a lot of the time SRB like to take aiming control. When they do, they use the waylay, they use a lot of util. But what Xander's so good at doing is faking that, taking that aiming aggression by himself, using his smoke, and setting himself up for success. Sometimes he gets the one pick and dies. Sometimes he just gets the info and he falls back, but it still makes for so much good information and such really good mid-round calling, especially on that defensive side.
We love to see it. And for Phillips Ronaldo head-to-head today, I saw one of them in chat. I saw Smoke in chat, but Smoke will be going against B-Dog today in our face-to-face matchup. Who, I mean, classic Challengers desk move. We highlight the duelists for our Phillips Ronaldo head-to-head. But I think, I would argue, Shio, I don't know if you agree with me. While they are like the duelists of the team, I feel like they're very different duelists.
Yeah, I feel like B-Dog is really good at being a bit of a role player for the team, coming in with Neon and doing the things that are right in the round, or doing the basic things that are needed to take space. Smoke, I say, is like the briefcase you have on you all the time, and then something goes wrong in a round, you open up the smoke, the smoke factor, and this guy changes things a lot of the times. He's also on an agent that can do that as well, a very bursty waylay, whereas B-Dog is there with the Neon, one of the best agents of the patch for the moment. But I feel like in comparison with both these duelists, one one kind of makes sure the operations are running, and the other one makes sure the operations can reach their peak at the top, that being VDog, making sure that things are being consistent, and Smoke being a bit more flashy up in the business and kind of the spearhead for the team. So it's interesting to see that both these teams have different qualities of like main duelists, and you can see that in their gameplay as well. SRB usually have a consistent round, and Smoke is the reason that round changes. EGA have the best strategies in the business, but need to be like making sure the rounds go well. So B-Dog needs to make the right plays to get them up to stature there.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight, well, these are two very different duelists. These are technically two very different teams and how they support their duelists and how they find their success. Similar damages per round, similar casts, excuse me. But what you see at the end of the day, you're gonna see two very different teams today, which is super exciting. You know, it's not like a one-to-one, it's just genuinely what is their philosophy, what players do they have, which is my favorite kind of Valorant, if I have to say. But friends, have no fear, because we have our map picks and bans for you. I'm very excited to see what these are. Let's see. SRB pick Split, EG pick Lotus, and then if necessary for qualification, we will go to Haven. I'm gonna start with you, Shayo. Anything standing out to you?
I think this Lotus pick is definitely off of how I think muted SRB looked against FlyQuest on the map, and how good EGA, specifically Jake, was playing on that Lotus against NRG Academy. It was a close game for EG as well. I feel like on the attack sides where they really brought things back, they'll start on their harder side, I guess, on defense for now on the Lotus. Split, I'm not sure which way this one's going to go, but I think so far there is one really strong map that needs work from the side of SRB, and EG has the lead in. Athena, anything about the Split or the Haven?
Yeah, I disagree with you. I think Split, Shopify Rebellion have looked really good on it when they have played it. I think they've kind of shown that they are able to actually prioritize using that Waylay, having the Neon Waylay combo be kind of annoying in the mid round. They're not necessarily just holding W and full sending it, but actually taking a lot of good control towards that B heaven, towards that A heaven, just being a nuisance towards mid. And I think it's actually makes sense, these bans. I think SRB picking Split makes a lot of sense. We haven't seen EG be super successful on it yet. They've only won it that one time. And Lotus definitely makes sense for EG Academy for all the things that you said. And I think it's really cool because this map pick and ban, this veto, is pretty balanced to me. I think Haven as well. Both these teams have had good games and pretty mediocre games on Haven, where they've looked to be a little bit lackluster sometimes, but they've also managed to win out a few of those games.
Absolutely. I feel like, you know, when it comes to Haven specifically, it'll just be like what, and honestly the whole day too, what these teams have learned from losing or having trouble in these maps. Because even if you have that, you know, the map has been won on VLR, if you're checking that out, there still was a story in that map, sometimes a comeback, sometimes an 8-4 half. Like, what went wrong there to lose so many rounds on one of these sides? That has to be fixed, I think, from both teams. They've both struggled in maps. There hasn't been too many dominant fashion wins from them. On the other side, they usually end up 13-8ing, 13-10ing to get across the line. So if that's the case, lots of things to learn.
That's why we say you should watch the streams, because the VLR doesn't always tell the full story, you guys. We tell you the full story. We're here with you. But before we go to show our predictions, I just want to say, Shopify Rebellion Valorant, Twitter, social media manager, hello, it's me. If I am wrong, I promise I will buy merch after this match, because I believe Vansili is the only person who went for Shopify Rebellion. And that is to say that we love Shopify Rebellion, but a lot of us were just leaning Evil Genius Academy. Am I right? Oh my God, I'm so smart.
So what you're saying is Vans is going to buy us all Shopify merch, right?
What Vans will do is if he's right, he's also going to buy all of us more merch.
Yeah, but and production too.
Yes, and production. He's gonna, literally the whole squad and a vacation. But I think, you know, Shayo, I'm going to go to you for this. Evil Geniuses Academy, again, two very different teams that we were talking about, right? But just something about Evil Geniuses Academy had made me vote them. I want to hear what you specifically, like, what was that thing?
For sure. I'm going to remix that. Actually, ask Athena, why is it so one-sided? Because from how we were talking previously, it seems like it's a 50-50 matchup. After seeing the maps, should we be regretting being on this side of EG? What is the remix saying on these Preds?
Wicca. I'm sorry, my remix is not that good. That was supposed to be like a DJ scratch set, but it didn't work. Anyway, so for me, the reason why I was so one-sided with EG Academy was because when I was watching Shopify Rebellion, I think I struggle a little bit with a lot of their Waylay comps. It feels like they're really, really considering that to be the main reason how they want to get a lot of those picks. And I think for me also, Smoke, he's been playing okay. I think he's been doing his job on the Waylay, but I just don't think Waylay is that strong. Ever since that nerf, Waylay has been so hard to kind of control and to go in super fast, whereas Satellite on that Neon, his tempo has been super quick, and it's kind of hard to just keep up with it. So for me, that's why I was on EG Academy's side, because I was scared they were going to keep that Waylay, and they did. So yeah, I agree.
Well, one thing you did say before is that when it's Waylay Neon, things might look a little bit better for them. I'm looking at EG Academy's comp though. At Sage, we just watched it this weekend, stall out rounds for 45 seconds, make an overtime possible. It is scary. Even if you can double dash above it, you can't insta saturate anymore. So when it comes to having this agent on the map, EG Academy on both sides will have control. On defense especially, really control the first 40 seconds of every round. It's going to be an uphill battle for Shopify Rebellion Black.
Well, folks, I just can't wait. It is time for another qualification match. Who will qualify to playoffs? Will it be Evil Geniuses Academy or Shopify Rebellion Black? I'm going to send over to your wonderful casters, Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi.
So much, Liz. I always call this the match of the day, although it's going to be hard to match that gigabanger of a map 3, but we've got some top guns here at Van Silly, and EG a different look than the last time they went to split.
Why the hell was I solo on predicting Shopify Rebellion Black? That's crazy to me. I think also looking at what just happened recently with Mitch not being part of the roster right now and Moobs coming in, you're kind of just not necessarily scrambling, but you might have to rethink the strat book into what B-Dog brings, what you could really do. And I'm glad now to see this composition coming out from EG Academy that it's quite standard. I think a lot of the elite players right now are playing to their strengths. As they were mentioning here on the desk here for Pancakes with the Sage, I think it's more than just the wall though, it's the slow orbs too. That's 14 seconds of stalls if you're able to throw those correctly. That means the double dive will get 0 value. But what's been a win con as well for Shopify Rebellion Black on the attack side is smoke while contacting with the op. So be ready for that.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different look from EG, but this is the SRB Pigs, so they are comfortable, ready to go, especially that 13-6 win over Rose. Like SRB, this is how they want to kick off the series. As a team, as a squad, with Xander in position for a ramp fight if needed, and worst case, he is back here holding it down, and he is not holding nothing down. And now that means SRB, it's pedal to the metal. They have the high ground, dogging up towards screens, which did not detect Pancakes. SRB just jumping down like they own the place, and Pancakes is not going to have time to heal himself. Oh, you do got SRB cowering. And SRB will even get the spike plant off of it. There's Paranoid 2 from EG. Just trying to reposition SRB, or just going to cower and cover. EG staying on their side of the battlefield, and it's SRB that bring the swords out, and the picks their favor, but just barely. Now EG 4 in tow, and the big moment for Satellite, but man, the awareness is just too strong from EG. Make it 3 for B-Dog as EG take the pistol.
B-Dog with the frenzy, almost quasi raid bossing going into that round because he has a pocket heal moving down with him with Zerona on that Sky. But you see that value of that Sage once again. The first slow orb, it breaks out that first hit, trying to take control towards that ramp. Then you try to push towards screens on a 4-1 setup because you feel like you have to pivot quickly after losing a player down towards middle. Another sword, nobody could push towards that spot. So very nicely done by Pancakes, which allows then for the rest of EG to have already all 5 members going for the blood retake. But B-Dog raid bossing pretty much, now going with the judge to try to pick up some more kills.
Don't look directly into the sun or the flash. Dorota with the adjustment. The bait switch from SRB eventually gets the trades. And it's just the 9-5 for SRB. Just hit the A site as a death ball and hold it down on the low ground. So we'll see if EG change the approach. I mean, it's going to be different when you have better weapons. You still gonna maybe have a better chance with a Bulldog and a Guardian than a Judge. We'll see if B-Dog can even get close enough. But right now, we're seeing what a beautiful blind came out of Jakey to help the fight ensue for EG through screens. Now out front, SRB out in the open. Here comes B-Dog with the Judge. And it's the executioner of Xander with barely any HP to hold him back, but only 1 remains, and it's EG with the defuse.
And you're lucky it's Jakey with that Guardian 2 to get the armor pen through that map to be able to get that final kill onto Xander, but that is nothing but a classic round for SRB. And they're able to get 4 kills out of that one. Crosshair displacement. Spectre cannot do enough value. Look at that. I mean, selfless for Exa. He puts the snake bite down to allow the double damage for the swing back out. It all looked pretty good there for SRB. That could have been very dangerous. Look at the bonus round for EG. It's non-existent. That Guardian that you saved in that previous round, and even Sheriffs on Zerona and Pancakes with no shield to follow up with it. So this is a great opportunity for SRB to have a clean round here and hopefully get no casualties going into this round.
After back-to-back A hits, like EG just know the playbook, it seems, of surely they're going to try B after failing both times, and Zerona is ready for a curveball. I can't say that because that's actually an ability, so I would say a flash and SRB.
It's okay, there's no Phoenixes in here. It's all good. You can say it.
I don't want to confuse anyone. Guys, I know my abilities, but it's fine. So SRB, they know the game plan, and it's don't get shot by the open standing out front. And Jakey's still patient with the paranoia if SRB were to re-hit, but the slow orb is enough for SRB to go elsewhere.
That's also a nice fast lane too, but look at this backstab from Moobs. If there's going to be some running coming out from SRB, Moobs is going to call that out, but thankfully, as you can see in this overhead, everybody's walking so far, but they are looking to crunch and fight back. You have Exa that might die here, but the fight towards mid is huge.
Imagine a judge, target-rich environment.
No, okay.
I got
all
so
good.
scared. I feel like Moobs back off the table. Wait, Jakey with 3. Just sits there and delivers EG with a thrifty.
Dude, how do you do that with a Guardian in the smoke to get 3 kills like that? So again, the backstep you had, the miscoms, and not identifying the gaps too, because you're not playing a hard senti for the side of SRB. Moobs finds that timing. Even though it looked like he was struggling for that kill, it forced the hand of the rest of EG to walk inside that smoke. And look at that, you're prepping a flash inside to try to pop out of it without really having the first contact inside. You got caught off guard. You should have anticipated that when originally when you threw that fast lane on that B site, there's already a 3-player stack there. So if there's no more movements, you got to think that they're going to re-rotate somewhere else.
How about this movement? Now you're just going to ignore the judge in the corner, I guess. Then we're still ignoring the judge. SRB, I don't think you can ignore the result of this round. At least the rounds are going by quick. EG, it's like a speed run.
And you were able to get that round 2 previously. It showed a thrifty, but that was your bonus round 2. Remember that. So the 3 sheriffs and the single guardian, and it's the guardian again picks up 3 kills. That breaks the econ again from SRB because it can convert any single kill except for that 1 at the beginning of the round. It means their economy is low going into this one as well. You had to brute force your way in to hopefully get a plant in, but thankfully those silver lining is without that plant, you still have enough to go for full shields with the exception of smoke. But the caveat is that you can't get your operator out ASAP on the attack side, which I mentioned before was a nice win con for SRB on split in the past.
Boobs denies the dog and is able to reposition, so they think he's in vents, so SRB behind on the 8-ball, and that means Seekers would make things simpler for SRB. Flash into vents, not gonna alert anything. And if B-Dog gets involved, yeah. I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah, you could be bad cop. Whoa, how about some pretty good Seekers right all the way into the top of heaven for B, and they all sit there and watch. And if they are stacked up, imagine if B-Dog gets a showstopper up there. Reposition from SRB towards the A site. It's a fake, and with mid control, you can do anything you want with it. And EG are just holding up the wall, but it crumbles brick by brick. SRB have been set up with their ducks in a row and even extend out of the site. It's gonna be a heads-up play from Exa. Boobs could not see that one coming. And SRB setting themselves up to get a round on the board.
Nice little macro, but we're looking to still do some damage for EG. You've won 4 rounds in a row, so keep an eye out on B-Dog here. If you can win this fight against Satellite, you can do some heavy damage. There's that first kill.
It's kind of a 1v2, yeah, in ramps. That's tough and can really recoup. A good effort. Gotta make it as expensive as possible when you can and ultimately end that win streak for EG.
Yeah. So again, the macro is quite nice here for SRB. As even if the flash missed an event in the first time, the fact that you take mid control like that and throw the Seekers, 2 of the cabbages went towards that B site and then only 1 towards A. So you would think it's more weak side towards A, where they actually had 2 players from EG. So what do? Xander TPs towards King, which is the back of that A site. He's basically a second drone. He's not getting damaged. So they know kind of like the 2 players are kind of playing or hell or elbow, and you just crunch in as a team. Really worked out in favor for them, and big opener that was needed.
Ooh, what a counter to the plan. How many walls can you put up?
I mean, they countered themselves.
That too.
That was Pancake's wall, and then it didn't allow for the showstopper to get any value. I was wondering if you're trying to boost yourself up there, but yeah. All good, I guess. You get map control.
I was going to say, what a great play from SRB. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well, it could be still a win. D-Dog sprays and prays and has Jakey in tow if there's a fight. Ooh, kind of a satchel. This play there in EG. Okay, they still hold control of ramps. So, despite some trip ups, still ahead of the game. Shoulder out, body down. SRB 1v4.
Wait, yeah. EG's looking very good for this stall, too. I mean, it looked like it was a bad satchel from B-Dog, but he's just laying on the wall to prevent the dive to come through here on the top of ramp. Because already on the attack side, he had a nice little paranoia being thrown by Xander. And then after that, the counter paranoia comes in from the top ramps here from Pancakes, not Pancakes, sorry, from Jakey to go down towards that ramp. So as Smoke tries to double dash up with the saturate, he can't get full control of Heaven. So that's a huge stall coming out from the defense. And then they already had a three-man crossfire setup on that site, which didn't allow SRB to move through. Quite exciting to see the evolution of EG so far and how Faded has been looking really good, cooking with this team and working to the best of the capabilities into these agents. Because again, look up and down that line. With Tail, for example, that we saw in the past, or Astra or whatnot, you're thinking of moves, great controller player in terms of Chamber and Viper play for his past roles with Winthrop University. B-Dog has always been really good here as a Raze.
And EG are just disrespecting the Viper's wall from Exa, and your Neon doesn't have a satchel, she doesn't have wings, she doesn't drink the drink, so she has to actually walk over there, and you can see that Satellite is really struggling with that. If it's not also the Sage Orbs, the Sage Wall, whatever else from EG, like you said, the stall is fantastic, and SRB may have to think about either readjusting the Viper's wall, or how can they match that kind of spam. And mainly, maybe this is going to be a discussion of Smoke. How do you enable this young duelist go crazy with the conversion paths?
It'll probably be next round with the op, though, I think, because you saw the money econ currently on our right side for SRB. We saw 3K for Smoke, so the next round has enough to buy the operator, and that might be, again, that start of an SRB comeback here if they're able to enable him a little bit better in that spot.
All right, flash out, dancing around the walls, like that adjustment from SRB. Smoke is quick to take the space. Just need to be more committed instead of this bait and switch. SRB just send their waylay forward, and wait a minute, you're already losing nature. Satellite on the front lines, everything's crumbling like a deck of cards. EG just immediate retake just when you thought all the dominoes were in place from SRB. You have to rely on now a miracle from Smoke, and now it's just diffused, so GG.
Yep, good econ damage. You get the plant down. That's good enough here for your full eco for SRB. Look at Smoke already dropping the rifle and then picking up the op instantly. So how do you activate him around the map this time around too? And I'm pretty sure EG knows this type of win con as well for SRB. Again, it's Faded. He's a guy that studies the game a lot. Maybe unknown to a lot of people when he first made step into the VCTs, because some people are questioning how the hell did he make it a Vitality? How was he coaching TSM in the past? And I think it was just him having a good look in mind around tactical FPS, hanging around Baby Bay for a long time, and was given a chance here to get his coaching capabilities. And now, again, to go into that, how do you stop the op? I mean, it starts off with this pit, so you're blocking that whole line. You're looking to flash to fight out of this.
Whoa, okay, no safety behind that. Not when B-Dog is around, man. He is feeling hot today, and EG, they got what they wanted. And they can get out thanks to that slower from Pancakes. And, you know, worst case, you got him to res. So, nice play from EG off the bat.
Look at this. I mean, this was so easy for EG so far. This is twice that we've thrown this wall towards this B-side garage, and it's never really been broken at the beginning of the round. So they could focus a lot of that, of the resources towards the middle to fight on that spot. Now even the Seeker spots the lurk at the insert of Exa. They could try to punish him on this 2v1 here.
Just knowing that at least the hit is not going to be there, and now there's no option to go there. SRB setting up their smokes, dogging out of a flash still from nature. Is B-Dog's just going to disrespect the neon wall there and try to mess up their trajectory. And man, B-Dog does an amazing job from coast to coast, a 3K at that, to give EG the flawless.
They got to rethink through here for SRB. I mean, just finally getting some money to get an operator and getting shut down right away. Both duelists are getting pretty much neutered in this half, getting zero value. Even the slides across from Satellite. Yeah, he's so focused on that side, almost taking on B-Dub, but there's already a crossfire behind. It's just too much good utility that's still available for EG because they were being proactive first. They move in, they get the pick, and then they could save a lot of that util because it forces SRB to salvage their own util when they actually want to go for site hits. So now you can play again, as we saw a couple of rounds ago, good chess matches from trade utilities because of what's still available left for EG.
Both SRB and EG just trying to play a lot safer around the smokes after EG. I mean, spamming has been big wins for them. Just how EG play around smokes, even from the Viper's pit, was so cool. SRB are just so careful every step of the way, flashing around every smoke and using all the util they can early, but not getting the edge in that moment. But at least the lurk wasn't alone. Xander wanted to find some kind of truth over here, but nothing. At least SRB get a free sidewall. All this distraction and all this chaos happens on the right side.
They pinged it. They at least know that there's a big lurk coming in from Jakey at B main as well.
SRB got to pick their battles, and it's going to be on the front lines, doubling up. Pancakes. Really would be nice to have him in the equation for the res, but you can't res yourself. And the Bucky is a jump scare. Here's the flash out from the high ground, and didn't even hear that drop down from B-Dog. And the showstopper just for Aura, I guess. Xander on the high ground. Tough with the stinger. At least you know B-Dog is low. Ooh, the blind makes a connection on Xander. The defuse halfway, and we'll deny that, but plenty of time for Jakey to pick things up. Very much a one-sided.
Wait.
EG, did I curse it? Oh my god, I had to read this time, buddy.
It was close, it was close. But yeah, it definitely came down to almost a nice play from SRB with that lurk, the timing that Xander found, because with Exa dying, EG didn't really know there was going to be a second player lurking at that spot because it's always been Exa really on the default rounds that's been solo inserting himself on the A site. So almost worked out. But unfortunately, the rest of the players inside the B site, they felt pressured for sure after he had the showstopper coming out from B-Dog, who's currently sitting at 15-4, by the way. Things are looking excellent for EG on the defensive side, and I don't really think that there's anything wrong that SRB is doing so far because EG is the ones that's being fairly proactive in different rounds that's really catching them off guard.
Just getting countered. I mean, the Neon's cool, but just being as mobile as possible is difficult. And well, Smoke has it up. Wait a minute. Now that's been a win condition that SRB can rely on. You can get this guy in up, and it's right. But yeah, all good. You get that ult out of the way. Round 2 of the op.
But it's the consistent walk contact play that works out so well here for the side of Smoke. That said, that nullifies that, and they could actually rotate for EG.
A lot of seekers, moves. Can you hold it back? So nice. You hold it down. Huge orb from Pancakes too, and you're still consistently tripping up this Neon. And SRB haven't been able to trade. Conversion pass opens up the lane. Smoke gets active, and just that means by the time you have a plan, EG rip it to shreds. 9-1. This is ridiculous.
Hold on, they are so cooking right now for EG. They're playing probably better, better teamwork than tier 1 teams right now, just in terms of util that they're utilizing to counter. Look at this. From the snake bite on first sight with the slow orb, you slide through, one's hiding inside that smoke, which is Pancakes. So as the other one's running away and Neon's trying to chase you down, Pancake comes out, surprises a Satellite and shuts him down. Then you have Paranoias to even counter the counter push coming up here for the second wave, following the conversions pass. While you have the crossfire set up for Zorona at the bottom of the site. Dude, they are not getting punished at all in any of the angles so far for EG. And it comes to show right now, maybe for SRB, they're putting a lot of importance into default rounds, into the mid hits. Although EG are very much okay to give up those that mid control so they can play more towards the heaven side. It's been fairly weak though for EG in this mid round on the A side heaven, which maybe I'd like SRB to try to value the Exa lurk on the A side with the vet control from SRB on middle. And just leave maybe Smoke work solo with the op, but I think it might be a little too late because there's only 2 rounds left in this half.
SRB now out of timeouts after that one, and You could just read where Pancakes is. That would just make Satellite's life so much easier. And if it's not going to be Pancakes and Mail or at the top of B, you try to take a ramp fight, and then there's moves and all the walls and snake bites you have to jump through there. SRB just trying to bring speed and violence. Name of the game is EG are just trying to read it, and Jake gets flashed. He's in a corner, very predictable one, and he's unpunished. EG take their angles. SRB can't just sit there and let this happen, and now they're laying down and letting it happen. The spike gets recovered, and there's still some grit to SRB. Now watching the flank, paranoid and unsure what to do next, and at least they can go for a plant. B-Dog and Pancakes, the weakest we've seen EG in a round. B-Dog will watch as the orb anchors the player in place. This could be turnable. Oh, Nature. This has been some huge kills for SRB to stabilize. And that's big for SRB to just get back some wind in their sails. Great round out of Nature.
Big round for sure for Nature, saving that one for SRB. But I love the stop and go that we saw from SRB this time around. So they're the ones trying to dictate the pace for that previous round by throwing up the neon wall and adding more flashes. But they didn't really commit towards finding the back of the site yet for a B side pop. They just waited for the util to stall for a bit for EG. And EG were still hunting for kills because they were overconfident. So then SRB finally finds their timing. 3-2-1, swing out through smokes, out of new box, bait out the crosshair displacement for the side of EG, and then punish them in that spot. So it works out well. It took a while for it to work, but now as they're trying to do a very similar open, right? You're trying to add a lot of tempo and then slow hit right after. It got immediately slowed by a slow orb, literally by EG on that side. So there's no inserts this time around. They have to reset now.
And EG are expecting a new change, obviously, after yet another timeout. So how about who expects like Pancakes with an Odin? Like a name. Very different. They don't know it's him yet. And there's an op too. Good luck, SRB. What's worked with them for them sometimes in the past is getting this op having control of A and wrapping around through screens.
Oh my god. And you're even winning 1v1s. There's a big one by moves there onto Exa first.
Yeah. It's getting to the back of the site, but Pancakes with the Odin. And you have Jakey with the paranoia, safe and secure behind the wall, and SRB don't want to break it down yet. They're trying to take a fight in screens. Also worried about Heaven being unsmoked. So many bases for SRB to check, and maybe thankful for this wall so SRB can focus in, and now it just funnels them right into the hail of bullets until Satellite has to get active. Huge double kill makes this possible, but Sorona's shotgun, I guess, functions a little bit better. 10-2 for EG.
I'm not too sure what's happening for SRB. It almost feels like they forgot to play against a Sage, because we were talking about it before going to this map. I was like, yo, this is a basic comp for EG, bringing back like the 2020 days. And yet every time this wall comes up, it never gets broken in the first place. Everybody just stalled like deer in headlights. And instead of breaking it and trying to brute force their way to fight towards that back of the site, they kind of just funneled themselves into the elbow where there's an Odin and a rifle watching that spot while you're still being exposed from Heaven in the first place, and you can't really stay proactive around that map. So man, dominating the first half, I gotta say, for Evil Geniuses, and you gotta hope that SRB has something to turn it around here in the second half. But AG are looking very good with these change of tempos that they always have.
And the fact that the last time EG visited this map was when Mitch was in the lineup, and this roster change only just happened like 2 weeks ago. So this is, you're applauding all this teamwork. They look like a tier 1 team, and this is after a pretty fresh roster change. So incredible stuff on SRB's map pick too, of all things. Snakebite to delay. Exa needs to have a big second half. Aren't a lot of options on SRB's attack. As you can tell by the score, EG dropped down high-low. Exa
down B.
He's getting a high score here. EG, they know there's spread on the quarter, but you thought there was only 1 or 2, not the whole squad. Tinder goes in confidently with 2, but Booms trades back.
Oh no.
2 for 2.
Last player standing.
And just like that, SRB could get back in the driver's seat. Yeah, a lot of injuries. Oh, you needed to react lightning fast, and that's why Smoke's on the team. SRB with the pistol.
The 5-man death ball was actually crazy there for SRB for the retake. And it makes sense. They already got walled up from Heaven. So you just find your timing. Not only do you flash, you slide out as well for satellite, and then you just go for all these trades. It works out. They always had a man advantage in the end for SRB. But you see here as well for AG, they're not afraid of any stall util of what was being thrown by Exa. Because what do you have on the attack? You have Zerona that could heal. You have Pancakes that could heal. So it doesn't even matter that B-Dog's just going to eat the Molly in the first place. They could just continue to take that space and brute force their way against SRB. So I think at this point for EG, it's going to start looking a little bit brawly. They're going to stay as a group. And SRB has to be also on point with their attack.
Relay Bolt just to put up some resistance. You know, Satellite could be in a weaker position with that missing, so the nade forces him out. EG maybe want to chase that down. They saw this Viper in Mail, so now EG will follow through with the plan, especially with Zerona in Garage.
No.
Get ready to pincer in and kind of playing with their food. There's a big tug of war as Zerona shows face and Xander slams. And EG have no entry here. This is a huge resurgence from SRB and especially Exa with the 4K.
Yeah, that was huge by Exa to stay stoic too. At first, he almost got caught off guard swinging out because he thought that the enemies were going to push towards that spawn. And he got caught with his pants down for Pancakes, but thankfully was able to back up just in time and then able to stay calm. After especially this kill, as you can get the surprise from the lurk of Zerona into B main, that's what allowed Exa to get that 4K on the top of the rafters. So a great round here, and now you are able to get an op into the third round for Smoke. Again, broken record, but this time on defense, where you let them come towards you, this allows SRB to have a much more confident defensive line.
SRB tried to take a quick fight today with the flash. No one home. Paranoia right through with Satellite. Just immediately shut down. And this could have been carnage if you let that judge go off without a hitch. So SRB definitely trying to shake things up early in the round. EG, they don't want to let them control the map.
Toxins going up.
We're back to a square one. Oh, square zero after Smoke just pops out with the op. And, well, it looks like Moobs was wanting to get a surprise, but that op is out.
Just saw him walk through too as well, though, from the top with Exa. So that allows for them to identify that they're close playing towards male. I wouldn't want to see them fight this stuff.
Oh, the high-low. That's scary. Okay, Moobs is a victim. Jakey says B2 gets flashed in 1v1. Jake just wins that after getting flashed. That's insane. Now you have a 2-on-1. A lot on Xander. He can't hold up long enough. You got smokes in place. Spike is down. Smoke here earlier than maybe expected. After last spotted in vents and heading elsewhere. No idea where this guy can be, so EG gonna take the safest position. Smoke is just gonna try and find the best line of sight. Slow swinging with the op, the high-low. Oh, he gets back into safety. Wait, this is turnable. Jakey does not like this threat. It's just trying to play time. Readjust on the other side of the smoke. Speaking of, big decision here. Oh, Smoke cannot find Jake. He knows plays for the win. And not for the KDA. Last chance and catches him with the classic 4K for Jakey.
What a big round by the Big Bean. A move forward and clean shots on the top of the B site Heaven Control. I was just about to say, I don't want to see SRB fighting into male despite them getting that information because they didn't know that Jakey was there, grouped up with Zerona. Yet he comes in, gets fully blooded. Look at this shot. Beautiful there onto Nature, who's just trying to salvage that last weapon before because he had no more bullets left, I think, in the Stinger. And then able to save this round here against Smoke was a huge one. Look at this. What a big round by him. That just breaks the whole momentum that SRB was trying to build up here in this second half.
Bit of wiggle room on the slip-ups, but 11-4, that's a score that not a lot of people can say they've overcome. SRB, they got a lot of clutch kings on their side. Paranoia from center. Okay, who's blinded? And you just get shot in the dome. So tough one there. Barely much of a resistance at B, and EG smell the weakness in the water. You're gonna be able to dog back sight. The only worry is gonna be the high ground.
What was that?
EG swing off. Oh, you heard the drop. You heard the dog. EG on top of the wall, too. This is a fun angle, and you don't expect someone to be there when it's walled off. Oh, and you just walk into a crossfire. ugly to see. Match point, beautiful to see out of EG.
This is clinical too. And the most center thing you could ever see. Wall contact, full pop with the Sage wall through the smoke. You never expected it in the first place. While you're still saturating on the other side for B-Dog to maintain space. So everybody could just focus on Xander while the other players towards Heaven and Hell just focuses on the B-Dog saturating selflessly across the site. AG are looking so good, man. This is dangerous looking right now on SRB's map pick. You could only expect what it will look like here for Lotus when, again, as they've mentioned on the desk, hasn't been the best of maps for SRB and better for EG because of JK's performances previously on that map. And he's shown a great performance this map.
Nope. Wait, the bait switch. It finally works out between Satellite and Smoke. But it's a trade, so information.
I mean, it was very similar to 2 rounds ago when SRB was playing the bonus, right? Yes, it's a nice little trap play. Satellite's able to get 1 kill with the judge, but it still ends up being EG's round. And just because now you're thinning out the defense and you're starved for info, what do you have to do now? You're forcing Nature to run some early util. You have a flash, maybe. You're forcing like that Smoke to jiggle peek and maybe get damage in that sense. And he did, and he's forced to fall back.
There. Smoke is just gonna have to stay put, lock it down. Nature needs to lock in with a gun, preferably. Flash will do. Gun, preferably. Gun doesn't come out. Zerona has one, though. And EG just need 1 round to take back 1 in pretty decisive fashion. And man, these orbs.
30 seconds left.
The Sage in play. Page out of the EG book. Beautiful split map out of them. 2 left, Xander and Exa. Bulldog, Judge. Ooh, nice shot from Exa. Showstopper, Big Rocket versus, well, now a Vandal. That changes. But that Showstopper is going to buy some time. Now you heard that fly by. Exa. Time to go crazy. 1v3. Spike about to tick down. That wallop.
He's got flash
No
over
vision, and there it is. The curtain comes down, and EG are on the stage 13-4. What a showing on especially SRB's map pick.
Yeah, and for the 6th time this game, clinical there for EG, just looking so good. From top to end, I don't think there was very much any big mistakes coming out from EG at all. They controlled the tempo quite well on the defensive side. If they wanted to turtle up, they were able to trap and set up great crossfires against SRB's hit. If they wanted to pop flash outside of Smoke's gauntlet, inside of Smoke of middle, they were winning every single one of these fights. And I think it's just adding overconfidence from this double heal and also noticing that SRB are not breaking any of that early util or making EG displace any of that util in the first place. It just looks so good. So as you had a change of IGL from Mitch to Pancakes, it still looks quite good. Gotta give praise right now to moves being added to the roster and how much Faded has been working here with Pancakes to make this work for today.
Yeah, work indeed. And that pays off as fluid as ever. It's like they've been a team this whole time and there wasn't this
crazy
roster change, right? But there's still something else up EG's sleeve, and it's called Lotus. But we got to take a quick break, visit the desk to get their reaction. We'll see you after the break.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got Footway looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
You know, some people might call that a stomp, but to be honest, there's something surreptitious about it. You know, one of our lovely co-streamers, Zix, isn't gonna make a YouTube short being like, do not do this. You know what I mean? It was just pretty clinical from Evil Geniuses Academy stealing Split from SRB. Welcome or welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Chayo and Athena on the desk. If you're just joining us, stomp could be a way to describe it, but at the end of the day, it just looked like Evil Geniuses Academy had the name, the number, the social, literally all the information they needed to take that map away. I'm gonna start with you, Chayo. Talk to me about it.
I'm really tired today, honestly. It's been an annoying day. I opened up with like they're demolishing a building next to me, like next to my house.
Oh.
So it's really hard to get sleep. Same vibes here. Flattening, demolition, wrecking ball, bulldozer is what EG had. SRB were the dirt, the rubble, the debris, however you want to say it. Oh my god, I've never seen a team struggle so much against the stage and how to entry. I feel like Neon on the side of SRB was completely isolated so many different times. They're putting up their own Viper walls half the time to give EG the chance to retake and play off of them. Every possible thing was going wrong for SRB, and on top of that, EG were popping off. Some clutches won. Jake, again, is on top of the world with his fragging. Like, Athena, are you tired? Are you also, like, is this affecting you, this demolition derby?
Dude, I am so sick and tired of sitting here watching my team get destroyed, and not a single technical timeout has been called out until way too late. But no, seriously, this was insane. I mean, to a certain degree, you guys got to admit, it's hard to call technical timeout and just be like, guys, we're genuinely just kind of getting owned. But there's such a big thing. And one of the biggest things is that trap util that was so well played with that stage, using the Viper Molly on top of it. It felt like every single player on EG Academy were playing in duos, and each duo had at least 3 different sets of trap util that they wanted to use. And the second that they weren't in that util area, the crossfires were there, the fast floods were there, the retakes, the post plants, the trades. It just, everything was going right for EG Academy.
Yeah, there were some good things from SRB that just, I think for EG, they just kind of closed the doors on completely. We had some nice lurks from Exa. We had some good entries from Smoke, but at the same time, space creation from the Waylay. It was just never capitalized on. EGA just shut it down every single time, whether it was a pick from B-Dog or a slow to isolate more players after the fact, or a round that was going perfect, answered by Seekers. You can see from both teams, the first kills were kind of even, but overall, EG just had better answers all the time, no matter how creative SRB got in approach. The 13-4 is a landslide victory here on Split. That's SRB's map pick, by the way, Liz.
Yes, exactly. And it's always, you know, it's always really like a one-sided game when the literal size of the icons on like the timeline are like so much bigger than you're expecting. Because usually in Challengers we have, you know, pretty balanced games, but this was just an insane read, well played by Evil Geniuses Academy. I hope they feel great about this. And I said this before with SRB, like it's, you know, I think when you lose this badly, to put it be blunt, sometimes it's the easiest loss to get over. Sometimes you look at that and you go, well, we did what we could, boys, you know, and you move on to your next map. I mean, and looking at this timeline here, we have to give credit where credit is due. I want to shout out Moobs joining the team. It's been, what, 2 weeks since he's joined the team? And he had some fantastic moments today from them, Athena.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreboard, you can see that all these players, they're kind of really close with the frags, 19, 15, 15, and 16 on EG's Academy side. But Pancakes, even though he only had 8 of those kills, he was still one of the first people to set up those trap plays and set up the rest of his team for success, as well as one of the first people to be able to rotate and hold crossfires onto the site. All his kills were super impactful. On the other side, though, Smoke, he did do a really good job on Waylay. Genuinely a really good performance. I was talking about this earlier before the game started about how I don't really like the Waylay, but I think Smoke genuinely played it well. His executes were good. His space making was good. Just a little bit of the problem for SRB, sorry. And the bigger problem is that no one could follow up. We saw Satellite. He wasn't able to reach Smoke in time to be able to get those trades. And I think a big cause of that is because of that Sage on Pancake.
So Shai, I want to ask you something about that Sage. I think, Vansilli harped on it in the beginning before the game got started, talking about, that Sage. And then we just kind of saw the Sage just literally, I think similar to what we saw from Sentinels versus 100 Thieves this weekend in VCT Americas. It was hard. It was hard for SRB, no?
Yeah, no, it definitely was. I feel like, again, double duelists, you have to have some very specific protocols to play against Sage. I think a lot of the times Satellite was being sent in, I think, the wrong ways and was attacking it a bit too early. And EG, again, we're very good at putting that wall up and saving it and saving some of those slows specifically as well to counter SRB's pushes as well. In terms of adjustments and when SRB looked the best is when they expected that Sage a little bit, but I think it happened way too late into that first half. It took a few deep timeouts as well that Athena was talking about. I wish they came maybe a bit earlier. On top of that as well, on defense, you still had B-Dog and the pop flashes from Zorona to get you into a side. It's a very aggressive comp at even taking space as much as it is in denying it. I think this was a combination of EG playing really well, SRB having a plan, but it getting thwarted, and then just not having enough time to adapt. I feel like if EG started an attack, might have been a different game, but on defense, losing that much momentum on the map like this and both your timeouts, it's a tough time.
Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, as I say all the time, because literally it goes everywhere. There's nothing you can do about it. But it's also, let's highlight B-Dog here. I mean, I feel I highlighted him before the match, Athena, right? This is the person as Challengers mainstay, has deserved a shot at tier 1 literally for years, and here coming in showing people exactly why he deserves that shot. He did such classic B-Dog, or as I'm sure chat will say, B-God things.
Yeah, he was really good at being either aggressive, passive, holding, cross-firing. He's just overall been really good. This defensive half was kind of dictated in a lot of the ways by trap plays, but the other half of it was B-Dog being able to hold it down, using so much of that util like you saw there with that Sage slow, just denying that plant, denying the space. And I think too, once he got his hand on the operator, it was so much free information so many times towards the mid, able to rotate and help his team out as quickly as possible. And I think B-Dog just overall had such a good idea of how to play around this, especially with that Sage. But moving forward onto Lotus here, I'm definitely a little bit scared for SRB because EG, they have this insane momentum. And I think as on top of that, they're gonna have that confidence. And I don't know how this is gonna shape out for SRB.
It couldn't go any way. I mean, literally today we've seen both teams before lose their map pick. Here we have the beginning of what could be the same situation. Looking at this, Shayo, are you worried for SRB at all, or are you convinced it'll go to map 3?
I'm looking at the ledger. I'm looking at the statistics on Lotus for them specifically.
The numbers.
Just the last two. The numbers ain't looking so good. They might have to. It might have to be like lottery chances to win this one. Lost against FlyQuest, lost against ADG as well, and then before that, yeah, we're a bit back and forth. But Lotus for these guys goes one of two ways. It's either somewhere close to an OT or issues along the way. When it comes to composition, things look almost exactly the same. No, a switch up here from Shopify Rebellion Black. They got Neon in the business for Satellite. Athena, you called for this type of composition. They're locking it down now. The double duelist is alive again, and this time there's no Sage to stop it.
I really think that for SRB, they need to just figure out the timings because, again, there's no Sage, but there is a lot of that Vice util for EG Academy. And we just saw their defensive side be really solid. The rotates were really good. Their information was really good. So for me, what I'm looking for is Satellite and Smoke kind of being on the same page, being able to go for aggressive picks and being able to bounce off of each other and have that synergy.
The biggest thing for EG, though, that I think that really helped them in that last map, positioning. And Lotus is a map of getting positions fast. Remember, this is the Lotus that Jakey popped off on, was kind of the god of in being able to move forward, get through the door, be an Omen that looks a bit too much inside the shadows, to where you can't even touch him. And then B-Dog as well, just in that last map, in perfect spots for nades, in perfect spots to have 3Ks, back sight. These guys are activated. They got momentum. Again, I said it the last time too, and it's the most obvious thing, but it's still round. Momentum. SRB needs to lock in and hopefully take it right at the start of the gate.
Well, SRB have shown the acumen for bringing it to a map 3 and coming out of the toughest of maps. Here we are against Evil Genius Academy, one map away from qualifying for playoffs. So I'm going to send over to your casters, Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Liz. Yeah, it might not be over, but EG are stepping into a tough one. SRB are stepping into the EG arena. Can you stop? We're going into Lotus.
What are you laughing about?
Nothing. This whole day is so goofy, but EG, they're not joking around, okay?
They're definitely not. They're definitely not. It almost feels like for SRB right now, you're almost band-aiding your composition, because you're adding Satellite onto this Neon instead of playing the Vice on your side. And I think because knowing you're able to play the Veto in your favor and then finish up on attack side Lotus, it allows for you now to have smoke to bait the Vice utility, and then they could go for a second wave hit. If they're not going for this type of opener to allow for them to work around the map a little bit better on this attack side, I think they're missing the mark potentially. If not, just stay as a 5-man group with this double duelist that you could have here. That really could break the timings and the setups that you have on defense for the side of EG, and hopefully it works out as well.
That's the thing, right? EG are on defense again, and those are the type of traps that SRB, mainly Satellite, walked into. But hey, at least it's not a stage this time, but it does feel like you would be really cooked if you found yourself on the other side of this wall right here with no friends.
Yeah, Eggs, I didn't hear anything in the first place on this A side, so they probably think it's really soft sight on this A site. You can already see the Vice wall that potentially is about to get broken, but that's going to allow a little bit of time right now for the rest to rotate across.
Satellite hasn't lost a beat, and not his confidence either. He watches from below, though, not going to wrap around the right side, so we're all just staring at a smoke, and Zerona's going to get vision. Spike planted. A moment now as Satellite drops down to his knees, and B-Dog descends like an angel, and it's an all-out war to decide who will take the pistol. Just moves against the world, but his presence now known in a 1 versus 2 when isolates the angle with the snake bite, and set the wrong way at the wrong time, and SRB take the pistol. Much needed wind in their sails.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, they're realizing that it's soft site towards the A site, so not only do you take the space for Satellite towards that back of the site because everybody else is blocked behind the wall, but I also like that Nature went into tree and covered that spot. Thankfully, there was nobody else in the tree, though, because if Nature died, that was a different story. But thankfully here, because there was only one player towards that A site, it allowed for them to still have good ground control and to flip the map pretty much to fight towards that spawn and not allow EG to flood retake in the end. Again, it works out from sheer luck. There was nobody here inside tree in my eyes. And now they get to work around the map, see where the pressure could be coming from EG's side. You've already identified the haunt being thrown from the B side towards A. You see a Prowler that doesn't clear anything towards that front B side on the attack. And now they're just defaulting the protocol onto the C site. Tapping the orb, seeing there's a trap play maybe that could come out of that side. But look at all the inserts we have on the attack.
And I always trust Smoke with any kind of sniper. And that's why if you're going to keep jumping out, yeah, that's what's going to happen to you with the trades. And the teamwork is strong for EG.
Oh my God.
B-Dog has to just play safe. And the spike, yeah, is not with them.
And it's now going to get spotted here by the rotate of Zerona with the Marshall. All right. Thankfully, silver lining, Lemon Kiwi, is that they don't have good weapons for EG. That's the best thing they could do right now. And I actually love that they're giving up the spike. Let them pick it up. You might have to just force the finish towards the C site with the time remaining. So now it allows this 1v1 to happen on C. If B-Dog can get this pick, huge. Everybody's pinned now.
Big one now as you have rifles in the hands of SRB, skipping away, being fully heard from Jakey here. Timing on the backstab will be everything, and see that Jakey's right on their tail. Wish he had something other than a classic, but all you need to do is put up resistance for the last 8 or so seconds. And there it is. The door closes physically, metaphorically, and Zerona catches up. Beautiful 3K and EG. Match it.
I can only imagine what Effie's could be feeling right now too. If I'm Effie's, I'm calling a timeout just because I'm mad. There's no way that we were able to take so many inserts across A, B, and C and still lead the spike towards the spawn because everybody's activating on the different lanes simultaneously. Okay, I don't know what to say about that anymore, man. That's got to be heartbreaking for sure for SRB. Maybe that's why I'm just a caster too, because I don't have the mental gymnastics to go and get equaled like that. But that's SRB, tough. Hopefully they could turn it around, right? They got a plant on the first round. Yeah, and then they got the plant on the second round too. So they still have some econ to work with within this and the next to have a mix-up of buys and then a strong buy for the next round.
First ult is either going to be a Nightfall or Steel Garden to think about in the future, and sometimes collecting orbs is part of that process, and Satellite's not part of the equation. So, like that EG are not scared of any kind of speed that SRB bring. With all the smokes, SRB can secure some real estate here, but I mean, they'll just have Jakey just front and center to greet SRB if they dare to step foot into the EG arena. And with the shotguns and stingers, you need something with range, and this is maybe not it.
The best thing you have right now is Xander that could TP to create space because you don't have anything left for smoke, and he needs to bait his teammates most likely because he's got the bucket to work with. But the more they're waiting here, the more they can't find the timing through the smoke.
All right, being caught. Jakey low and moves, secures the kill, secures the entry. And SRB find themselves behind when otherwise they took the pistol. You thought it was gonna be smooth sailing of a comeback because these are types of players that can shake off a, what was it, 13-4 or something like that. They have the maturity and they have the experience to move forward and to retaliate, but EG are definitely catching them in the heel.
Yeah. And the good news too is that they've known now, or they know now in this round, that Pancakes has an Odin to work with too, so they could be wary of that. But little did they know is now we have an op coming out here in the next round for B-Dog. He's currently watching from the top of the site to look towards Mound. Actually, no, he's finally going for the aggro line instead. Yep, goodbye.
Satellite is just a walking obstacle. It's just the guinea pig aim trainer for EG, even with speed and everything. Like, he's doing his best to be elusive, but EG, it's something special about B-Dog today.
Yeah, it's not just duck hunt. He's now like the little ducks that goes through the fair game and you have a little pellet gun that you're shooting. And B-Dog's winning all the teddy bears there. That was a clean shot onto Satellite. Now you're forcing the hand of SRB, who are afraid of the op to move towards the A side. Even now, the Prowler confirms that insert from Exa towards this A side, and they have to commit towards A where all the Vice util is.
Yeah, you go through tree and there's thorns and a Vice flash. You go through main and there's a Vice wall. Exa still frags out, so it kind of works out for SRB despite the trap being set from EG. And man, no answer there. SRB thinking it's a safe plan, and Jakey, it's time to show up. And as the smoke comes down, Exa, just precision is key. He's having a big round to get SRB back on their feet. And those little wins is what gives SRB enough manpower to just kind of seal the deal here and to match the score, barring B-Dog anything crazy. And I think you'd want to keep the op too.
Definitely now, especially got 140 with that Phantom. So thankfully he's a Neon, he could run away with it. And I like the idea. Try to keep it expensive. You know that they've bought a lot for SRB within this round, so forcing more buys within the next was the first plan here for B-Dog, but now it's just to save the weapon. Smoke's trying to deny that Elise is on top of Mound, but it should look pretty good here for B-Dog to bring this operator in the next round. What was the key fight within that previous one on the execution though was that win, I think, from Nature across that wall against Zerona as that Vice. Because if it wasn't for, if you actually did have Nature fall down, that's no Fate utility. On top of that, he's solo on that site and his stall works out. But because he's fallen down, that second person that's trying to anchor towards that back of the site with the Odin for Pancake cannot get anything done as it's getting pincered left and right in different occasions. So a big win there by Nature on the attack side to allow SRB to get the second round here.
I'm surprised there's a switch up in this Vi's util from Zerona, thinking maybe SRB are going to re-hit C, but if you're SRB, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Definitely go to the site that seems successful, although just walking into the trap and still living to tell the tale was impressive from SRB. Oh, it's suspiciously quiet. Wait, there's an Odin, and now with Paranoia, Jakey, oh, he's still firing too, and B-Dog shows up with the op. So just when SRB thought they had space, they're now fighting with a judge just to keep it, and Satellite has to go for a big heroic play to climb up the hill against EG, who have an Odin not even looking. Satellite is going to play safe play with his duo.
One enemy remaining.
Got something better than the judge, but you walk into the Odin sideline and Pain will deliver. Satellite, though, he's coming up big against the Odin. He shuts that down too, but Zerona strikes back at the perfect time before they all got annihilated. So, EG, keep the lead.
The timeout has to come now because it took 40 seconds for them to finally plant the spike, but they planted a spike on a 5 versus 2 because every single one of these players thinking they have a timing by pushing out towards the spawn like this, back towards Baby Door. Guys, you've executed towards this A site and there's not a peep of defenders inside A, inside tree. You know they're playing a little bit further back. They're playing off rotates, they're playing off trades, and you're just back exposed every single time. Yet even walking up the rope, back exposed from Nature, getting killed like that. Okay, there's no timeout. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm actually tilted myself watching this game. I'm crashing out.
You're crashing out. Well, how about a nightfall from the defense right through B main, and SRB do not air. They just disrespect it. They lose their duels. They haven't given up hope. The score still seems close, but EG are letting it rain all over this B site. The spike is recovered, but can SRB even recover the round? Pancakes puts pressure on all sides. And now here comes the Paranoia and Jakey and friends getting fast, loose, and SRB try to just hold back. And it's Xander keeping it as close as they can. Steel Garden and everything. EG have the ults, the Viper's Pit from SRB, and EG just have the kills at the end.
Yeah, Denora Eggs does that too. That's just no way for you to be able to keep that up. I don't even think the pit covered the spike too. That's unfortunate, but even when you have a great execution, so this time, this was actually a good round by SRB. Great execution, great utility usage, but then Pancakes gets the Odin and wall bangs you from the connector in the back of spawn at the default spot. And I haven't seen that type of spray kill in a very long time, and I'm glad to see it again for EG, because now it just shows that whatever you're really trying to do so far here for Shopify Rebellion Black, despite a couple of them trying to go for hero plays here or not, if you're actually playing structured and protocol, it's still not working out. And I think finally this is the nail in the coffin for Loic to finally speak to his team and figure out something, because I don't know what that something could be. Remember, they came out with a new composition this time around here, a change to play a double duelist. And again, like I said, maybe trying to bait Vice Wall, Vice Utility could be the first step into what they could really do here. But so far, they haven't done that. And to be fair, EG's been playing a lot of the Vice util towards that A site and instead of that default C site that we usually see here on Vice setups. So it's fine. But it's just, as you're moving up here 5 players and you realize that Rubble is given up every single time, you still haven't baited that wall on that side too. So I feel that they should try to play Exa on inserts again, but maybe not on the A side this time around if they continue to force their way on that side.
I mentioned uphill battle, the retake successful from EG, and this is going to be an important lane for SRB to push. We'll see what kind of resistance Pancakes can create with the Odin, just lining things up. SRB just trickling in, dodging as much damage as they can, but not the best weapons to answer. Satellite, he's usually a walking weapon, but not today. Sent to space. And EG will have to just play slow here, and SRB don't want to let him have a chance to retaliate. This could be a strong round for SRB. They just play clean, if that's a thing. EG on the other side are now pushing 2-2 on each side. This could be a good pinch. Opening up the door, SRB is just going to try and stay focused on the front, and Smoke just hesitates and couldn't drop. And SRB are getting surrounded, divided, and conquered. The team play from EG is just too good.
It is so good. That time EG looked amazing on that retake. And again, it's the patience of the players on the top of heaven. You can hear that spike ticking down, yet they're not feeling flustered to have to make a play. So Zerona, what an anchor play on that top, preventing SRB from getting any value on the top of heaven because they have a double flank from EG from that bottom of the A site. And that's now another win con that they currently have on defense. They have identified that through the timeouts too, that maybe Faded can now speak to his team to say, look, these guys are not playing any senties, and they're also not playing any inserts and lurks. You could actually flank now and get some good value, and they did so far, from piss around to the eco that they had as well, to now to this round.
It's the Viper's pinch, just keeps things stable, safe for EG. But SRB could either open the door and head elsewhere, potentially disrespect it. And with the Nightfall, they're choosing to push EG to the edge. Their backs against the wall, and you silence the Odin. And well, Zerona goes undetected there and manages to get a backstab on SRB. Not clean, but as a satellite, he steps up when you needed him to the most. E-Dog has not the best fighting chance, but Jakey thinks he has timing. Smoke to kind of find a good fight, and SRB stabilize in a big way and try to keep the score close. And B-Dog has a ton of money, but not going to have a lot of time on this one.
Yeah, that's very nice though for SRB. You saw that they were desperate though on that play, because what happened is we threw a Nightfall for nature, and then Satellite just ran in solo, trying to at least bait the rotate on that side because everybody was pivoting back towards A. The thing is though, Satellite walked in alone and got a 3-piece by himself. And that's him beating the utility that was being placed by the defensive line of EG, even pathing on the top of Waterfall instead of going into the Vice util at the bottom of water. It avoided moves, it avoided the util, and also caught players off guard on that play. So that allowed SRB to rotate back towards the C site as Satellite was just anchoring that spot. And what better time than right now? It's better late than never to see now Satellite really popping off here. If he can continue this type of opening for him, which again, I've praised Satellite from being, one of the neons to look out for currently in the VCL, because he's been playing that so well in the past, even before joining QoR Academy. Because on QoR Academy, you have to play more of a senti role in that spot. So for him to take the neon again, it actually is a win con for SRB, not only on Smoke with the op. So hopefully he can continue that moving into these rounds.
The Nightfalls have been pretty big from nature, and then now you have Smoke with the convergent paths, so he could have a big star moment. See how he rolls out. His B would be a nice lane to throw it down, but the door opens and EG show face. They get nervous, watching though like a bodyguard, like a hawk is Satellite, but B-Dog finds the shot that rings true, and there is EG trying to stop the flood, and Pancakes with 3 just annihilates SRB off the map, and Smoke has to pick up all the pieces.
Insane. And that's just simple by Pancakes. He's playing as if he's playing against a Euro with a dimensional drift. What happens when Smoke double dashes in to get info, to get space? The rest usually tries to follow up to trade instantly. Man, he just sprays behind the Viper wall and drops 3 as they're trying to cross over into this B site. I gotta note that huge shot from B-Dog just before the door closes. I mean, maybe doable. He has Refract to work with and a big ult.
Smoke gonna just get out and see if he can salvage this one, but the big task and B-Dog as quick as ever. Now EG doubling the score. You're able to keep the op and the Odin, some expensive weapons and huge boons in terms of what the defense can do. Play at the tree door, or just where B-Dog is gonna be with this op. Now that's gonna loom in the heads of SRB.
It's unlucky because he hit him with a 140 as well. I think I was thinking about the idea he had there, because he refracted to try to peek and then pull back. So he gets info where the last 2 players could be, and then you could ult and then just go for the Hail Mary and see if you could get it done. But because I feel like on the defense, JK identified that. He already TP'd and set the crossfire with his teammates. So Just nice little heads up play from EG on how they're just micro adjusting within these rounds as well. SRB going into the C start, which again, if you're looking at EG setup, they've been giving a lot of space on both mound and A site.
Ooh, Satellite on the hunt. Was out with nothing, but you heard steps on the other side. So does SRB want to get proactive? They got to be measured. Now it's the conversion paths to really set EG back. Got the nice insert, but oh, the Nightfall, you walk right into it, and Smoke's gonna be affected. Info for EG to play off of. Smoke's to break up the site. Steel Garden too. Isn't enough. SRB at least tried to catch him at the heel as they walked in. SRB played the distance. Play their sight lines, and then Waterfall, that's a good cutoff. EG have so many angles that they have to retake. And SRB aren't immediately playing contact. Nature bails out Exa. B-Dog trades, but the op finally drops, and SRB, now this is looking much more coordinated.
Yeah, and finally an insert. So they went for the seaside pop. They just went like, okay, well, they're not challenging us on mound that much with the exception of B-Dog's op from time to time, but they are giving us so much space at both orbs pretty much on A and C. So let's just go for the 4-man hit. Let's take over that site. And EG were just playing turtled up to flood retake with the Nightfall and the Steel Garden. That allowed then for SRB to just stall as much as they could on site to get excess value on the lurk from the B main into the connector. And now you're trying to play more aggressive for EG. Look at them trying to find more information, looking to even open the door and look for the pop play into rubble. But SRB are quite slow. They want to leverage now that win con, the op walking forward of Smoke to try to go for an opening here.
The moment. No Bulldog, no Odin, but a Judge at the front doors could be real dangerous. Pancakes doesn't want to let any kind of cheeky play go by walking through the smoke. Speaking of that, Jakey, Paranoia out, Prowler through the door, B-Dog quick with it, but you heard the Judge, and
oh my god.
Oh, what a catch on Smoke. SRB don't enter through tree. Good resistance. Now you can maybe try to break into B, following through his exit through the front lines of B main. So SRB have options. Here's the alternate. Smoke's in place, but this is a small site to try and hold. So how are they going to extend outwards? Can't really play through main when Moobs is still alive with the Viper's wall.
Need to bait the rotate by opening the door on C here.
Oh, the Nightfall through the left. I don't know if it tagged B-Dog. He seems fine. And now encroaching in. Pancakes with a surprise. The haunt out. You know X is close.
Wow.
And staggers over. Pancakes with a big opening. EG can win this. You just need to not choke. And now it's Xander against nobody. There we go. 7-4 for EG.
Just the angles that they're blocking here for EG. So you tap the door to bait util, which is what I was mentioning before. Great job by SRB to do that. But I love that EG doesn't overheat from the tap door opening. You break the Prowler, you're like, oh crap, they realize the Judge here. Maybe I have to go for a play. No, he just holds that door because they know that they should funnel people towards Pancakes' crosshair setup. He gets an easy shot onto Smoke. You force the run onto B, but then what do the C players do? They watch passively on Waterfall so that the attacker side cannot push towards C. That allows it for you to keep everybody just pincered into the B site and force them to make a play. And that allows for you to find those holes as the execution for SRB comes in the full splat and backstab them in the end. That was just all very nice, dude. This is a very good EG.
And Pancakes is just such a stable player. You can throw him on any role, and he's so self-sufficient in these high-pressure, high-impact scenarios. The Vice Wall comes up as SRB trickle in. And oh my god, Serona takes care of business. Helps SRB clock out permanently here in the last round of the half. Still have the spike, at least that's something. But as soon as you open the door, maybe you don't know what's on the other side. So not really any other options for SRB than to hit the ground running. Now Smoke on the other side, they don't know that SRB have emerged, but the flash is so good. And still, Exa with a stinger has to watch from above or from below. And EG close out the first half 8-4 in convincing fashion, I would say. And now they get to go on the attack and show them what their playbook is like.
Yeah, the Zerona and Pancakes are amazing at the anchors. Look at that. The combo that you had from the Snakebite 2 from Moobs was huge. That just melted the players of SRB moving into this C site. But as they're encroaching on that spot, you already had that line covered up by B-Dog pushing down towards A main. Like I said, they're playing this so well by just taking all the space that's given to them here on defense of all things on Lotus, a 3-site map. Now we'll see though, at least if SRB have their own ways of fighting defense, which seems to be quite standard. They're looking to stall a lot of util towards the Rubble fight. You play the 4-1.
Feels like a must-win for SRB, at least just for the morale, and look towards someone like Smoke, who's such an explosive player. And with the Sheriff, first blood onto Moves, but wait, the flood from EG already having B control, already wrapping around SRB. What is going on with this frenzy? Pancakes almost gets an ace from it. Incredible stuff from EG. They're just getting started.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be B-Dog with the frenzy that was just going to mow people down, but nope, Pancakes would also shred it. He's got the mini Odin in a pistol round with that frenzy to just open up the site. That is insane how much of a death ball worked out in their favor. And look, the paranoia is not going to do much from Xander. They're nearsighted. You're already at the doorway, and a frenzy just mows down the player moving through. A pistol round, and things are looking fairly grim for SRB. And now I'm starting to understand why everybody went for EG instead of SRB. I've been missing the plot so far with EG's evolution since these this slight roster change and role switches.
Oh, I mean, the talent is certainly there on SRB's side. We've seen big performances. It's just, I think, a comp counter on Split, and here it's like a game plan. But we'll see how this develops. DG looking to get to double digits. B-Dog is out in the open with a judge, and now he wants to get up close and personal and tree with it. His nature does not like getting pranked. Who just opened this door?
It's kind of good that SRB didn't make a single peep when the door got tapped, so they didn't fall into the trap of showing that their stack was there. But somehow EG still has that sixth sense that the stack is still at that spot. With no reaction, to move towards the C site, and they read it perfectly.
SRB reading this. Is it too late? By the time EG plant will feel like it. You see, get the paranoia out of the picture. Jake will be able to smoke up. You got snake bites. You got everything for the post plan because EG didn't have to invest into really anything. Now B-Dog will be pushed off the angle from the blind, and Pancakes takes care of 3, and that's more than enough for EG to get to double digits. Xander with a classic, and everyone just jumps on him like they owe him money. And then 10-4 goes now for EG.
And I like here that B-Dog is towards that spawn, just peppering towards that spawn. I don't know if you ever watched the Kevin Hart stand-up. Just, oh no, it's, shit, what's his name? Dave Chappelle.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, just burning the chest off pellets here so that Pancakes could just storm in and get some kills with the Spectre so he could build into his Nightfall in the bonus round for EG. That could be the straw that breaks their camel's back if they're getting value out of this one for EG as well to convert the bonus. Because look at this buy. We have an Odin, rifles with a Nightfall, and the Nightfall is going to allow for you to get a lot of damage here with this lower buy that you have.
20 kills in 14 rounds. B-Dog. Ooh, okay. Put on a leash there by Exa.
Huge.
Make that a second one. SRB need all the rounds they can get. They're getting wins across the board, but that's a whole lot of bullets. And SRB are going to rethink their approach on how to address Mr. Pancakes here. Mr. 20+ kills. Oh, with just him and Zerona, you just have a flash, a Prowler, a Hunt, and, well, you got a lot of guts, too. Maybe that's all it takes for EG. It's only 2 versus 3. You got time on your side. You know, ADG has left the site to maybe extend outwards, so SRB, they're patrolling. What angle could they be watching? Zerona takes another win. It's 2 versus 2. SRB, you had the advantage. You cannot fumble now. And it's the spike ticking down. Pancakes is the raid boss of this site, and no one is respecting or addressing the problem.
No
as
time.
Exa picks up the 3rd, and now the spike will just go off nonetheless. EG, yeah. It's time to crash out, Vans.
Dude, no, it actually was a beautiful 2v4 for EG. Zerona somehow dodges every single bullet like he's Neo when Smoke gets first shot on him. Zerona was looking at the wrong angle, still clears out and wins that fight. Then the util that was still available there from both of those players. Zerona here, that was a huge kill. Then the Prowler confirms that nobody's sticking onto that spike, so they don't have to force himself to swing out to deny the diffuser. So then you could just isolate the fights that you have already identified in the first place. And then, you know, sees, delays, kills. Man, that was just epic coming in here from Pancakes and Zerona. There's a reason why these two are currently on the top of the scoreboard on this map. And it might be too little too late at this point. The second timeout and only timeout left for Effys to talk to his team. Because so far for Faded and EG, they haven't used a single timeout. And I feel like they don't need to. And the more that they're doing this right now they're giving themselves a favor as well, because the reads are just too perfect here from Pancakes and Faded. SRB, this might be the last chance here for Effys to be able to talk to his team until potentially EG just closes this on a 2-0.
Yeah, just a tough day for SRB, but not a bad team at all. You could easily see them in playoffs, and they'll potentially go into the final round, barring some kind of crazy miracle here. But it's been tough that SRB can't leverage economy much because they have really incredible operators on their team. And it's like Smoke could turn around a whole game just by himself, but just haven't had the money for him. That really changes the game when there's an Odin in the picture and you don't have one to answer back to. So EG just going to default and see how desperate SRB could be off the rip, which... Satellite up close with the judge. At least he can watch if there's going to be any A-lobby pressure. How patient can he be? Okay, you're hearing at least some fade util being thrown, making sure you're not getting marked, but the Satellite tests the waters here. He's staying put.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he hears the Vise wall too, so he doesn't want to show himself too much.
Nature ready at the call of Exa. No spam through the smoke. Door open. Okay, Smoke doesn't want to get spotted. There's a lot of Buckies, a lot of shotguns just watching the entries. So desperate times come forward with desperate measures. That's the word, I think. Now EG. Finally, they developed a round, so I can develop my words. And Exit, oh my god, just rips this team to shreds with a triple. EG. Dead and underwater.
I feel like I've seen this before, though. Pancakes and Zerona in a 2v4.
Oh, yeah, you're right. See if they can plant, though. Okay, the Odin just went the one. Nature finally trades. And the spike is down. Now it's 10
seconds left.
Imagine if you got that second one, though, indeed. But yeah, finally, some saving grace right now for SRB. But that's just, again, on Exa, who's been actually quite good on the defensive line for SRB for the past couple of times that he was tested on the C site. I think a couple of rounds ago, remember that 2K that he got to? And now this time, he's able to get a 3-piece. The first one is clean, and then you just follow the bullets through the smoke because everybody somehow is just playing Odin and Vandals instead of Phantoms trying to spray through the C site. It allows now for SRB to fight another round. Odin back now. Actually, Odin coming out, sorry, on the defensive line too for Nature. As EG are looking to have a strong start over on the A site, and it's going to be matched pound for pound, 4 versus 4.
Oh, what a paranoia from SRB and Satellite. He's put on a Carnage and Xander and all the layers of SRB are just as sharp as ever. And the door is closed on this round. B-Dog scuffles back towards spawn where Exa greets them. Now this is a fired up SRB that are not done yet.
Yeah, util in favor of SRB for sure. You see how much value they've gotten versus what EG threw at them. And I think what made it very hard for EG to work with was the Xander Smoke 2 in front of that choke of that A side. So everybody's trying to run out through it and try to trade off their teammates. But SRB just had easy crossfire setups, right? People are walking outside of the smoke, or crossfire placement rather, I should say, and it just mowed them down. And dude, this is actually really good. You called a timeout for SRB. You're able to capitalize 2 rounds out of that, and that somehow forced the timeout out of Faded, where it was an 11-4 scoreline. You only need 2 rounds to close out the series, but now you're forcing a timeout, which allows now Effys to continue the layering off what he's called with his teammates and what with his IGLs. I'm calling IGLs because there's probably going to be some vocal stuff from Xander and Nature, who's both had IGL experiences in the past. And hopefully they could cook something up here. Exa does have the pit to work with. They could play it simple here. But you know that this defensive line, like I said before, is very difficult for SRB to hold because they're not playing any senties this time. So these gaps could be identified once again for Faded that could remind the team, hey, they're not playing any senties. We could maybe push aggro in these early rounds if SRB are going to open up with a 5-man hit once again.
And Xander has 13 assists. Like he really set up that fight for SRB, just hitting every single one of EG with that paranoia. So if they can keep predicting these fights and fighting against EG stacks, that could go in SRB's favor. You have a note in the picture. SRB able to afford that, which is nice. EG sticking to the sheriffs and a stinger. The Steel Garden could try to even up the playing field. They're expecting the paranoia through and see what you can get. And how does Smoke still stop B-Dog? Full slides in and the backup that came with them. Smoke is now shooting through shields. He's unlocked his true potential. EG will still plant, but looks like that could have started better. Smoke almost gets an ace. It was a big weapon diff, but I liked how that started for EG. Just Smoke was kind of different there.
Well, I think what was missing for the side of EG was a misbuy from B-Dog, in my opinion. I think a shorty, a Bucky, something that gives you value off the slide would have been good. He just tried to play Apex Legends with a slide sheriff trying to get a kill. And unfortunately, he couldn't connect the shots, and that allowed here for that high-low setup to really come into fruition right after. But if not, I think those two were definitely mowed down from an F cave that was converted here from the side of B-Dog with a different weapon. But hey, you'll take any type of mistakes here for SRB to try to come back in this game against EG. And let's see what happens here. We just talked about what happened before, right? You're not playing any senties, so they're playing a more default 3-1-1. They're trying to counter onto the ult at the same time. You're starting to also see them trying to play some late inserts. So you have one person listening for noise on the A side. You have the insert from now Zerona on the top of B, and now they could start going around with these rotates on the side of EG.
They maybe thought about just night falling through the pit there, but maybe try an easier approach. Ooh, the Prowler detects Zerona.
Doing a thing.
No aggression for SRB, just info from Nature hitting both Prowlers. Oh, wait a minute. That's a big win for Smoke. Dashing right back to safety. EG down. Very important member is the one to make space for this team, but they'll do so with ults, either Steel Garden or a Nightfall. Zerona and Pancakes. And you're worried about Nop. You're worried about the Odin. A lot of hoops for EG to jump through. Take the safest route through tree and Nightfall through to get as many members as possible. And what a cutoff from Xander. Now there's no one to even follow through on the Nightfall, but at least your lurk is what you can depend on. And it's Zerona. Make the call towards B, and what a turnaround. Perfect timing against Exa.
The pivot C.
Oh my God, the ultimate wraparound.
Yeah, they're booking it to C because they know the door got to open here towards the C side. So it still allows for them to get the plant. But this is still a rotate from Satellite with also an ult from Smoke.
Go for the quickest plant you can, Zerona. There's a lot of targets, and he gets the 2-for-1. That's huge. A 1v1. And Smoke will just get something better to fight. Conversion pass, thinking Pancakes was still in the sight. It's a wrap around. The spike got tapped, so Pancakes is trying to hurry, but
oh, he knows.
No one.
Oh no, he shot.
Tap. Oh, okay, we're a little nervous. Smoke, half defused, not holding it. Pancakes, EG to match point.
Dude, Pancakes, why did you shoot? But he's the one round in the end. We'll take it. But another one of those rounds converted on a huge disadvantage for EG. I think that was another 2v4, wasn't it? A beautiful hole from Xander in the first place. But we talked about those inserts. He gets the timing for Zerona, moves into the site, gets the backstep on the one opening the door, and has made the plays now to allow them, especially that 2K in the back of spawn, allowing Pancakes to re-wrap and easily win his 1v1. Made it hard on himself because why not? You know, it was 11 of 3 or something like that. So they're just trying to go hard mode for a little bit here and gives themselves some sort of a challenge for EG. But they are definitely at map and series point and looking to close it out now.
Okay, Sealed Garden versus Convergent Paths, and EG step forth and ready to brawl. Satellite pokes and prods, EG. Then they pit up, and amidst that pit is Smoke, who has one target he needs to find, and it's just such good teamwork from EG to control the perimeter, outside, inside. Satellite keeps it close with the 3 versus 3. Zerona on his last legs. Just depends on the walls of this pit for Pancakes to be close to that 30 bomb to send EG to playoffs. And SRB, they don't want to go to that final round. And there's one thing that stands in their way, and it's this stupid pit. And it's 2 versus 2. And they just can't find anyone. But EG find the win and that ticket to playoffs.
EG Academy going into the playoffs with a dominating victory over Shopify Rebellion Black. And that was clinical from the first map to the second one. Everything was working according to plan, and you are walking away happy for sure as a coach, as a team that's gone through a slight roster change in the past 2 weeks again, and rolled switches. And somehow it's as if they've upgraded somehow by not having Mitch in the team as an IGL anymore. Not saying anything bad about Mitch. It's just crazy how you're able to turn that around on the upward swing for the side of EG Academy to have that type of one-sided victory against the Shopify Rebellion Black tonight.
And that's a statement for everybody else that is going to be in playoffs, because that wasn't just ended with a period. That was an exclamation mark. So clean out of this team. And I know our desk is going to be excited to break this down, and we're going to have a very special post-match interview, guys, so don't go anywhere. We have another round 2 of matches, and that'll be some other time, but I'm excited for this interview, so let's tune into that.
Bye.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Silence ending.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got Footway looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, folks, I'm feeling a little bit evil. Shayo, are you feeling evil?
The clock, Liz, it's ticking.
It's ticking.
The clock is ticking for SRB. I'm feeling evil, but Salvador Rebellion, we got to fix some mistakes. there was a bunch in those games. I want to talk about it. I'm feeling a bit evil, I feel like, against these guys in review because, oh my goodness, I expect so much more.
And I would agree with you, Athena. Are you feeling evil? Or are you listening to the clock ticking?
Both. I'm pretty
Okay.
evil, but the clock is ticking. This is kind of cursed for both sides. I think for EG, they qualify for playoffs though. So I'm pretty evil and I'm a genius and I'm in an academy. So I think it worked out.
Academy? Is that what you I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I'll let you take it because this was, to be blunt, this was quite a shocking turn of events, specifically on the performance of SRB.
Yeah, and I like how you started it off. Let's live evil for the moment. I feel like these guys, in punishing mistakes in that first map, rocking up to this one, were again in that mode, waiting for Satellite to make that first dash, waiting for the duelists to touch these sites, immediately getting rid of the mosquitoes, and then taking care of the rest of the bug problem, with the rest of the players of SRB also falling due to numbers, due to, again, good ultimate usage from EG, and also these players on the team playing above and beyond what we expected them. Pancakes, the 30 bomb on the map with Fade. You would expect Heat-Off to be taken over. If you look at his stats, it feels like he's done nothing in the map. He was making some really good space for the team, and the rest of them were the ones that were popping off at the end.
I really think that for Shopify, they were struggling momentum-wise. It felt like since that first map, they weren't sure how to kind of regroup and make sure that they got everything on lock. It started even right away. They won that pistol and then lost the Thrifty right after. Not a good start, and they were just struggling to find a lot of those opening picks, struggling to get map control, struggling to even break the crossfires that EG Academy had. And I think the reasoning for that is mainly because EG Academy were so tight-knit. They knew exactly how they wanted to play, and I think as well their comp does counter that Waylay and Neon. Unfortunately, both those duelists were separated so often that it was so hard for them to get onto site together and to trade. And it felt like that's been kind of the name of the story for these past 2 matches now for them, where they're just not able to close it out. But for EG, man, that was such a good game to watch for them. So well played, by the book. The protocols were there. The speed was there. It was just really fun to watch, Shayo.
Off the leaderboard, you might have looked and seen that EG maybe lost this game. You got, B-Dog going 9-12. Jakey, who just had an amazing performance the other day, 5-13 on the day, because Pancakes and Zerona are taking over. And it was because of Zerona on that Vise buying the time for Pancakes to be able to rotate on the defensive side. There were so many retakes for these guys, just one. So many times the spike was diffused for EG Academy entirely. If there was no, I think, resurgence for Shopify Rebellion either, this might have been an even better of a smash map. But honestly, these guys in specific, you can see the struggle that Nature kind of had at getting op lines off the angles, at engaging and enabling Satellite and Smoke with good information, and the complete reverse of that for EG Academy. You had positions where Pancake was absolutely understanding everything going on and cleaning it up as well, Athena.
You know what? You even mentioned how Jakey's going 5-13. Well, on that first map, Pancakes was the one going 8-11. So it just goes to show how well-rounded this EG Academy team is, Liz.
Faded, hats off to you. You have created an incredible team, and every single player on EG Academy, huge props to you. Congratulations on qualifying for playoffs. I know we've kind of talked about SRB's performance. I think, but we got to celebrate EG Academy qualifying. They qualified for playoffs in a very big way, and a huge part of that was Pancakes. I saw someone say it in chat, Pancakes should be in tier 1. Absolutely 100%. I think Pancakes proves that every single time he plays. And you can take a look at the stats we're going to put on the screen. Pancakes every single time, child. I feel like every single time just has to remind people how good he is. He is so talented. He is so dedicated. And when you see the stats that we're dealing with a little bit, but you can just look at the stats right now. We have the screen 405 ACS. Like, that is insane. Like,
Actually,
I don't think I've ever had an ACS like that, Shia.
Genuinely, when I say above and beyond, I'm talking about the moon and the stars. After the fact, I think he was reported to be on the Artemis 2 at one point as well. When he was facing
it's true.
SRB on, at least in this matchup. One of the big things too when it comes to head-to-heads, I feel like he was the one picking up a lot of the satellite overheats as well and doing a really good job at making sure that, you know, if the duelist is coming in, he's winning. He was 5-1 against Xander, 7-2 against Smoke as well. So even if the Waylay is refracting, coming back in, he has an answer for that situation as well. And again, while this is all happening, there's an op online for the team that's finding value. There's the rest of the players as well who are playing off the utility that he's providing, finding value. Value is the name of the game for the Lotus for EG Academy today. And it's making them, you know, get rewarded with a qualification to playoffs, which is so amazing. Pancakes in specific, though, would you say this is an outlier performance, Athena? Do you think that this is going to be happening again for him and this team?
I think this will definitely be happening again. Maybe not 405 ACS, because that is insane. But I do think that, it's really insane. I think that majority of the reasons why his scoreline does look like this is because of the Odin gaming that we're seeing on our screen here, defending, holding off the plants, being able to get the spike down before it's even planted, as well as just being able to hold these crossfires with the rest of his team. He's just so good at his positioning that I'm definitely expecting this again, because positioning isn't something that is just, you know, one game it's great, one game it isn't. It's something that you have in terms of game sense. And in this game, he really proved to have it. I think even on that split, his Sage was so good with that util that I would not be surprised to see this kind of gameplay again in playoffs.
Yeah, the theme that we saw from EG Academy today is just amazing positioning in general from the entire team on both maps. I feel like logging into an Odin, playing attack like defense as well, and having a Vise on Serona at the same time lets Fade and Pancakes be in perfect spots. Takes half the map away to focus on other smaller things in the most correct ways. And I feel like he did that the most amazing way. And as we even discussed, made attack look like defense the amount of time these guys had post plant down. So amazing display from him and the rest of the team following his call with all the util that was in play as well.
Well played, everyone. And for our Phillips Norelco game face interview, I know people are talking about that JDG puppy that they got to join the roster. Another dog who has the app, who's insane. Boobs, come to the front. Sir, I am so proud of you. You are such an incredible addition to any roster. Obviously, we knew that on Winthrop, but coming in to EG Academy, which I think surprised a lot of people just in terms of just movement. You guns blazing, Gabe. So talk to me just kind of about assimilating and acclimating to this new roster and new system.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I remember I just like woke up one day and then I just get a message from Pancakes. He's like, yo, you play for us? I was like, okay. And then, you know, I took a day of like getting through some stuff and, you know, we got to practice and it was going really well. And, you know, the first week we had a really good result. They're like, okay, let's carry this forward. We're playing another good team. And, you know, I think our practices have been going super well. It's been super dedicated. Everyone's been full on board, putting in a lot of hours, you know, and I think it showed today.
I mean, absolutely, it showed today. Let's talk about map one. That wasn't your map pick, right? You go into split and it looks clinical. It looks stomp, right? It looks so, it's camp. You know, it's something that is so expected from your team, but I think it's such a dominant fashion. It was quite, you know, especially against SRB, who was like a very, very good team. That's what I call this. It was like the heavyweight versus the heavyweight. It was quite shocking. So I'd love to hear your read on that and what caused your team to just kind of run away with that map.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we were talking about it beforehand, what kind of maps we were expecting. And then Dan, or Faded, when he came back from bans, he's like, yeah, we got perfect. Okay. You know, we were kind of expecting them to pick this map and we were prepared for it. We knew that, you know, there could be a curveball. So when we were going into, you know, the guys, let's run our 1-3-3s, you know, do what we practice, and everything went perfectly to a T. I think we dropped 1 round or 2 rounds on defense. And, you know, we've gotten a lot of, I mean, my fault. But, you know,
Okay.
I guess my fault. But, you know, I think we drilled that map pretty well, and we definitely, you know, weren't uncomfortable on it. We weren't like, oh, man, this is their map pick. It's okay if we don't do well on it. Like, no, we wanted to take that map off of them, and I think we set the tone map 1.
And then Lotus, you get to your map pick. You're starting on defense, and again, just like one of those things where you look so rehearsed. You look so, everything is just moving in your direction. In kind of after map 1, did you expect map 2 to go that way?
Yeah, I think we, after every round on split, we just kept saying, stay humble, stay humble. No matter what, if we had a crazy round, if someone wants that, so it's like, all right, cool round, but stay humble. So, right after map 1, it's like, go get some water, go for a walk, do whatever you need to do. It's like basically 0-0. And, I think our coach is doing an excellent job of keeping us level-headed no matter what's happening. So, new map is basically 0-0. We just played our game again, and it worked out pretty well.
You said my favorite phrase, my literal trigger phrase. What does play our game mean for EGA?
I mean, for me, just like, I got here and they kind of told me, like, we just want you to be like, keep the vibes up, like I get along with all the guys here. So for me, it was, just make sure that I'm not tilting. I'm like happy I could provide whatever else. But for everyone else, I will say like the amount of effort that they've put in and accustomed to 2 roster changes in 1 split is incredibly impressive. I think a lot of people would have looked at the results from this split and wouldn't have blamed anyone for subpar results. But to be in playoffs at 4-2 speaks a lot to how well drilled this core roster is. And I will say I'm very happy to be a part of it. And hopefully, we'll do very well in playoffs.
One more question I have a couple more questions for you. But the first one I want to ask you is, talking about, the vibes, besides the kind of intangibles, like the vibe merchant, etc. What do you bring to Evil Geniuses in terms of like in-game, besides like literally like mouse and keyboard kind of way?
I think, I can bring a lot of experience coming from Ascension. There's a lot that I've learned. I've evolved a lot as a player. I'm a lot older now than when I got into Challengers, especially now graduating and finishing my Masters. I have a lot more free time to dedicate to Valorant.
How old were you when you got into Challengers?
22.
And you are?
24, turning 25.
Welcome.
Yeah, I know. Like, my friend told me, somebody's like, yo, is it Boops playing? Isn't that the guy balding? Which kind of hit, but like...
Who said that? Be quiet. Ban them mods. Thank you. But yes, you were saying?
It's fine. I also bring like 24 in carbs. So, but yeah, I think I just bring a lot of experience to the team, and hopefully they can rely on me on that, and hopefully there's some things that I can teach them, but also they're teaching me a lot of things on how to be a better player as well.
I think with moving forward into playoffs, and we're kind of waiting for things to settle down a little bit more, but you already have a good portion of the teams you will be facing within playoffs. I asked this to, I just hit my hand, sorry. I asked this to our last interviewee, excuse me. What do you think, what's the specific thing that's gonna make EGA do well in playoffs and take stage 2?
I think we are very level-headed. This is probably the most level-headed team I've been on. That the energy could be super high 1 round, and then literally 10 seconds later, we're like, okay, let's lock back in. This is our plan. So I think especially with it being a brand new roster, technically with 2 new players for the split, there's still a lot to improve on. So if this is how we're playing and we're not in our final form, there's a lot of our ceiling's very high. So as long as we spend the next week still drilling what we need to work on, obviously we're going to watch these matches back and see what we did well, but also what we did poorly on, and improve on that. So I think we'll just be a very consistent team throughout the playoffs.
Well, we love to see it. Huge congratulations once again from everyone here, and I will let you go celebrate.
Cool. Thank you so much.
See you later, Gabe.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Grinding Challengers and getting your Masters. What a Chad move. Like, I know all of our collegiate teams, but especially your Master's degree, going for your Master. Oh, man. Let's go, Gabe. I mean, such a
I love that
placed addition into the EG Academy team. But friends, this is going to be it for us. But before we go, we have to show you how the bracket is shaped up, how we got here, how we are going to continue. Because honestly, I am so excited with everything, the way everything has turned out. You see Core and EG now qualified. We are still looking for 3 more teams to qualify. And you can see all of those teams fighting for their spot in round 7. Shayo.
Yeah, I think the one thing you mentioned before in the stream, Liz, is that these aren't going to be the exact matches. We're still kind of trying to see like who is facing who, right? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the potential here is amazing. I mean, these are all great teams. We followed their storyline as well throughout all the day. Some kind of, again, rising up, some with some tough losses, or some tough losses today. Whoa. I say this flabbergasted because I just learned that these are actually the matches that are confirmed with What do you make of that? What are some bangers out of the three that we see? Holy, I can't speak.
Okay, calm down. It's not that deep.
He's so excited.
I think it's gonna be. He's so excited. I think all of these games are gonna be insane, but I'm really looking forward to watching Energy Academy versus D1 because I think that game, it's gonna be kind of a wild card for me for both these teams. They both had really good performances, but they've both also looked a little bit unsure of what they want to do as their team identity. So I think that's going to be really important, especially because this is their last chance of making it to playoffs, of being able to show what they can bring even more. So I think that's what I'm looking forward to in that round 7.
Round 7 is gonna be so much fun. I mean, SRB versus NBG is gonna be. I hope SRB take a look back at today. I know they will, rather, and just fix all of those mistakes and solve all of those things that they need to change. And that'll be an excellent match between NBG as well, who I think is fighting and getting better every single day. ADG versus best strikeout in the game, Pigeons, Clue are gonna do excellent things as well. And it's crazy to think that it's do or die, right? You look at round 7 and you see that it's literally you either qualify for playoffs or you are eliminated after all of that. The Swiss stage is so brutal. And any team that is going through the Swiss stage right now and is currently in round 7, I know they're feeling the pressure. I know they're feeling the heat. And I don't envy that position, but it is a genuine privilege and honor to host your games for all the players out there because you guys are doing incredible things. But for today, that is going to be it for us. On behalf of everyone in production, the casters, the desk, everyone in between beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. And hey, do me a favor, text a family member that you love them today. All right? See you later.
Or need to get ahead of this. Oh, chaotic Jeff. Doesn't care about his phone. Not nervous at all. Just don't know what's on the other side of it. Big surprise. QoR just cannot establish themselves. Now this is the hue we wanted to see. A 3K more than about pistols, mainly sacred as the bubble comes down. You're looking at the first thing metaphorically is the blind, but the jump scare from ADG. Hugh is alive as well. Lots of things, but ADG needed him to the most. Eric is taking care of business. Wait, clock in, clock out, 10 HP. I mean, your shift is almost over, Eric. But Sacred, your shift is fired. And you're all fired! You're all fired! What is going on?
I'm walking through as well on top of that allows them to identify that there's the most playing for fail. I wouldn't want to see them fight this stuff.
Oh, the high-low, that's scary. Okay, moves the victim. Jakey says B2, gets flashed in 1v1. Jake just wins that after getting flashed. Insane. Now you have a 2-1-1, a lot on Xander. Can't hold up long enough. We got smokes in place. Spike is down. Snow here earlier than maybe expected. The last spotted in vents heading elsewhere. No idea where this guy can be. So he's gonna take the safest position. So he's just gonna try and find the best line of sight. With the up, the high-low. Oh, he's back into safety. Wait, this is turnable. Jakey. It's not like this threat is just trying to play time. Reaches on the other side of the smoke. Speaking of, big decision here. Smoke cannot find Jake. Plays for the win, and not for the KDA. Last chance and catches them with the classic 4K for Jakey.
What a big round.
That's the thing. PG on the other side are now pushing 2-2 on each side. Could be a good thing. Opening up the door, and SRB is just going to try and stay focused. Oh,